Drop.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Happy Tuesday. Let's open this market up. Let me ring that bell. Ring that bell. Ring it, ring it, ring it, ring it, ring it. All right. Welcome in, everyone. Wolf Trading, live trading all day long, brought to you by Leverage Shares. Shout out to our friends at Leverage Shares. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. So those SK Hynix leverage ETFs are ready to trade. First off, let's talk about inflation. CPI. Yeah, ice cold. What's cooler than being cool? Ice cold. The Google Ripper right here. Ice cold inflation. So core CPI 0%.
Oh, good morning.
What's up, Frankie? What's up, Maple? Sliding in here. 0% month over month, beating expectations. Everybody worried about inflation creeping back in. It's not what the data is telling us right here. First negative month over month, I believe, since like 2000 was what I saw from Evan. Yeah, first negative month over month reading for CPI inflation since 2000. Core is obviously the main component there, but year over year, 2.6% versus 2.8 expected. 2.9 was the last reading we got. Shelter only plus 0.01, or I'm sorry, plus 0.1. And then the headline, of course, minus 0.4 there, month over month. This is one of the big ones. And then seeing this 0%. I don't know. We do have Fed Chair Warsh, Kevin Warsh, in front of the House today. Tomorrow will be the Senate. And that's where we're at. So do have good CPI. Ice cold CPI.
ES pulling back to its 15-minute EMAs. I want to see VWAP 65 area. We do have the potential and likelihood of seeing the CPI open on ES. That's right at 561.
All right. Yeah, you're coming into backtest basically the highs. Oil still an issue. Big area up here right at 80. We'll see what happens there. IBM did early release earnings this morning. Let me find that real fast. up 1% year over year on revenue. Software revenue was up 5%. Consulting flat. Infrastructure revenue down 7%. I don't like when there's like a preliminary release of earnings. Usually not a good thing. Margins down a little bit. Yeah, diluted earnings per share down. So IBM, a little bit of a struggle this morning, down 25% now. 25%. That's not going to help software. We do have software down as a sector, trying to bounce. Maybe they're discounting that read a little bit. Decent little bounce there actually on software. SMH was nice and green, pulling back pretty hard here with the market. I see as Maple was looking for, getting pretty close to kind of CPI print open. And that entire consolidation from all of London session. Right here, 75.63, kind of the highs. Yeah, IBM. Oof. I think old President Trump's down on this investment.
I'm long ES off the 15-minute EMAs. No crazy sides. It's the open.
Do have a bunch of earnings from this morning as well. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Citi, Wells Fargo. Jamie Dimon speaking right now. Let's check on banks. Banks pretty big push candle here. Goldman Sachs up 4%. Wells Fargo's down. It's bouncing its way back, but it is down. JP Morgan strong there, and Bank of America also they're very strong.
Five-point gain ES, sold half.
We're in a really messy spot here of the chart. It's just huge mess right here.
A 10-point gain MES, sold a quarter, GG.
GG no re. $830 is basically your spot to get back over. But if we can just clear 30,074 at some point, this thing has juice. Nvidia headed south right now. Google decent. Microsoft down 2% again. Microsoft, like, I'll have a good day and they'll have a not good day. Palantir down this morning.
All right, I'm down to runners now. It's about
Nice
16
trade.
points. Yes, thank you, sir. VWAP sweeps, 15-minute 20 EMA, tried and true.
We want to shout out Leverage Shares. The 2x long SK Hynix is available. Started trading this morning. SKHX. Talked about this last week. Getting ready for this. SK Hynix, one of the biggest memory, most important memory companies in the world. IPO'd on Friday. And by IPO, it's a different IPO. This isn't like, the first time it's going public, blah, blah, blah. It's coming to the US for the first time. So maybe a little bit different scenario than most IPOs here, but hottest sector of the market, memory. SKHX is that 2x long. If you want to short it, there's a 1x short, SKHC, or if you're just wanting to hedge, SKHC. But SKHX could be an interesting one for us to try to trade. Of course, make sure you do your due diligence, all that good stuff, before you just jump into these things. If you don't know the 2x leverage ETFs, they are trading tools. And it is up 12% already this morning. Put that one on your radar. Shout out Leverage Shares. You go to leverageshares.com, get all that information. SKHX is that ticker. MYG 250% on WFC, Wells Fargo. Nice. I really like that spot Maple just got long on ES, actually. I have it on multiple places.
IBM is getting hammered, down 24%.
Yeah, did you see they pre-released those earnings? It's usually not good when you pre-release earnings. Why? A-Trade says, thanks, Frank, for the Intel calls. Intel get a little poppy today. There we go, 3.6%, right off the bottom of that range. It was sitting on the ledge yesterday. Look at that.
Yep. Unfortunately, I sold those Intel calls at break even on the close.
Yeah, remember you said you worked your way out of them, but
Yeah, I sold them at break even. I should have kept them. I should have kept them. I was, you know what? I was buying them all day, and I was getting too
because
big.
you get a little too deep in the mud.
Yep. And they rallied at the end of the day with the buy and balance, and I dumped them at break even. I should have sold half. Would have done better.
Tricky spot for me here. Saw a lot of GMs in the chat this morning. Shout out to all you guys hanging out with us this morning. If you're new, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 5,000 here. Pretty close. I think we're less than 20 away at this point. We're live all day, every day right here on Wolf Trading. The market's open. We're here. Obviously, the faster action, a lot of futures trading. Then you'll hear some options analysis, some bigger picture stuff. Obviously, breaking news. I have multiple news sources. One of them in my ear, reading out stuff all day long. Get that passed over to you as quick as possible. And as much as we watch this, a lot of times we see, as soon as the candle reacts, we get to the news headline pretty dadgum fast. Oil's looking short. Oil back under 80. They need this thing to go back to 78. I am going to be looking to short oil and long gold. Problem is gold already ran pretty hard.
Yeah, I think like if I can get a 15-minute pullback on gold on the EMAs, I'll hit it. But here, I just after that large pivot break in CPI print, I can't trust my lower time frame.
Banks are firm.
SPY needs to close, or ES needs to close over 585 right here. We've had some sellers trying to build a base in pre-market after that CPI run up. Over 590, trail stop even more in profit. That is a major supply. You can see that large upper wick.
Need the semis to start participating. IGV all the way back from 3% down, coming back to break even. That's a good sign. Do need the semis to try to catch some type of bid here. Back over 600 psychological number would help. If you can get the semis to catch a little bid here, banks are great. Software's recovered. Oh, it's tough when you gap up that hard because you get some extremely positive overbought internals. What's cooler than me and cool? Can the Fed speech in 10 minutes affect the market? I mean, I guess he could say something. I'm not really expecting him to say much. It's usually, if you've never seen these before, these Fed speeches, or not a Fed, it's not even a Fed speech. It's testifying in front of the like banking committee or whatever. It's a bunch of political grandstanding. So like almost all of it is like you sit there and you see the the politicians they'll get what, like 3 minutes or whatever, and they'll spend 2.5 minutes making some kind of political statement to ask some half shell of a question for the last like 20 seconds. Uh, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. So should be here pretty shortly. Keep an eye on that. Monitor the situation. We'll check in because I am kind of curious what he's going to say. Like how ES is still acting pretty well above EMAs here. Tech is not. Palantir, big bounce off the lows here. Here we go, off that 122 area. $6 move already on Palantir. Let's see if anything else. Amazon weak. Microsoft's kind of trying to recover. Google just made a new high. Getting smacked a little bit. So did Meta. I don't know. There's nothing that's like, wow. There's also nothing that's like concerning. CrowdStrike, what a ripper. Yeah, industrial's up about 1% this morning as well. That was a big move on the CPI. They started running it up into CPI 100 points, and then it ripped another, almost 300, 250. Hassett says it's the best inflation report we've seen in about 6 years. Thinks gas prices are coming down shortly. We're also sitting right on previous, or not. Yeah, I guess this is yesterday's high, is it? Yeah. Right on yesterday's high here on NQQQQ. Hassett's over on Fox News if anybody's curious. Really need oil to reject right here, right now. Kind of want to try it, kind of don't. Probably one of those situations where you just kind of watch where it's at. And if you get a headline, you just jump in. The opposite headline. Like yesterday we had, could have just got long and stayed long. Yeah, bull flow does update dynamically. So, and it all depends on which part of the data you're looking at, but I really like the charts. Kind of shows what's growing and what's moving. Get me off of 1 minute charts. I don't need 1 minute charts.
Three-minute EMA trying to guide now, ES. There's still no candle close on the 15-minute over 585. That would be like a minor exhaustion point for the sellers, pushing it back up to that 7,600 ask.
$15-minute looks pretty decent on ES. Uber. Uber in advanced talks with Delivery Hero takeover. Oracle looks terrible. Are we expecting some big news? I don't think so. I think the market's kind of just digesting this morning. Uber with the smack on that headline.
Shay, congrats. Shay said managed to recover losses from yesterday's session. You got the opportunity to walk away, right? Stacking that mental capital, building confidence in yourself and your system. And I recommend that you lock your accounts. Nice work, man.
Yeah, fantastic job. Also, what Maple just said there, I think, is really important. And a lot of you probably already know the answer, but you won't walk away. So the question is, when are you actually going to change your habits, change your discipline to where you can just walk away? Or even if it's not walk away and it's just sit and watch and just hang out. Because you can preach good habits all day long, but actually following through with the good habits, and I completely agree. Anytime that I find a way to dig out of a hole or work my way back from something, well, I'm taking a breath. I'm taking a little break. Mental capital is huge, and it's not every opportunity is not the same. So a lot of times you win a trade or two trades or whatever to work your way back. What happens is then you go, okay, hey, I'm back where I'm at now. I just want to make a little bit of money. And that third trade is not a good opportunity, and you get ran back over.
Yeah, and then it's like a disrespect of the money made. So like I don't know how much Shay lost, but I'll just throw out like let's just say 500, right? Like so you made 500. If you were break even on your account, it would be 500 profit overall. You know, you would appreciate that. But since it's the fact that there's no profit, you're just making back losses, you know, we can discredit that, which in the future, you know, is going to lead into problems of greed and over trading. And I mean, it's a slippery slope. So congratulations. You guys honor and respect those smaller wins. Or sorry, I had an alert. Appreciate them because, you know, again, what we talk about this, you don't have to scale up with size trading, you know, crazy amounts of minis. Like you could scale up through trading the same amount of size but copy trading multiple accounts, right? Then you're not taking on more risk per account, but you have the opportunity to scale in that manner without like, hey, I'm trading 3 minis, 4 minis, this one trade can blow it all up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Because like you have to, you can't just look at your P&L. You You look at your P&L and go, oh, hey, I made back my losses. No, you just took a trade that made $500. If it was, 10 a.m. and you took that trade and it was your first trade of the day, you'd be happy. You'd probably lock that account, go to the next one. So don't let your mentality change just because you're, trade the next trade. I can't tell you how many times I've fought with, and this works on both sides. So I can't tell you how many times I've fought with something for a while and finally, got myself right or whatever. And then go in for the next trade and just go right back into the hole. So you just found the good opportunity to win a trade, and now you're forcing the next one. That's where greed comes in.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like for me, like looking at my stats, like I have nice, big green days P&L wise, but I find myself with much more consistency targeting, days of $300 to $600 per account copy traded and walking away. And those are small targets in the trading community, but I find myself with more past evals, more payouts, and then churning those payouts into more evals, and then continuing that cycle. So in the scheme of things, it's very, I hate to use this word, but it's very easy to make a few $100s versus someone chasing commas.
Headline: DeepSeek is set for an IPO. But yeah, I agree. Once again, Maple. And the other thing I would even say is, like, on the other side of it, if I win a trade or two, I don't want to turn around and just take another one just because I have profit. I don't want to just disrespect the fact that, hey, I just won a couple trades in a row. Usually you get X amount of good opportunities. And like, I can't tell you how many times I've either been behind the ball and like now you're chasing bad opportunities, try to fight your way back instead of just waiting for the next trade, taking that P&L kind of off. Like, there's both sides. It's like you don't want to watch the P&L, but you also want to respect the win. So like it is an emotional balance there a little bit, a mentality thing that you'll learn. I get a win in an account. I'm kind of walking away from that. I'll come back around to it. I mean, last night I was running errands to the pediatrician. I went to the grocery store. I went to the pharmacy. I made $1,000. I closed down everything because I'm not going to risk this. There's no reason for me to try to make more. It's Monday night before CPI, Globex. Boris, I disagree with you wholeheartedly here. It's not a bad mentality. It's a great mentality because it's also based on probabilities. If you just closed the trade 10 minutes ago, it is very unlikely that you have another trade set up right now. Now, are there times where like you can be short and flip to long? It's not easy to do. Or you can be long and flip short. It's not easy to do. But usually a good trade setup that just played out is not followed. I mean, just statistically speaking, a good trade setup that just played out is not followed by another good trade setup very often at all.
I mean, oh, go ahead.
Just let me finish this. So if the point was like, if your example and your point is like, if you have a trade setup, you take the trade setup. I get that. I get that mentality a lot. I agree with it in most cases. But if I've already won 2 trades, 3 trades on the day, and I'm up really nicely, I'm not going to take. I'm going to be super picky. I don't need to take another one, whether it's there or not, because some days there may be 8 great setups. Some days there's only 1, if that. But I don't think just when you have a good trade setup, and if it is truly a good trade setup, not just one that happened to work out for you, but truly a good trade setup, it usually takes a little bit of time to reset all those pieces to give you the next trade. Go ahead, Maple, jump in.
I don't know. I just feel like that comment, seethes over trading, and these are, again, you don't have to agree with our experiences or our opinions, but these are coming from traders who are proven profitable. We're up here every single day trading live. And, that mindset of, hey, I'm up X amount of dollars, hit my daily goal. There's another trade set up. Let's risk even more money. Sure, like you might get paid, but in the long run, statistically, right? Like you're going to end up with a large loss. That's building a bias towards every setup that's saying, hey, that's my setup. It's going to pay. I've been here. You guys have all been here. Let's say, hey, you're up, you hit daily goal, you take the next trade, you're down. Now you're over trading. Now you're sitting at the computer, phone, laptop, whatever it is, and you were done within trading for 30 minutes, and now you're going to sit at that desk setup for the next few hours, trying to get it back.
Of the committee at any time.
We're speaking now.
Today's hearing is entitled the Federal Reserve Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report.
Yeah, they're starting the hearing here, and I just want to add one more piece there before we kind of maybe shift our focus, because I think this conversation is important. Maybe somebody out there, maybe you've heard this thing 1,000 times, maybe you figured this out. Some of you have, congratulations. But I know there's a lot of you out there that this should resonate with. You should listen to it and think about it, ponder over it. Shai just said overtrading is real, and like I'll ask Maple this. Maple, do most people take too many trades and take bad trades, or do they miss out on more trades? Do you typically miss trades because you didn't pull the trigger, or do you typically take too many trades and take bad trades? Which side of the fence do people usually err on?
In its first statement under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, the FOMC said that it, quote, will deliver price stability.
Maple might have walked right when I asked that question.
The Fed to remain focused on that mission.
My point there is, and I've said this multiple times on this channel, most people are over trading, and most people, instead of missing a good setup, they are trying to take every setup, even if it's a half-ass setup. Everyone, it's human nature. It's not like this is a you problem, a me problem. I mean, sure, there's probably some people out there that are a little gun shy or whatever, but almost always, human nature, you're trading too much, you're forcing too many trades. Very few people are erring on the side of missing out on an opportunity. And there may be 8 trade opportunities in a day. There's usually not, but there may be. But how many times do you actually miss a trade or miss a day and then just not do anything, just wait for the next one?
QE. Though perhaps justified in its first round during the immediate onset of the 2008 global financial crisis, long past that crisis, the Fed repeatedly expanded QE, with the cost of each successive round of QE higher. And
probably not going to get much out of this.
And while the emergency facilities in QE were resurrected in
tortoise in the hair, it's funny. I was reading that to my son.
To the unknown economic and social
I'm gonna grab coffee this morning real fast here.
Yet, with a clear V-shaped recovery,
ES hanging in above VWAP, in between VWAP and EMAs, not where I like to take trades. Same on NQ.
The result of these
NQ is below that CPI print a little bit.
I
have levels all over the place in this area, but it's a messy area. It's a very busy zone that we've traded in for multiple weeks. So we'll see. Let me
said recently that inflation is a choice.
Let me go just get a coffee and kind of get set up here. I think I'm probably going to wait for this IB to get set.
Congress chooses unrestrained deficits and out of control debt and is
I don't know, maybe down here at the pivot point, 620, 600.
Both, in my view, have to stop. Turning to the Fed's regulatory and
that would probably get me interested down here.
The Fed is engaged in mission creep, resulting from political capture by certain partisan actors attempting to accomplish policies through the Fed on which they cannot build a consensus and pass through the Congress. From crusades against digital assets to trying to make the Fed a
620 to 600 is an interesting spot here.
Boundaries that Congress has authorized in statute.
Oil's already down 50 cents if you shorted up there against 80.
Major questions of political or economic
that's the only thing I'm in is a little bit of oil short.
The Fed needs to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past and reform itself to guard long-term monetary
Should've longed
policy
gold.
independence and restore the reputation of the Fed in an
Or do you want to do
apolitical
it now, though?
as an agent carrying out the Congress's statutory directives. I look forward to your testimony today, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
We'll see what old
And I want to
Kevin
recognize
Warsh
our
has to
distinguished
say.
ranking member of the committee, Mrs. Waters, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Hill.
Oh, Lord, this lady.
Chairman Walsh, you're taking the helm of the Federal Reserve at an important moment. Congress designed the Fed to stand apart from politics so that it can support stable prices, maximum employment, financial stability, and the long-term interest of the American people, and not the personal interests of a president. Today, working families are being crushed by the rising cost of living. They pay more at the grocery store, more at the gas pump, and more for housing than they did a year ago. Just today, the Bipartisan Joint Economic Committee reported that Americans have paid a total of $56.4 billion more in gas since
Another
Trump
Congress
began his
person that
endless
needs
war
to
with
retire
Iran.
right here.
That's
They're all too old.
$477 for each household in America.
Both
In
sides.
fact, the Federal Reserve's own research shows that 1 in 10 Americans skips meals because they simply cannot afford it. Workers are also worried about what artificial intelligence means for their jobs and their financial security. The one common thread of all of this is Trump, whose policies and actions made the economy and the concerns of American people so much worse. His tariffs have driven up costs for consumers and businesses. His attacks on independent financial regulators have undermined confidence in the mission of institutions that have protected the public. His war in the Middle East, which has no end, continues to hurt gas and grocery prices. Despite this pain being felt by American families, there is one family making fistful of money, the first family. The Trump family has earned more than $2 billion since Trump returned to office, primarily from new crypto ventures that Trump's administration is supposed to oversee. Yet instead of addressing these growing conflicts of interest,
Wait, she gets on my nerves so bad.
all of them. They blocked all efforts to stop this profiteering when they passed the stablecoin and crypto legislation. Chair Walsh, I understand you have committed to divesting all of your financial assets to avoid.
So this right here, what she's doing, is just an example of what all this is going to be the entire time. If you've never watched this before, it's literally every person that asks a question
because he refused to kiss the ring
goes through this
and
right
bend
here,
monetary policy to the president's demands.
and then they get to
His
some half
administration continues
question that's
to
not
try
even
to
really a
remove
question.
Your colleague, Governor Lisa Cook. I hope we hear from you today how exactly you will defend your colleagues and the Federal Reserve. You should also take no comfort in the Supreme Court's shielding the Fed when it overturned
You just know her.
Humphrey's
Yeah.
executor. The court
You know she didn't
vastly
write a dang thing
expanded
here.
presidential authority over independent agencies, and it is likely to still come for other functions of the Fed, like bank supervision next. Committee Democrats will continue fighting to protect the independence of the Fed and other agencies, strengthen consumer protections, and build on an economy that prioritizes working families, not the president, the wealthy or the well-connected. So I look forward to your testimony today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Walsh, to your first hearing as chairman, and congratulations on your confirmation. We look forward
There's
to your
really
testimony
not
today
much
the
on
Monetary
either
Policy
side
Report.
here. There's more
In your
upside than
first
downside
meeting,
on
you announced
Qs.
a number of welcome reforms, including establishing 5 task forces that many members are
Kind of
eager to
interesting.
get
There's
your thoughts
not
on.
a whole lot going
For
on here.
example, former Chair Powell had committed to review some of the Fed's communication tools. And although we expected that to be completed last August, alongside the review of the consensus statement, it is yet to happen. A review of the Fed's communication tools is long overdue, and we look forward to your focus on completing that project through the task force. We also spent time this Congress examining the composition and the size of the Fed's balance sheet.
All right, grab that
an effort
coffee,
you
it's
are
ready.
now undertaking at the Fed. It is vital that the Fed get this right. We welcome continued collaboration on that front. And I have a lot to talk about today. I look forward to your testimony and our discussion, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I recognize the ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, Mr. Vargas of California, for a 1-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Waters for calling this hearing. Further, thank you, Chairman Warsh, for coming before this committee, especially so early on after being confirmed. Public service is a noble undertaking, as
Half
you know,
gap
so
right
thank
here.
you once again for taking it on. We appreciate it. I enjoyed our conversation last week, and as ranking member of the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Treasury Market Resilience, and Economic Prosperity, I will remain vigilant of the actions you take as chairman. The independence of the Federal Reserve is my top concern. No influence from the president or others to raise or lower interest rates whenever they want to. That independence is one of the essential pieces that maintained the strength and reliability of the U.S. monetary policy. I encourage you and the entire Federal Reserve to keep that independence for the betterment of all of us, not just a few. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Kevin Warsh, Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Chairman Warsh, we thank you for taking time to be with us today. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony. Without objection, your testimony will be made part of the record. I now recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, other members of the committee, good morning. It's a real privilege to join you. At my very first appearance here before this panel, I'm particularly honored to represent my superb colleagues from the Federal Reserve System. In submitting the monetary policy report, as is our obligation and our duty, I think of a long line of central bank chiefs that have appeared in this very room before Congress in keeping with the Federal Reserve Act. One of the largest figures in Federal Reserve history is Alan Greenspan, who passed away about a month ago after a century of life. We at the Fed recall the chairman's strong and steady leadership, his strong hand, in a period of rapid economic change. And today we honor his memory. As a country, we just marked our 250th year. And when Americans count our blessings, we include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design.
These are just gap fill there on
a
SPX,
system of ordered
basically.
liberty.
SPY is
An
right on
economy
it.
without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of Fed communications,
they're on one and all this.
which I've spoken about previously, are discretionary, but not this one, and for good reason. It's a prudent and wisely conceived obligation designed to keep the Fed accountable, responsible, and faithful to its congressional mandate of full employment.
I'm
and
tempted to
price
try it here, but
These obligations are
I don't know yet. I kind of almost want to wait till he's done
Fed's
talking. You know what I
rightful
mean?
independence in the conduct of
Yeah.
monetary policy. Stepping back, I would say today as we sit here,
I
Mr.
want to get
Chairman,
caught off guard in the
we're
wrong
at a hinge
spot.
point in history. It's up to all of us to meet this moment.
I feel like it's a pullback
Task
to
for
be
this
bought,
generation of policymakers,
that's kind of what I'm
of
thinking here.
individuals and households in the private sector,
I'm short a
ensure
little
that
bit
the
of oil
American
against
economy
80.
excels far into the future. Now at the Fed, our number one objective is getting monetary policy right. That's our clear
Maple, how many
and
times do we
constant
see
aim.
CPI fade like this?
The
How many
star we
times?
steer
Like,
by.
when are we going to learn?
And if we get policy right,
Frank,
a
you might
couple
be
and I
right.
can assure you we will,
Just
the
like
inflation surge
pumps.
of the
If they
last
give up
5
that
years
CPI open, like
is
close beneath it,
fast.
you know, that shows that those
Just a month
CPI
ago, I
buyers
chaired
stop
my
out.
very
I
first
feel like this
meeting
is a
of the
back test of
FOMC.
that open.
My
You know, now
colleagues
with
and
more
I
volume, they can
recognize
hit
that
that
high
bid.
inflation has been an
But anything can
undue
happen.
burden
Like this is the
on
first
American households and
testify.
businesses.
No, I think it's
From
probably a
Wilson.
buy down
And
here.
while monthly
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Frank. I think
volatilities
they
and
burn off
variations
the
are inevitable,
early stuff, and then
especially in
this
an
pullback
unsettled
probably gets
world.
I'd like to
bought. I
see like a
think.
liquidity
Underlying
grab where
inflation
everybody,
over longer
the
time
rest of
horizons
the longs
is
get
determined
popped out,
largely
because I
by
think then
monetary
they'll go up.
policy. As the chairman
Yep.
said at the outset, inflation's a choice. The members of our committee have no tolerance for persistently elevated inflation, and we share a resolute commitment
that might have
to
been the
ensure
area.
price stability.
Yeah, that
So
like
the focus of our June meeting
600 area on.
yeah, 550s, 600.
3.5 to 3.75%. Now, naturally, our work at the Fed demands a proper reading on economic
And you stayed above
conditions.
VWAP.
As you see in our report,
I'm long MES,
economic activity
VWAP.
grew at a solid pace.
Yeah, I
showing
like the
remarkable
long here back to like
resilience in the
690.
face of recent developments. Household consumption, moderate. Manufacturing output, it moved up steadily this past year. The housing sector,
I'm not gonna
however,
chase it here though
gives a
after it just
somewhat
bounced
different
80
picture
points,
and continues to
100
lag.
points.
I want to highlight the most striking feature
I grabbed a
of
couple in
this
ES at
economy right now,
62,
and it's
just
business
light.
investment.
I'm gonna
The
sit in
rapid
that for a
pace,
minute.
which appears to be accelerating, reflects in part the construction of data centers and
I
other
sold my Q
infrastructure,
calls at
and
720.
immense demand for
The
AI
Wednesday
related
ones I
equipment and
had.
software. Investment in equipment overall increased
It's like
about
he is
8% for the year.
incredibly smart.
Within that category, high-tech spending logged an especially impressive growth rate of nearly 25%. At the Fed, we don't yet know fully the extent to which the economy will
Look at
benefit
these
from AI.
sectors.
Yet it seems inevitable that that which we're now calling AI investment will soon just be called investment. Even so, new
Book
opportunities
map's
for the
pretty dry,
economy
just like the Gex maps.
introduce new challenges for central bankers. We at the Fed are monitoring the implications for employment and for inflation. That brings me briefly, I'll end here so I don't go afoul of the time commitment, to the supply side of the economy, which deserves equal measure of discussion. Productivity growth has been strong, predating gains from AI adoption.
I feel like he
America's
is
labor force appears
really
stable.
smart.
Job creation has in fact kept
He's
pace
not
with the
like the
workforce.
best speaker, but
Unemployment
he's
rate is low,
really intelligent.
changed little over
It's
the
just
last
the way
year.
he seems, at least, which obviously is a good
Relatively
pedigree.
few
But
layoffs. In closing, I will say
Dude, that
this.
hair's gonna be gray in 2
Came to
years.
my new position as a believer in the
yeah, a
very
little salt and
best of
pepper going by.
solutions. Heartened by
At
the
least
welcome I've
55% of it.
received and by the encouragement of my colleagues.
Maple, you getting any gold?
In considering how best to advance
No,
the conduct
I
of
don't like how
monetary
it's stuck in
policy.
its orb. I picked up
We have a
ES near
duty to point
VWAP.
this
I
institution
got an order
forward.
set here like
Take
77.
a fresh look
Scale
at
out,
current
but
practices to
I
make
feel like
sure
the
we're
long on gold
serving
was
the
that
objectives
orb
you gave
sweep
us.
under, what
And
is
we're
that, like
going about
81.
it systematically.
There it goes.
Yeah, I
Appointed
swung
task
calls out to
forces
Friday.
that you've already referenced in 5
And I
key
got long
areas to
some
improve the broad
futures
conduct
last night
of monetary
down at
Oh, what's that?
4,006.
One Fed communication.
So I'm gonna stay in. I'm probably
Through
gonna
our balance sheet policy.
put on
Three, our
some
use
longer
of
term gold
existing
positions
data
now
sources.
with that
Fourth,
CPI data.
productivity and
Yeah, you said it
jobs
yesterday. You
to
said
net
gold's
care
gonna be a
of
ripper.
remarkable transformation.
Yeah, I said if we get a light
Five,
number, gold's
and
gonna
not
be
least
flying.
important, the Fed's inflation frameworks.
6-point gain.
Purpose of this
ES sold
initiative
half.
is to equip the Fed to make better decisions in monetary policy.
Come on, oil drop.
Put these years of high
Some,
inflation
some
behind us.
If we could,
We're starting
if we
a
could
new
get
chapter
oil
Oil
down a
drop. We
little
have
bit more.
all of the other than
in this
IBM. We have
consequential time for our
a
nation.
nice
I
setup
can
across the
report
board
to
here
you that we at
For
the
long,
Fed
yeah, I agree.
intend to be fit
for
purpose
for the
and focused
market
on
to
the
try to
future.
push higher.
We are the
Bank
Federal
earnings went
Reserve.
pretty well this morning. It feels like.
The banks crushed it. I mean, Goldman was big. JP Morgan crushed it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, look at Goldman, 1129.
Thank you, Mr. Warsh. We'll now
Yeah,
turn
Goldman
to
was up
member
like, what,
questions. I
4%?
recognize myself for
Yeah,
5
pretty
minutes.
big number.
As
8%
outlined
now.
in your
Jesus
statement,
Christ.
inflation is the result
Yeah, Goldman's
of many
flying.
factors. Of these, the Fed has control only over one: monetary policy.
I think the IBM
expressed
reaction to the other software
interest
names is
rate and
probably
balance sheet policy.
overblown, in my opinion.
Today, a
Well, did you
potential
look at what
second surge
IGV
in
did? It went
inflation
from down
is appearing
3%
due
to a
factors
huge
outside the
bounce.
Fed's
Yeah, it was
control.
like
What the Fed
88,
can't
and
control is
big
how it
big
reacts.
buyers stepped in, big
So
candle.
upward pressure on prices
Yeah.
may diminish on its own. It's not
They,
a sure
they kind of
thing.
read through that
The
and
Fed may be able
thought
to
the same.
look
So,
through these inflationary pressures, but the Fed has believed that before and has been wrong. High inflation affects Americans in the here and
I mean,
now.
Semi's leading the
not
pack,
in some
followed by
hypothetical
financials,
future composed of
and
long-term
then
projections or of inflation expectations.
materials, utilities.
Mr.
But
Chairman,
look,
I was
here's
very
back to
encouraged
that
hear it both in your testimony and your
healthcare's
opening
the
FOMC
laggard of the
statement
day,
about restoring price stability
which makes
as a
sense.
top priority for you. When we think about that in the near term, though, how do you and your colleagues on the Open Market Committee plan to accomplish that given the policy tools at your disposal?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We want economic growth to be more broad-based, and we want the change in prices, the increase in inflation, to be more limited. There are a lot of things that are happening that are outside of our control, as you mentioned, conflicts overseas and the rest. We can't have and shouldn't have a direct control on that.
You know, it
But
looks quietly
inflation's
good
a
on like the
choice.
30-minute is Walmart.
Monetary policymakers need to choose lower prices, and that's the commitment my colleagues have made. In direct answer to your question, I would say we're doing three things. One, commitment. What you heard at our first FOMC meeting, and I hope you heard today, is we're committed to the Fed to deliver price stability. We're committed to the 2% inflation goal. And so for businesses or households or market participants who came into this saying, well, they said before they were committed, but they seem to have tolerated a higher level of inflation, that commitment is resolute. Second thing that we can do is take ownership. This isn't a time for us to pass the buck, to blame others. The Federal Reserve can and will deliver price stability. We have the tools that you mentioned, both interest rates and balance sheet policy, that can help us achieve that aim. And we have the tools to deliver that. So it's a function of commitment, responsibility, and tools, and we're 3 for 3, and we'll deliver.
Thank you. I referenced in my opening statement about the 2020 decision on tolerating higher inflation and that it's now been abandoned by the board. Clearly, I think that was a policy error. It was praised by some at the time in August of 2020, but I found it alarming at the time it took place. First of all, do you agree with the FOMC's decision to abandon that? And secondly, how do you consider this past 6 years of experience when you look at the task force work on the framework question for looking at inflation?
Yeah, so there's no secret that at the time that the framework in 2020 was announced, the new framework, which was intended to get inflation higher, that at the time and in
I just watched
subsequent years,
Bookmap
we were
light
finding
up
my
with
way.
I'm down to runners now on ES. I
Runners.
spelled out. Let's go.
That central bank wasn't the first central bank to ask
Hold
for
on,
a
hold
little
on.
more inflation and end up with a lot more. It was a mistake. The framework did not succeed in its objectives, and I am pleased that before my arrival, that my predecessors took that and cast it aside.
China's ZTE
All central
and
bankers are going to make
Imagine
some
Fraud among
shared
firms
mistakes,
licensed by U.S.
but
to
when they
purchase
make a
NVIDIA's
mistake, they've gotta
H200
call it
AI
out.
chips
Had
per
that mistake been
documents.
called out sooner, I don't believe we would have been
Kingsoft
burdened with
approved
this
by
undue
AI
tax
chips from
over the last
AMD.
5 years. It's nearly the same degree. That's why we are reform
Yeah,
oriented.
that's a pretty
why
important
my
headline.
colleagues and I are so
Extra revenue
driven by
for
these
both
task
AMD
forces to
and
think about them anew.
NVIDIA
Final
there.
response, I'd just say one of the task forces
Now,
you
you want to see
mentioned
actual orders,
is to
but
revisit the inflation
a good-
frameworks that the Federal Reserve uses so that we can better understand what will cause inflation to rise and fall and what we can do about it.
Well, thank you. And you also referenced courage in your opening statement, and you've just outlined the toughness of the set of policy choices that you and your fellow governors have. So difficult that your longtime predecessor, Arthur Burns, described that mission as the anguish of central banking to try to cope with the different structures. So in the last seconds I have left, will your task force work review the issue of what you have control over versus what is in the control of the Congress and regulatory and executive branch authority?
Yeah, I'll be brief in my response given the time. There's no anguish in central banking here, Mr. Chairman. We have the commitment, the power, and the responsibility to deliver on the mandate that this committee gave us. and
something
we
about
will.
cooling stocks.
We've got full ability to
There's
do it.
another
so
headline
do not
just came
hear
out.
me blaming anyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for questions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
Lord.
Chair Walsh, Section 10 of the Federal Reserve Act states, and I quote, "No member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shall be an officer or director of any bank, banking institution, trust company, or Federal Reserve Bank, or hold stock in any bank, banking institution, or trust company," quote unquote. This prohibition ensures there's no conflict of interest arising from your role in making decisions as a regulator that could lead to your personal profit. Yes or no? Do you think that's a sensible prohibition?
Check your mic, Mr.
Excuse me, Ranking Member. It's the law you've written, and it's the law we will follow.
Let me keep going.
Good answer. Good answer. I
Dude,
like that one.
he's slick.
FDIC Chair
That
Hill
was good.
That was super slick.
that this prohibition
You wrote
is
the law.
good
We'll respect
public policy as it ensures that bank
So you trying to set me up?
serve
Okay.
the public's best interest and not their own.
No.
Now,
Get that Uno reverse on her.
Yeah.
President Trump
Toss that right back at you there.
of financial regulators mandating the White House
Kind of like a smart ass,
Must-
but like educated smart ass
Yeah.
comment. That was
now
great.
review and approve regulatory
I like that
rules
one.
put forward by banking regulators, including the Fed, except when it comes to monetary policy. And instead of focusing on the job Americans elected him to do, the president grossly profiting off of his position to the extent the president and other executive branch officials now have a say in regulations
we're going
and
higher.
issues. Chair Walsh, should those officials be prohibited
I
from
want
owning
to
any
think that, but
businesses
there's-
where they have a role in regulating
Right now,
them,
at least,
whether
there's
it is
nothing on the book
crypto
map
company
about
or
Nothing,
bank
nothing, no
or
flow up
anything
there.
else? Yes or no?
There's no
Ranking
resting
Member
orders
Waters, I
really.
don't mean to disappoint you, but we're going to
There's
stay
a
in our
little bit
lane
up
at
at
the
like
Federal
800.
Reserve. The more we stay
There's
in
a
our lane,
lot
the
down
more we
at
stay out of politics. The rules and obligations for others outside the Federal
560s,
Reserve are not
570.
something at which I feel it's appropriate for me to opine.
Might be a magnet then.
Basically, new
I
low
have
of
here
day.
President Trump's most recent financial disclosure, which shows that Trump made billions of dollars in the first year of his presidency, the bulk of which came from his family's crypto businesses.
Yeah,
all
QQQ is
while
kinda
he
just
is
stuck between-
responsible for overseeing the agencies regulating crypto.
720 and
This is an
715.
egregious conflict of interest, and Congress must put an end to it. Now,
Honestly,
I
if you look at
wanna just show
SPX, like on a big
in case
picture-
you haven't had time to look yet, that this is the president's disclosure. of
Yeah, you're
This
right on
is
that
like
trend line.
interest.
Kinda where it
And
needs to hold.
this is how many
It's
pages?
trend line and this
Yep.
like
This is
7530.
900
I mean, here's the thing. You're
pages
still
of
above those
financial
EMAs too.
interest. When you have
You know what I
time
mean? That
above everything. Look at the low of days. You see the low of days?
Yeah,
the
right
last
on
3
it.
days.
and understand
4 days?
exactly
You're
what I'm
riding the
talking
nine.
about.
Here-
So
here's
let
the
me
SPY.
ask you,
Look at
do you
SPY.
believe we must put an end to it?
Riding the 9.
Ranking Member, you've given
That
us
looks
a
really
big
good to me,
job.
personally.
We've
Banks
tackled-
look
we've
good.
begun in 6
Energy's
short
obviously
weeks to
got some
tackle a
big.
job, and I'm focused on that.
I mean, semis,
Well, let me
obviously
just go
big push
further
and then
with
pulled
the
back,
prediction
but
markets.
couple
I'm
green
deeply
candles coming in.
concerned by the potential for regulators
And then what are they
to
selling? They're
profit from the
selling. So
use
here's
of material,
Staples, new low a
non-public
day.
information on prediction markets. There's a
Google's
pattern of
ripping.
insiders
And healthcare,
appearing
too.
to profit ahead
Healthcare,
of
new low day. So,
market-moving
I think we're going
Trump
higher.
Administration decisions, like when
'Cause they're selling
officials
off the,
with close ties to the administration make
the other
trades
sectors.
trying
Yeah,
to
I'm
measure
watching to
their
see if book map they
announcements.
start to
So
just have
watch
to throw orders
what
above us, which will
oversight
help
does
drag
the
it.
Fed conduct over its employees with regard to insider trading? And given the rise of prediction markets, is the Fed increasing its oversight for its employees profiting from the use of material nonprofit information?
Ranking Member, at the end of my very first week on the job, I sent a letter to
I think we go right back to 800.
23,000 employees of the Fed,
Um,
reminding them the best of the Fed's traditions.
I
which
did
is
just
our
get a
culture.
trim
Included in that
7920
culture is integrity.
on
Included in that
oil.
culture is ensuring that we abide by the law and the very highest standards. That's a commitment that we've made to each other and will make to you.
New low of day.
Well, thank you.
Next
Chair
spot I
Walsh,
want
in
is
2019,
78.
I
I'll
posed
just go
a simple
7850,
question to
but
former
it's
Chair Powell.
yesterday's
I
high,
asked,
7846.
if you get a call from the
Here's
president,
if you're long
and he
ES,
said,
here's the
"I'm firing
target.
you,"
Probably the first target right here is
hang up,
85.
and it's time to go, what
If you
would
want to trim
do?
here, this is your
Chair Powell
spot.
said,
And
of
then
course, I would not
we
do
break through
that.
this,
The
probably
answer would be no.
96.
Time has expired.
I asked further. He does not want me to go any further. Do you think
I
the
get
president-
through
Oh,
this. I think it's
whoa,
another
news,
day.
news,
He can
news.
give you an answer in writing, and I'm sure he will do that
want the
in a
public-
timely
Holy
way. Thank you
shit.
so
What was
much.
that?
The chair
Oil's
recognizes the chair of our
dying.
task
Oil's
force
dying. I got my
monetary
next
policy,
trim.
Mr.
Ooh.
Lucas of Oklahoma, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank
Got
you,
my
Mr.
trim right
Chairman.
where I
Mr.
wanted it,
Chairman, I want to start off
78.45. I
discussing these
just
task forces
got
you've
filled.
created. Clearly, Chairman Hill's monetary policy task force idea is catching fire.
What's the headline?
I don't know. I don't see it.
What do you anticipate the
talk to
result
me.
of the task forces to be?
What are we
Do
doing,
expect
Charlie?
public reports or other documents? How do you envision presenting the results of these findings, Mr. Chairman?
True Social? What do we got?
Thank you very
don't
much.
see anything yet.
Right now, they're in discovery mode. I've given the 5 task
Possible
forces a
algorithm
task
error on
to go
S&P
back
is
to
what I
first
just heard.
principles,
Come on.
See what we're doing, see what can be improved upon. They were starting with a blank sheet of paper, and you had a highly credible central bank running the most important
Well,
monetary
oil's-
policy in the world. What would we do?
All right.
Are there existing practices we could improve upon? Are there hard questions we could answer?
What is that?
So there was a
Relative
true
to
so
that.
there was a True
In
Social
terms of
post that just went
disclosure,
out,
We're going to make sure that the external,
but
independent
and this could have been an
task
algoritm error.
forces, which are
They
staffed
just
by some
assumed it was
superb
going to be
Fed staff,
something that had
That's
nothing
what
to
they
do with
just.
it.
share
That's
their
literally what
views first with
Benzinga
the
just read in my ear. They said that he
There's
just
19
posted.
of us around the
He
table
posted a
that
bunch of
are,
stuff all back to back here, but one of them
committed to
is
listen to them
was
with
talking
an
about
open
like
mind
the
and make
first
decisions.
win.
But there's
Trump
gonna be
claims
nothing
military
held in
victory.
secret here. This is a public discussion on these 5, and I'm happy to share the results and the
Yeah,
thinking,
did he just
periodically
play
between
with the
now and end of the year, at which
algorithm?
point I hope we've got some real conclusions.
Dude, that's wild.
Of course, the committee task force is very sensitive on this thing. Let's move to the communications and balance sheet.
I don't know.
Concern
That
I
was
raised with your
beautiful for my
predecessor
oil
is the
short.
potential for confusion on the
Oh.
purpose of adjustments to the Fed's balance sheet, absent clear and frequent communication. For example,
There's some volume
the
came in
trading
there
desk
too.
announced
Not at all.
yesterday it's continuing the $10 billion
Nvidia
bill
looks good
purchases
here.
this period, presumably to maintain ample
Google's
reserves.
looking really
I
good.
understand
You
not
get through
wanting
this
to preempt the work
357
of the
area, could
communications
get back
task
us up to
force.
359 and a
Can you
half.
share your thoughts on balance sheet policy communication? Will you make it
Meta
clear to
looks
the
good
markets
too.
when
If we can
shrinking
clear the
balance sheet is
664,
intended to
that probably
impact
runs it
monetary
back up
policy,
too.
rather than a deregulatory effort to avoid
Yeah,
market
because now, I
disruptions?
mean, now you look at the sectors, like they're selling staples, they're
Raise a
selling
couple of very good
healthcare.
points. First, that some of the boundaries of
They're
these
buying
task
tech and
forces will
semis.
overlap. In some sense, each of the task forces are charged with obligations that are ultimately the
Communications.
FOMC and the Board of Governors. So the Communications Task Force and the Balance Sheet Task Force, there might be some overlap in their work. Let me cut to the chase. The balance sheet policies
Nvidia's
since
starting
the
to pick it
global
up, too.
financial crisis when I last served, the balance sheet regime has changed quite significantly. The size and duration of assets the Fed's holding
Algorithm
changed
error,
massively.
unbelievable.
They changed
That was
first in a
wild.
period of crisis. That was the design.
When I
of
say
this
when,
new
and
balance sheet
what they
policy.
meant when they said algorithm
I
error
wanna
was like
prejudge
it
decisions that
they
this task force
misread
makes,
what Trump was
but it's
posting
no
on.
secret
Correct,
of
yeah.
my long-held
They just,
views.
they react
I'll
because
say
there's a
in
true
3
social
ways.
post
One
before they
is
even saw
the
it.
balance sheet is part of monetary policy. Monetary policy is made both through interest rates and through the balance sheet policies. The balance sheet isn't merely about plumbing. So that's point one. Second, I want to assure you that if there were a change in balance sheet policy, that we would preview it, explain it, debate it, and no changes in balance sheet policy would happen without good advance notice to the likes
I
of
did a
this committee
skewed
and broadly
iron
financial
condor on the
markets. And
heavier on the put
as
side,
we
so.
think about balance sheet policy, we at the Federal Reserve have to do, I think, a strong and compelling job to stay clear of fiscal policy. We want to be out of the fiscal policy business, which is between you and the Treasury Secretary and the President, and focus on monetary policy. Those are among the big questions I've asked this group of 3 distinguished leaders to take on, and I look forward to hearing what they have to say about it.
The composition of Treasury purchases continues to trend towards more price-sensitive market participants. The MPR details this trend along with the strong demand and increased liquidity. Though we know from experience conditions...
Dude,
can
if we get an
worsen
oil
during
headline,
crisis.
we're ripping faces,
How are
I'll
you
tell you
thinking about
that.
financial stability and the threat of fiscal
Anything that
dominance as
calms it
Congress
down.
fails to get spending under control while the demand for our debt, including the Federal Reserve, continues to change?
So it's an excellent question. As we sit here today, the average duration, that is the average outstanding stock of assets that are held by the Fed and U.S. Treasuries is about 6.5 years. The Treasuries that held in the market are about 4.5 years. I understand in periods of crises, like the 2020 pandemic and the '08 crisis, central banks by design needing to step into markets to create a fair price. But in more benign times, when our overall holdings are larger than the market, that's something where monetary policy is, in the language of former Chairman Volcker, on the edge of its authority. These are among the questions that this task force will look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez of New York, for 5 minutes.
Right here. Welcome to the committee. I would like to start with a straightforward, simple question. Do you work for Donald Trump?
Do you like tacos?
Yes or no?
If I'm
All right,
permitted to
unmute
say,
there,
we're
Warsh.
an independent central bank. We're honored to be independent. Our independence came from you.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. What steps would you take?
He has a
if the
clear-
president or others in the administration target
There's a clear
you
way that
or
he's
your fellow
going to
governors?
just
Because he doesn't
answer
like
them back with,
how many of them are voting.
you
on
set the
interest
guidelines. That's what we
rate.
follow.
Yeah, he just puts it back in their face. Do you work
It's
for
not
Donald
my-
Trump?
It's not my intuition to engage in
Like, who
hypotheticals,
asked-
but
what
I'll
a
tell you
stupid
this.
question.
The Supreme Court said
That's an easy
What do you
way
think?
out.
What do you think he's gonna
the
say?
Supreme Court said that the Federal Reserve and the conduct of monetary
Yeah, I'm
policy
a
is
door guy at
independent.
his hotel.
To the extent there were questions about it, the courts answered those questions.
So what would you do?
I would continue to do my job.
Okay, good. Chair Ward, do you
I like
agree
this
that
guy.
current monetary policy exists in an extremely polarized and politicized environment?
Outside the four walls of the Federal Reserve, there's no doubt a lot of politics. But my goal inside the central bank is for there to be no politics. To the extent there's politics there, we're going to get rid of them.
Well, I, along with many on my side, will say that the attempted firings of a sitting Fed governor and Fed chair in the central bank's 111-year history is quite the politicization and polarization of the Fed. Chair Walsh, at your nomination hearing a few months ago, you said, and I state, I am committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent. You just said that. Are you still committed to conducting independent monetary policy today?
Absolutely.
Given the current mistrust of government and the political environment surrounding your appointment, the decision to limit communications and offload Fed
Jared, I like that
objectives
comment.
to clandestine task forces with no clear transparency.
Trying to figure
calls
out-
your motivations into
I think if you're asking
Can you commit
questions,
today
you should know
to
what you're
institute
asking.
An explanatory
Not just reading a sheet of
framework
paper.
that details the reasoning of the Fed's actions following policy changes.
I'm here today, Congressman, to do just that.
Would you rather
And I
put
think
me,
I've demonstrated in my first 6 or 7
who was
weeks in
that?
office. a
Nico, would you
commitment to
rather me
independence
put the poly
and a
market
commitment to
bar up at the
reform.
top?
Those two are of common
Put it up
importance,
here.
and I'm going to deliver on both of them.
I'm glad to hear that. Chair Walsh, at your first post
I mean, the only
AO
data is really covering up
AOMC
is
meeting as chair, you were
the time
asked
frame, right?
how you intend to
I just
handle
closed the
Fed
spread,
communications
35%
going
gain.
forward. You answered,
Thank
and I
you.
quote, "We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come, and some of those might well
Yeah, I think it's better at the
be
top
worthy of
because
a
it does
press
cut off
conference."
some of the
To me, that is not
chart,
a
I
very
think.
definitive standard. Can you commit today to creating a fixed public standard
You guys
for
hating
which
on Velasquez here?
FOMC decisions and procedural changes trigger a press conference rather than deciding case by case which ones might be worth it?
I don't know,
Yes or
maybe
no?
I'm just used to this accent, but
Be slightly longer than yes or no.
I understood everything she said.
The last 63 months, maybe 64 months.
Is she even
of
American?
High inflation. above
Well,
the
she
Fed's
was born in
objective
Puerto Rico,
suggests
so
that it is
yes.
Technically,
immediately
yes.
important to think about
So,
reforms,
100%
including communications,
is
and that's what we're
an
going to
American
do.
citizen.
I don't expect any of the changing communications to be about hiding the ball.
Which also
purpose
makes
of
sense
changing
that
communications is to do one thing right,
use
which is to get monetary policy.
I
Spanish.
hear you, but are you
They must not
instituting
speak any Spanish in Puerto
standards
Rico.
Puerto Ricans
that
are
will,
Americans,
qualify
by
the
the way.
press conference,
American citizens.
as a worth
And their first
news
language is Spanish.
for the public
And you do not need a
and hear
passport to go there.
us in Congress?
So in a word, yes, and we have a task force
You
that's
do
going
not.
to
You
help
do have
us
to get
think
a
about how to do
FDA
that and do a better job of getting policy right.
agricultural
Making sure
inspection
that
to get
you
out of there,
know
though.
what we're doing and why.
Just in case you're
Can you
bringing
give me
any.
a single objective
No, on the way
or
out. Just
criteria right now
in case you
on
bring
how
something back, I
you
guess.
will
I don't know.
determine
Oh, yeah.
whether or not
like
the
customs?
change at the Fed is significant enough
It's like
for you to hold the press
like in Puerto
conference
Rico
on.
when you before
Mr.
you
Chairman,
can
I'd
go
invite you to
through
answer that question in writing.
and like
please,
check
for
your
the
luggage or
gentleman from New York.
anything, or before
Chair
you can go through
recognizes the
security,
gentleman
you
from
have to go
Texas,
get
Mr.
like an
Sessions.
agricultural screening.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman,
Believe.
welcome. We're delighted that you're here. This is your first time here, but you'll get used to coming
Microsoft,
back. We'll be here twice
LinkedIn's
a
being
year.
investigated.
So your report to
great.
Congress is important, and we do count on the factual nature of that. I'd like to refer, if I can, to 3 questions and allow you to speak instead of myself most of the time. Number 1, housing interest rates, that would be on page 21 and 37. Then understanding better the agricultural stability of that marketplace.
no,
I represent
MIG, I
a
know.
hugely
I know about it.
agricultural district. And second, or lastly, the labor market outlook, that's page 16. I'll let the gentleman please move forward, and I'll prompt you now on the first one, housing interest rates. You would please talk to us, your view of that.
Yeah,
It's
well, if
higher
shelter
than what I
comes
want,
down and
but you're the
I mean,
person
it's
that's
such
in
a
the seat
stupid
today.
question.
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, prepared remarks, the economy is solid. Financial markets look like they're in very good condition. When we look at housing markets, the story is much more uneven. 30-year fixed-rate mortgages, which is really the relevance of much of this discussion to a lot of hardworking
high.
Americans. It's
they're
it's
too
higher
high.
than it's been, and in part, that's
Got
because
it.
of
Too
inflation
high.
that has been above the Fed's
How
objective.
high?
Too high.
Okay, and looking forward,
So we
your
have
goal, what can we look at you and say, what is our new chairman going to do about that?
So he's going to deliver price stability with his colleagues at the FOMC. And what we can do in
another
making sure
stupid-
that
What do you
people
want him?
are
What do you
confident
What do you want them to do?
change in price
Raise rates to 20%? Prices will come down, I guarantee
To
it.
talk about it. That is
Yeah, well-
consistent with long-term treasury yields being lower, and that's also consistent with mortgages being more affordable.
Well, I agree with that, and I'll look.
How about you
forward
just
to
say
that.
core inflation was
Agricultural
0
outlook,
month
as
over
you
month, the
know,
first time in 5 years?
Farmers, the farm economy is going through some changes. Your viewpoint on that?
As you know, the Fed does not target particular sectors, but that doesn't
Take
mean
overnight
the
on this
sectors aren't
ATAI.
incredibly important. The housing economy matters to the economy.
Pharmaceutical
the
up
overall
10%
economy, and so
already.
does the ag economy. It's the breadth and diversity of the U.S. economy that gives it its strength. It's the dynamism of what's happening in each of these sectors, including
Well,
in
that's a
agriculture,
big word,
that gives
dynamism.
us,
It's like
great
dynamite.
comfort that economic growth
I like
can be
that word.
materially higher than it is. We are
Dynamism.
not afraid of productivity-led
Put
growth.
that one in the
and
old
that's
playbook.
not
I
unique
like
to
that.
AI, that's
Dynamism.
across all sectors of the economy. As I mentioned to Chairman Hill, we're looking for growth to be broader and the change in prices, the inflation in prices to be more limited. Agriculture is not immune to either of those developments.
Well, the Agriculture Secretary has been added to some of your important committees to make sure there's discussion. I hope that you will listen to her. It is important for you to understand.
I'm gonna try to listen to
that
her.
When people
She
talk
listens
about the
to me.
stock market or investment, farmers and ranchers look out in their backyard at the cost of their equipment, at the cost of their land, at the cost of things. They don't have a stock market. They have their own investment. And I think that the secretary can be there to completely continue to remind you of that. Labor market outlook really looks good. Page 16, sir, your take.
Yeah, so the labor market has been remarkably resilient. The increase in nominal wages has been solid. You might have heard in my comments at the beginning of this a bit more focus on the price stability part of the mandate. I want you to know, though, that there is no disfavored part of the legislative remit that you gave us. The dual mandate is your word to us that we're going to focus on price stability and on full employment. I intend to do just that, and if I could add one other thing, in my view, the two parts of the mandate are not in conflict. This is not an either-or proposition. The more we can do to deliver low and stable prices, the more we can get it such that people aren't worried about inflation. More employers are going to want to hire more workers. So you gave us a remit. We take both parts of it seriously. As we look out the window now, the labor markets look to be in pretty good balance. We've got some work to do on the inflation front.
Well, we in the one big beautiful bill encourage people to go back to work. And that is why
Kind of
we
fading
do
back
not
here. We're
touch
just staying
overtime
within the
pay
CPI
and why we do not
print so
touch,
far.
Range.
what would be tips. We need to get people back in the marketplace. We hope you helped us out, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to us, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Gentleman from Texas yields
I
back.
like
The chair
that guy.
recognizes the ranking member
Thank
of our
you for your
Capital
time.
Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman of California, for 5 minutes.
Oh boy.
Mr. Chairman, first I want to commend you for looking to improve the data on which you base your monetary policy decisions.
I do like that, by the way, Will,
Until now,
a
we
lot.
relied on survey
agree.
data as a
Like just
substantial part of
trying to
that,
like
and
we
increasingly
should be
Americans
pulling way
just
more
don't
data, and we should have AI
voluntarily
analyzing a lot of this
survey
data.
questions.
100%.
There's no reason
I wanna
we're like
commend you
serving
for
480
declaring your
people in
independence. We saw what
Detroit.
happened in Argentina, Venezuela.
Well,
and,
that's the other
most
thing. When you
notably
look at
Turkey,
housing
when
specifically, like when they do that
federal,
OER study, it's like
central
every
bank
6 months.
is,
So like the data is so
is
lagged
eroded.
that how do we not
Yeah.
have with the technology that we have? How can we not
Say
have more
ironically
real-time
that
information?
had your
It's crazy.
predecessor caved to Trump,
I have a
and lowered
closing
interest rates
and title
below
company back in
what
Arkansas. I could give you better
economics would
data.
call for,
Correct.
Just
you would
off
have
of
much
just
higher
off of our
inflation
small sample
today.
size.
and that would have been bad for Americans. It would have been absolutely Republican Party. So the independent, your agency has saved Donald Trump from himself. And finally, I would say don't rely on this distinction between the Cook and the Slaughter cases.
Come on, we'll get back under 79
the
here.
idea that every congressionally created independent agency isn't independent except yours, you don't want to be relying on that.
Boy, that wick was beautiful
Distinctions the
for
court
me.
makes between your agency and every other agency are rather
Yes.
weak historically. Our capital markets support our business expansion and our economy. Money market funds are an important part of that, buying short-term commercial paper from corporations. Our payment system
got
is
a lot of
designed
big
to meet
words,
the
too.
needs of honest Americans. That's why we have an anti-money
Yeah, I see you,
laundering, know
Mr.
your
Sherman.
customer rule that makes it a bad
Ex-banker.
system for drug dealers, sanctions evaders, et cetera. There's a rival to these institutions, and
Am I
that is
low-key in favor of the folks
cryptocurrency,
not
which literally
enforcing
means
consumer
hidden money,
protection laws, EPA, and
and
transparent
is
SEC?
designed to, and then we have in particularly stable coins,
Don't actually
which
understand
are just like a money market
that
fund, except you
question.
earn zero interest, and everything is hidden. Now, the Federal Reserve established
Just on the
liquidity
surface, I
facilities to
don't think
support
I
money
would
market
agree
funds
with.
in the last crisis. Will the Federal Reserve support cryptocurrency or stable coins if they face a run-on?
I assume you're asking about Amazon Leaps. I don't know what Leals are, but maybe like lemon peels.
A lot of them in your office, so I appreciate it. I still have the scars from
mean,
the 2008 financial crisis.
I still think Amazon looks good on the daily and the weekly.
Extraordinary efforts that my colleagues and I, under Chairman Bernanke's leadership, had to do.
Short term, as long as we can stay above that
Can you assure
200.
us
That we need are
that
to
you
try
will
to
not
these
be
EMAs curling.
bailing
We need to get
out
back above the 50 though.
stablecoin and cryptocurrency.
So I don't want to. I can
Then I
be
think
more
you run it back
broadly
up to
than that.
275.
We do not want to be in the bailout business. Full stop.
But your predecessor did provide a liquidity function for stable.
Taking this
for
opportunity to
short-term
get
or
book maps
long-term?
set up first.
If God forbid we faced
Yeah,
a
go
similar
ahead.
circumstance in the crypto world,
Short term
would you bail
levels or
them out?
long term, like day trade or swing trade stuff?
I want to be very clear. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate those sorts of extraordinary risks. If and when they were to come in the next 4 years, we want to be in a position we're not bailing out anybody, including crypto.
You're not really answering the question. Obviously, everybody prefers our economy worked well.
So for
Certainly
swing trade
concerned
stuff,
with giving non-banks direct access to the payment system.
I mean,
and,
I do
this
like Amazon
Kraken,
sitting here on the
filing
9
with
and
the
21
Kansas
on the
City Fed
daily.
is concerning, but I want to move on to Basel III.
If you're going to swing them,
Your predecessor said that
if you want to use options,
the capital requirements for banks
obviously
in
keep in mind you have
2019
earnings
were
coming up
about
here at the end of the
right.
month, but
The current reproposal
you could do something like a
substantially
buy the
raises those capital
250
requirements.
calls,
Capital
call spread like
requirements
250,
about right at
265.
2019, or should they be
You
higher
could do
than
that.
today?
Give you $15 wide, or if you want to run it up to that previous high, which is 275.
Out for comment. I'm quite interested in getting.
So like I like 250,
reports and the
275
comments
call
on
spread,
that.
and I would
I
sell
look forward to reviewing those.
like the
and making judgment.
220
I would
or
say, as a
225
first
puts
principle,
to cut the
strong
debit.
capital
Like a
ratios,
little risk
strong
reversal.
liquidity ratios, strong supervision, and strong market discipline.
You get oil dropping. Drop it.
Sure, we don't find ourselves in a world where there is unsafe or unsound institutions.
We, of course, want strong limits. On the other hand, if you go overboard, you hurt economic growth and hurt the economy. I hope in that review process you'll look at low-income housing tax credits, where you've already moved from 400% to 100%. It should be closer to 20%. These are very stable assets.
Gentleman's time has expired.
My time has expired.
Appreciate you, Mr. Sherman. The chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on financial institutions, the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Warsh, congratulations on your confirmation and swearing in as the 17th chairman of the Federal Reserve. I am grateful for your commitment to reforming the Fed, and that appreciation is surpassed only by our shared love for Kentucky thoroughbreds and your love of the great sport of horse racing. Let me just ask you, first of all, since you're swearing in over 7 weeks ago, things seem quite a bit different over at the Fed. A few examples: elimination of forward guidance, abstaining from the dot plot, creation of these 5 specialized task forces, and maybe most impressively, taking
XLK
accountability.
still. XLK on the
Instead
15
of
minute looks like
blaming
cup and handle, by
inflation
the way.
on the pandemic or supply chain interruptions or tariffs or the Strait of Hormuz,
We get technology
you
back
are
above
saying
like
that
183,
inflation is
50,
always and
184.
every time the result of the Fed
us some
supporting
more,
printing
lift.
too much money. Tell me, Mr. Warsh,
805s on the
you
sites of the
appear to be
NQ.
quite different from your predecessors. How are you different?
So I've known 5 of my predecessors. I've learned particular lessons from
There we
each
go.
of
There we go.
them.
Drop it, oil. Drop
I can
it.
only be my own man. I served before at the Fed for about 5.5 years under Chairman Bernanke, and I learned a lot of things
Yeah, you
then.
get oil coming down. You're
But
going to get
you're right.
gold to
In
move. You're going
6
to get
weeks,
yields
we
coming
have
in. Kind of sets
caused,
you up.
I think, a sea change in new thinking.
Everything feels set
Beginning
up to
of
go
a set
higher.
of reforms that are going to be
Yeah.
put in place across at least
And if
5
we get
dimensions of
ASML with good
monetary
AI
policy.
numbers tonight,
And it's a broader discussion
Yeah.
about reforms that will be
gonna be
forthcoming
cooking.
in everything we do, including supervision and regulation, where there's already been a good start, in payments and the rest. We made a lot of progress in 6 weeks, but I think it's important to use this opportunity wisely. The 63 months of inflation above target has been an unfair burden and has been a tax on the American people and businesses. We plan on getting rid of that tax. If that means we need a regime change in policy and we need new consideration of practices, some of which have been working, some of which haven't, that's what we aim to do, and we're just getting started.
Well, I appreciate your commitment to
Well,
being
thank you,
different.
sir.
Let's talk about overhauling Fed communications. This from a Wall Street Journal editorial on June 15th. They write, few innovations since 2008 have been as counterproductive as the adoption of forward guidance as a policy tool. The constant yammering,
I like
long
gold
policy
here.
statements,
This
press
breaks higher.
conferences
Watch
after
for run
every
above
FOMC
4100.
meeting, nonstop speeches by Fed officials, and above all, the quarterly summary of economic projections has exposed how little the Fed understands about the economy and trapped officials in errant policies. Chairman Warsh, why is it important to do away with the dot plot and end, once and for all, forward guidance?
Well, Congressman, I've made no secret, probably over the last 15 years, of my views on communications.
Do we just
I
run it
think
back up to
when central
920?
bankers speak like I am before you, it's either one under obligation, or in this case, under obligation and purpose.
I think we test 800, pull back to the 9 on the 5 minute, and then try to run it up higher.
This is
Play-Doh?
a
Oh,
regime
no.
change in policy. We're keenly interested in the views of these 5 task forces. And ultimately, these are decisions that are going to be made jointly. The best
Brian,
of the
do your
Fed's
kids play with
traditions are
Play-Doh?
to work collegially, and I've really been quite impressed how open-minded my colleagues have been to take it up. specifically in
Yeah, and let me
communications.
just tell you, I hate
If
Play-Doh.
we were to
I
share with
hate
you
it.
our every passing
I
thought,
hate
such
it
a
with
mess. I
I
everything.
worry not that there's
Oh
anything
my
wrong
God,
with us,
there's
but we're
nothing
human.
good
It
about
gets in the
Play-Doh.
carpet.
Were to
Like, I
give
can't get
you
it out. It
my
hardens up. It's
projection today
terrible.
about what we'll do when we meet
I told
in
my
2
wife, I
weeks,
said, you
what
never
we'll do over the
do
course
not
of the
buy
year,
Play-Doh ever again.
that we then find ourselves sort of taking information that's consistent with our priors and rejecting information that's inconsistent. It's not the way we want to do things. We want to get policy right, and I think being somewhat more circumspect in our communications, at least for me, is a better way of calling balls and strikes.
Finally, thanks for your commitment on dealing with this mission creep. In recent years, the Fed has concerned itself with matters outside of its dual mandate, including diversity, equity, inclusion, climate change, and the like. That's why the Fed's joining the network of the greening of the financial system distracted the Fed from the very important job of price stability. How will you keep the Fed from rejoining the network for the greening of the financial system or veering into these peripheral and distracting matters that go beyond the statutory remit of the Fed?
By being very clear of our obligations. You told us that our job is full employment and price stability. You gave us plenty of other hard work to do. We'll have a series of reforms outside of monetary policy. Our plate is full. We will not be wandering into other areas, I can assure you, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back. The gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And congratulations, Mr.
I
Chairman.
am loading historical data on
Your-
the book map right
let me
now,
just
so
jump
that's
into
fine.
this, because in your testimony, you talked about the Federal Reserve's, and I quote, rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy, which is good. Now, as the Chairman Hill has indicated, I also do some foreign affairs work. And I'm very concerned about what's taking place in the Strait of Hormuz and rising cost of gas, because we know that when those prices go up at the pump, it gives higher transportation and energy cost, and they work their way through the economy, generally making groceries, high-end household goods, et cetera. So it depends upon handling it. So if the administration's handling of the conflict with Iran contributes to another inflationary shock, will you make the decision you believe is in the best interest of the American people,
Sir,
the American economy?
You clearly don't know what you're talking about.
Congressman, that is always our commitment, to make the best decision we can, consistent with the remit and our understanding of the world.
Probably not getting an
And as I
inflationary
said to the
shock with
chairman at the
0%
outset,
core.
we'll deliver price stability.
And negative real wages.
Still based upon what we've seen from the president thus far. Now, I just want to be clear, make sure that, because I got to be clear on this, that if the president publicly pressures you to pursue a different course than the one you believe is in the economic, that you believe the economic data supports, will you follow the president's wishes or follow the data?
My commitment to you is to follow the law and follow the data, follow our very best judgment.
And that's even if he publicly criticizes you for doing it. If you decide this is the way to go, this is what the data shows, and he publicly criticizes you and tells you how disappointed he's in
What do you think he's going to say? Yes? I mean, come on.
You still
Yeah,
do
you know what?
what the data tells you to do.
I will, Congressman.
You ready for that?
I'm ready to follow the law, and I'm ready for the Fed to deliver on the expansive remit that you gave us. I'll make only one other note. We have a wide lens. We're interested in what's happening in the war. We're interested in what's happening in military conflicts around. We have to take that all in, but then we have to shut the door and make our very best decision. That's what we're going to do in a couple of weeks, and that's what we'll do in the remainder of my tenure.
Thank you. So now I want you to know that I support innovation, but I also believe that the Federal Reserve has a responsibility to protect the integrity of our payment system from political pressure and short-term enthusiasm. And I believe that the administration has made expanding access to fintech and digital asset firms a clear priority of his, but the Federal Reserve has long evaluated access to its payment infrastructure based on safety and soundness, operational resilience, and effective risk management, and the stability of the financial system, not politics, not political priorities. So, can you, and what I should say this also, because what I'm concerned about is that there are firms that's connected to our nation's payment infrastructure that must have robust cybersecurity, fraud prevention, compliance, and operational controls, because failures can undermine public confidence in the financial system and leave consumers exposed to significant harm. So my question is, can you commit that decisions about access to the Federal Reserve's payment rails will remain grounded solely
Full
on
block,
the Fed's
full blockade on
independent assessment of systemic
True
risk,
Social, True Social.
safety and soundness, and
Let's
not
go. Let's go,
political
baby.
direction?
26-point game,
politics out of the
MES,
Fed.
trail that stop loss
We're
higher.
going to stay focused on the responsibilities you've given us. And I think you highlight something very important. This new technology revolution,
Full blockade?
which is hitting the Federal Reserve and the economy, provides huge opportunities. The United States can lead
Is
in
that bearish or
payments.
bullish? I'm
Our
not really
economy
sure.
can be the strongest in the world and improve its growth rate. But it's not without risks, and we at the Fed
Wool
are
is
gonna
flowing like never
strike the
before.
right balance between the challenges and the opportunities in payments and more
We just
broadly.
got down to 78. I got my next trim on
What objective standards must
CL,
any
so
firm
now it's down to
satisfy
runners.
before you conclude that the benefits of innovation outweigh the risk to consumers and the broader financial system?
Strait of Hormuz is
I like
open to
the way
all
you
ship
think.
traffic
A
except for
benefit
Iran,
cost
and that
test
is
is a
because of
good
the
test
lying,
for
violent, malicious
economists like
leadership,
us,
which is
and,
taking them down the
the
path of
benefits
total
exceed the
destruction.
cost,
We
and
will
that's the
therefore have
kind
a
of
full blockade,
policy,
but only on
procedure,
ships
and
coming
objective
to
we
and
wanna
from
pursue.
Iranian ports or carrying anything
Congressman.
having to do with Iranian
yields
cargo.
back. Chair recognizes
Based on
the
highly
chair of
productive
our Capital
conversations with the
Markets
Middle East
Subcommittee,
leadership,
Ann
I have
Wagner
decided
of
to replace the
Missouri, recognized for
20%
5 minutes.
United States
Hi, thank you,
reimbursement
Mr.
fee
Chairman.
with trade and
And,
investment deals that the
welcome,
various Gulf
Chairman
states will be
Warsh, and
making into the United
congratulations to you.
States.
My
Those
work
investments will be
on the
massive, but at the
Capital
same
Markets
time,
Subcommittee as chairman has been focused on
yeah,
giving
blah, blah,
the
blah,
American
blah.
people and our
So
small
that 20% thing
businesses
got taken off. Taco
more
Tuesday.
options and access
Taco
to our
Tuesday.
markets,
Oil is
giving
flowing
the
like never
everyday
before. It's
investor
flowing, baby.
and the local employer
Taco
better
Tuesday and
opportunities
True
to
Social won't work on my
grow their
browser for some
financial
stupid
future and kind of on their own terms, I'd say.
Look at that. Look at gold.
Under the previous
Is Maple
administration, we
still
saw
there? Look at this
heavy-handed
gold on the
regulatory
5 minute.
approach
Oh, is it
that
going right
aimed
now?
to
It's about to.
Oh,
It looks like a
what a
nice
beautiful-
cup and handle.
out of our markets
That's a beautiful
entirely.
orb.
And time after time, the
4081.6.
administration
Support
pushed
maintained. Now
policies
it's at the
that
100
limited
site.
financial
I picked up ES instead
and
just because I like the
stifled
3
growth.
minute, 15
Yeah.
minute
Our
chart.
capital markets are, as we
I'm
all
with
know,
you.
the
Thesis.
envy of the world.
Nice
and
trade,
that is
bro.
because we allow Americans to weigh risk and reward for themselves and make the financial decisions that are best for them and their families. Chairman Warsh, at a high level, how do you view the Fed's role relative to the financial system, both as a central bank and as a bank regulator? And I guess what I mean is, should the Fed try to engineer all risks
Oil is
out
flowing
of
like never before.
our economic system, or should it act as a prudent observer
All right.
that only intervenes?
Let's get it flowing, baby.
Let's break over this and get new highs of day.
Which I can
Yeah,
answer
let's
with
get rolling.
a,
Take us to 900.
We need to strike the
That's
right
your level.
balance. We are not trying to
933.
take risks out of markets in normal times. The economic growth that I mentioned to your colleague just a moment ago comes about because of a certain dynamism in our financial markets, which comes from a dynamism in the real economy. That isn't created by the Federal Reserve, but we can be a foundation with clear, steady policies, delivering on the remit that you gave us, so that the American spirit and American economic growth can
American spirit
continue to be
cigarettes.
the envy of the world.
Something on the top
Smoke 'em
of
nice.
mind for myself and certainly for my constituents in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District is the state of the economy, including the cost of living, job growth, and interest rates. Though it is often characterized as being tasked with a dual
point right here.
mandate, the Fed, in
E51.
fact, has multiple statutory mandates, including stable prices.
Whole number here too,
maximum
but I think we're
employment,
going to go make a new high day. I think
long-term
we're going
interest
back into
rates,
the
and
900s.
financial
Yes,
stability.
we are.
When the Fed leans into one of these goals, sir, it can create
I don't see why
ripple
we wouldn't. I
effects
mean,
on the
tech
others,
is
forcing a
basically XLK
balancing
new high of the
act
day.
between competing
Semis are picking it up
priorities.
602 now in
Chairman Warsh,
SMH.
how do
Everything
you
on the book map's
weigh
above us now.
these
875,
different
900,
mandates and the
925.
trade-offs between them?
And they're selling all the
different
defensive,
than some
staples,
economics
utilities
professional on
getting
that,
sold, healthcare getting
I do
sold,
not
so
think we have a
they're
cruel
rotating back
choice
into
between
momentum.
stable prices and full employment. I think the
We're gonna go
mandate
test
that
that
you
kind
and
of
Congress gave
upper
us are
wick at
entirely
least of
consistent.
Not
the
9
CPI
or
We
reaction.
can
something.
ensure stable prices, the American economy can thrive, businesses can hire more employees, and the dynamic economic engine we talked about can continue to be the envy of the world.
Look at software coming back
We have
too.
to run a
I mean, help
balancing test.
ServiceNow,
I don't think
Microsoft,
it's
some
an
of these other
either-or
ones.
proposition. We're in the business of doing what we can to ensure financial stability over a business cycle and financial cycle, and we're always in the business of ensuring stable prices and full employment. At different times, our focus, our turn of those priorities, but I think they're entirely consistent with each other.
Which leads to my next point here. There are some who believe.
Yeah, I'm
George,
along the
that
Russell. I'd
Fed
like
should
that thing
be
to get
used
going. I
as
actually thought
an
that would be a little bit more
everything
leadership today,
regulator.
but
Where instead of acting as an observer
like
of
it still.
markets, the Fed attempts to actively manage them beyond its statutory responsibility.
especially if
Chairman
rates
Warsh,
come in a
how
little
does
bit
this
more,
mission
if oil
creep affect
comes
the
down, I
Fed's
think small
reputation?
caps definitely
And should the Fed
get
take
some more power
actions
behind them.
beyond those specifically authorized in federal law?
We should follow the law. There is a tendency when circumstances get tough for any regulatory agency, to go to the edge of their authorities. But
Sox
that's when
is
politics
holding,
enter
but
the
it's
door.
not running.
My objective, the objective of my colleagues is to keep politics out. And the way we do that is we steer clear of things that we aren't authorized to do.
Gentlewoman's
Thank you.
time has expired.
My time's expired, and I think that's the answer we're looking for. I yield back.
The chairman recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Warsh. Good to see you. My congratulations. I was pleased to see that in your opening remarks, you spoke to the issue of artificial intelligence. And as the ranking member on AI and crypto, I was just curious to try to tease some more of your thoughts out on that. You know, not only in the financial services context, but AI in general. I mean, in the past, the Federal Reserve has been able to identify risks of impact to the
How long is this press conference?
financial system, but also
hour and a half.
in a wider context as well. And I wonder if you'd share some of your
Yo,
concerns about
Frosty,
that. And,
SKHY, he says is
I
up
guess I'd like to know,
17%.
under your leadership, what will be the Fed's approach?
That double leverage
on
got to be
AI
printed.
and how you protect the system from some of the risks that may be attendant to the adoption of AI.
Thank you, Congressman. We talked about this a bit in your office, and I appreciate the time. This is perhaps the most significant change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I take the new investments in intelligence, in some sense, to be one where we have to recognize it's a huge opportunity, but it also comes with risks and challenges. It is not the job of the central bank to provide or be certain of what the consequences are over the next 12 or 24 months. But we recognize that the United States is likely to be a big winner. The United States is at the forefront of these technologies. Both the human capital and the capital provided from investors are happening here. So the efficient frontier of these technologies are happening in the United States. This is a benefit broadly to our economy. But I don't want to sound overly complacent about it. These technologies also offer threats when they find their way into adversaries' hands. The infrastructure at the Federal Reserve, the infrastructure at our banks, large and small, they must feel new pressure as people are looking to use these technologies to do harm. So these technologies can be used for good and for harm. Over the long term, I think the U.S. is the winner. Over the long term, I think there is a material improvement in productivity, which should have a material improvement ultimately in wages and the strength of the economy. But the long term it can be quite far out, and we've got to monitor things month by month, quarter by quarter as we get there.
Yeah, the thing that troubles me is every time we talk about AI, I hear about this race, and it's us against China, or it's us against South Korea, or countries in the EU. The problem with that thinking is that in this race, and we're seeing the velocity of change is enormous. It's exceeding, obviously, our ability to regulate AI. At the end of the day, I don't see the United States as the winner. I don't see China as the winner. I see artificial superintelligence as the winner. That's where we're rushing along this course. And at the end of the day, we're creating either us, and it doesn't matter whether the creator of artificial superintelligence is a good guy or a bad guy.
There we go. There's book map.
Or a good gal or a bad gal.
Just got it set up on my
That
screen here.
superintelligence itself will be the entity that we have to confront. And I just worry about the broader impact of what's going on right now. There's tremendous resources, as you know, being poured into AI.
I'm gonna have to play with all the settings on this thing, but
That the course of regulation does not meet the same fate that the regulation of crypto did, where the crypto industry spent close to $250 million up here on Capitol Hill, and they got the bill they wanted. If that happens,
there you go. What do you guys think?
with AI, we are in serious existential trouble, not only in this country, but in this world. And I do believe that the Fed, in your position, has influence, has the ability to seek out those dangers that others may not identify. And I just ask you to please consider your role and the resources that you have, that maybe you can put a task force together to look at the broader implications of the adoption of AI. They can't even show us.
It's literally showing you buying versus selling, showing you orders in the book,
gap is enormous, but
how long people have had orders sitting there, volume.
I wish you the best.
There's a whole lot of things like I'll get this configured more,
Gentleman's
but
time has expired.
I yield back.
it's like net delta.
Chair
like,
recognizes the
is
gentleman
there
from
more
Georgia,
buying
the
versus
Vice Chairman of
selling?
our Financial Institutions
I don't know, I'll
Subcommittee.
go through
Mr.
with,
Loudermilk, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman
To get with
Walsh,
Brady
welcome.
and
Thank you for being here.
my
Godspeed
settings.
with the position
Dialed
you
in
now
on
have.
this book
Wish you
map,
the
but I
best
got
of
everything
luck.
connected.
First, I want to talk about Operation Choke Point. As you are fully aware, Operation Choke Point 2.0 involved partisan actors at the Fed using, quote, reputation risk as a means to target and debank firms and individuals in the digital asset ecosystem. The energy industry and really anyone that partisan actors at the Fed believed unworthy of a bank account or loan. This was especially egregious given the fact that the Fed does not have a statutory authority from Congress to supervise for reputation risk. While I'm happy that reputation risk has been wiped from the Fed's guidance to examiners, can you please tell us what steps the Fed can take to durably ensure that statutory silence
Just
is
snapped
never,
and ordered a new laptop.
again, abused by partisan actors to attempt through the Fed.
When I was
what they
traveling,
cannot
I was
make
like, man,
law
this
in Congress,
thing I
and
got just
also
not
what
doesn't have
actions
enough
that you
power.
Do you use Windows
So thank
or?
you, Congressman.
Yeah, I'm on Windows.
Reputational risk
You on a
has
Mac?
been removed from the
I
dashboard
have
that
a Mac and a
supervisors
Dell.
and regulators
I've
will have anything to do
always
with.
been a Windows guy.
My
but I
view
switched to
is that
Mac
being a
not too
good
long ago.
supervisor and regulator is tough business, and we don't need to make it harder by bringing
I like it.
politics into it.
I don't know if I can do the
Vice Chair
Mac.
Bowman has begun a series
Just
of
depends like what other
reforms
stuff you have,
before
like
I arrived
because I have
in
other
this,
business stuff that
and,
has to be on
I think you're
Windows.
going to find in the
So I
coming
kinda have to
quarters
have
and
both.
years, we're going to continue to reform
You
and
can use the
refine
Mac
our
to, like,
regulatory system so that we can have a
it called?
safer and sounder
Like remote
financial
end
system,
somehow?
and I'll add a more competitive one too.
All right, thank you for that, and we appreciate your work in that area. The Fed currently holds a considerable share of federal debt and has for almost 2 decades now. With a ready buyer and low interest rates, it's not surprising that Congress has been incentivized to run up large and growing deficits over the same time frame. You've spoken before about the Fed's role here and the threat of monetary
I mean,
dominance
big picture,
and fiscal dominance.
I like
How
service
can the
now.
Fed get out of the business
As
of
long as it
underwriting
stays above
Congress's
90.
fiscal irresponsibility?
You do have earnings coming,
One
but
thing we can do is think
On
hard
I like the
about
stock.
I'll have
when
to,
we're going to be buying debt from the Treasury. This might not sound like perfect virtue, but when we have a crisis like in 2008,
you look, if you zoom out, go to, like, the
2020,
weekly,
my view is you created the central
good
bank to take
support to the
extraordinary
left.
actions. In more normal times, in a more normal business and financial cycle, fiscal policy needs to be a decision that you make with the administration.
But you need a good earnings
That
report.
should have nothing to do with it. I've set up a task force to focus on the balance sheet, to ask the question.
Just hope this doesn't get in that
first,
doom loop
what's
of
the effect
80 to
of the
120
balance sheet
back and
on the
forth.
conduct of monetary policy and ultimately
A
inflation?
lot of stocks like to do that.
Second, what are the pros and cons of different regimes? I'm not of the mistaken view we can go back to where we were when I arrived
Trump
at the Fed
is
in
live with the
2006.
Iraqi
But I think
PM
there
right now.
are several other sustainable equilibrium we can achieve. And the third question is equally important. It took us nearly 18 years to find our way into this balance sheet. We're holding a lot of long-term treasury debt, long-term mortgage-backed securities. We won't be able to make changes overnight. Any changes that we make would be well deliberated, would be public, would be understood. And there'd
Yeah,
be
guys,
quite
give
bit
me
of time
give
before
me
any
a
of that
little
was
bit more.
operationalized.
I know
Look
the
forward to the recommendations of the task force.
I know a
Look
little
forward
bit
to hearing
around the
from my
basics of
colleagues around the
Bookmap, and I
FOMC
know
as we contemplate alternatives.
like
Thank you for
I
that.
can
And
read
what are your
what I
greatest
need to read
concerns
out of
with regard
Bookmap
to
just
the
as it
threat of
is, but
monetary dominance?
you get some of these
So you have a different
settings
job than we
configured here a little bit better.
The independence that
And
many
then
of your colleagues have spoke about this morning is a
I'll go through some
political
of the
and
training
economic
stuff, figure out
decision to give
how
us
to
the pen on interest rates, to let
do
us
more
be
stuff
the
with it.
deciders of monetary policy.
I mean, I
We've always
just got it
taken that
opened
as
up out
part
of the
a
box
bargain.
here, so.
You're giving us independence in that, and my
France,
judgment is we should be
France,
staying out of fiscal
Spain
policy.
today.
We shouldn't be weighing in, no matter how tempting it might be, either
I think,
directly by buying assets that have some
I want
flavor of fiscal
I want Spain to win. France
policy,
is
or by opining on
the strongest
subjects
team.
that really
I
isn't
think
our
France
business.
is the team that
We're
can
gonna
give
try
them
to
the
stick in
most.
our
I
lane
mean,
at
I'm
the
sorry.
Federal
I think
Reserve.
Spain is the team that can
We've
give
been
them
good at that for the last
a
6
lot of
weeks,
trouble.
but there's always a temptation to wander in other areas. I'm going to try to be reserved in my comments on fiscal policy with you and your colleagues. That's your job, it's not mine.
Thank you for those answers. They're very thorough and very refreshing to hear. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the
Yeah,
gentleman
run
from
away.
Houston, Texas, Mr. Green, who is a ranking member of our subcommittee on oversight and investigations. Mr. Green.
Over here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. And I welcome you to the committee, Mr. Chairman, but I would also say to you that I will pray for you.
Say hi.
And I'll pray for you because many of the questions that have been predicated today hinge upon a belief that you will sanction the president's desires. It is thought among the general public that you're in the position you're in because the president could not
It almost does look like she has a
have the
mohawk.
influence that he wanted to have with the prior chair, and he believes he can have it with you. So I hope that you will stand firm and honor your commitments that you're making, though some of them are not firm commitments as I understood your language. You indicated that you're interested in war. I appreciate this. I believe you should also be interested in speculative bubbles. My assumption is that you are. Are you interested in bubbles, speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
We've got a wide
question is
lens.
that?
We spend a lot of time thinking about what's happening.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Now, given that you're interested in speculative bubbles, let's just talk about a bubble that occurred. President Trump's meme coin, $Trump, profited
Video just been a new high of day.
$1.74
Rick, what were you saying,
million
SMH?
per day over his first year.
Yes,
$1.74 million per day. This amounted to approximately
Software
$636
down
million
3%
in
to up
total
1%.
royalties and licensing
Some would say that's
fees
bullish.
generated at its launch.
Even it looks like we're going higher here.
While this was happening,
Book
during
map
that
looks
same
like
period of
going higher.
time, nearly 1 million investors lost a combined $3.8 billion. This is because that meme coin lost value, dropped precipitously in value. It was a bubble, by the way. It is nothing. Anybody who's listening to me, if you've invested in a meme coin, you've invested in nothing. Zero. In a righteous world, it would be illegal. But given the Secretary of the Treasury that we have currently, it is not. And that's very unfortunate. SEC, the Secretary of the SEC, it is not. I think that we should concern ourselves with these speculative bubbles. And whether you like it or not, you have to concern yourself with it, because when you lower interest rates, you lower the rates such that there's more capital available for people to use for speculative reasons. So you have to be concerned about it whether you want to or not, because you don't want to see a speculative bubble. Can I have your assurance that you will be concerned about these speculative bubbles, Mr. Chairman?
So, Congressman, we want a resilient, strong, safe financial system, and we are looking at financial markets and we're looking at the real economy to make sure we deliver on what we can. Some of these other subjects are really more in your purview and responsibility than
they're in my
mine.
purview. Excuse me for interrupting, but I have to. They're in my purview, but only because I choose to have them in my purview, and I make an issue of them. I have to vote on them. But they're in your purview too, because you decide whether the rates go up or down. And if you lower them, then people can engage in these speculative bubbles, such as the Trump meme coin, and they can lose a lot of money.
This guy's got some special needs. He
Losing
needs to see a
billions of
doctor.
dollars while the
He needs
president
to go back
makes
to school.
millions on a
Econ
daily
101.
basis. This is the epitome of ridiculosity. At some point, we all have to take a stand, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be your opportunity. You're going to have to take a stand at some point, because this president is interested in making money. He puts money ahead of the people of this country. The people of the United States of America are secondary when it comes to the president. They may even be tertiary or quaternary, but they're not first. And at some point, you're going to have to make a tough decision as it relates to this president. Look, I'm not going to prejudge you. I'm going to assume that given your statements and the latitude that the Supreme Court has given you, that you'll make the right decision. But you're going to have to be concerned about a speculative bubble, especially as it relates to crypto. This is something that we'll all have to address. I thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the Vice Chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisiger of Michigan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Warsh, congratulations. I join many of my colleagues in seeing you there as a very positive thing. In late 2021 and 2022, as has been referenced by a few others, the Fed had recognized inflation was not transitory. I'm reminded of actually a hearing we had where we had then Secretary Yellen, former Fed Chair Yellen, sitting next to the then current Fed Chairman. And when I brought up the question about whether it was transitory, they did not have the same answer. And it was interesting seeing how that lag, and it sort of played into the fear that many of us had that there had been more to this foot drag coming out of the Biden administration.
This is torture.
The quick.
Yeah, every time I watch this thing, I regret watching this thing.
While the appropriate speed of a
It's too long. They should shorten this up to like
inflation,
half hour max.
you would certainly agree.
The last one.
I'm curious your view of how the Fed should make that
20 minutes
judgment
has been
and act
just like,
quickly once it does, because I think, as has been pointed out, there was a lag.
So, Congressman, I
think we're gonna
appreciate
go
the
to
question.
highs, though, soon.
We only look to the past for lessons learned. We're not trying to relitigate the decisions that are made of our predecessors, but the reforms that I've already announced in communications, the task forces that have been established.
We are just working our way higher, though.
Make the conduct of monetary policy better, swifter, more sound, so we can deliver price stability Our number one objective is to get policy right, and my judgment, as I said to one of your colleagues before, is that demands an open mind. That means not pre-committing to decisions before we take it up inside the four walls of the
test
Federal
right there
Reserve.
of
And
IB
so
high.
you'll hear from me a lot less forward guidance and a lot of listening. Generally,
The IB extension takes you to 940, which is I have a level there, and it would take out that
deeper,
wick
more
high.
serious discussions among us, fewer pronouncements.
So I appreciate you don't want to relitigate the past, but I do think, as we all know, we also learned from history. And during the previous administration,
Wow,
the
that
Fed took some pretty
HX.
major regulatory actions, some within its statutory authority, and my view, maybe excessive. But
Come on,
others that
Russell,
were
let's get some
clearly
steam.
beyond what Congress had really
That's
authorized.
one of the things
Dude,
that needs to go.
You know, everyone agrees
The
the safe and
2x
sound
long
banking
that
system is
I was
essential for
shout out to our
monetary
partners at
policy
Leverage Shares.
and the
2x
American
long
people. But when the Fed
SKHX
exercises exceeds its statutory
made a
authority
14,
or
almost
reinterpretations,
14% move, plus
or interprets
actually over
the laws
14%
under
move since the open.
powers, that to me is mission creep. Can you assure
Wow.
us that
19% low to
future
high.
bank regulatory
Yeah.
proposals will respect the important procedural
Wow,
guardrails
$20.61.
established by the
Why are
Administrative
they focused so much on
Procedure Act?
the meme
APA
coin
has
and
been,
the Trump?
in
Is it just because
many
that's
ways
the story, the
trampled, I believe,
political story right now?
which often
Yeah.
Like, what is it?
received
What does
I
that have to
think-
do with the Fed?
consideration under the previous
I think they're
administration.
saying
How
that
are you gonna handle
like it needs regulation
Follow the
because
law
these
just
people
as you
invested in
say.
this meme coin and that
You
Trump coin that
established a
came out
set
went
of
to
laws,
zero
there's a set of
basically, and people lost all
regulations
this
by which
money.
changes in
Yeah, that's
supervision
what
Well, yeah,
and
but
regulation, changes
it's
in
every
guidance
meme coin
can
ever.
be made. We
Right,
intend
there's
to
that's
follow them
that's
with
the
the
point.
objective
There's
literally
thousands of
no-
meme
with a
coins.
safe, sound,
Yeah,
and again,
there's
I'll add,
there's new ones every
competitive
hour,
banking system.
and there's
It's a
no
huge
like
strength for the United States, and our banking system
you
is
could say
stronger
there's
and more
no
resilient than most around the global economy.
Expound a little bit about your views of the
How do you- I don't
importance
even
of
know
a
how- what
banking
I'm trying
system
to
to the American people.
There's no-
freeze
I
here,
mean,
but there's no
Benefits
like
to them,
there's no
the
value
Fed
in it.
sticking to the
It's not
authority.
tied
Right, there's
in
no
for
value.
banks.
There's limited
I mean, no,
liquidity.
you could argue.
like-
Far afield.
Who do you could
So,
argue the same thing about
We've
all
got to keep
these, like
politics out
even
of the Fed. Politics
even the
can
non.
find their way into the Fed through any of the range of powers.
The one
that
I've
you've
seen that I
given
kind
us.
of like is
Our
the
supervisors and
hyperliquid one,
regulators have
where
a lot of authority over the
the
thousands
money
of
that they
banks
make,
that are regulated in the
like
United
revenue,
States.
they put back
Explicit
into the
authority
coin,
and also
and like
authority when they knock on the door and they ask
Sure.
a series of questions.
like there's it's a
One of the great
roundabout
strengths of the
way
US economy
to
is
basically
the diversity of institutions
for
we
the
have
company,
in the
like
banking
instead of stock in the
business.
company, it's like the coin.
Most of the G20 counterparts we have, they have a handful of banks. They're implicitly backed by their government. One of the untold strengths of our economy is the diversity of our banking system. We've got regulators that need to ensure that the regulation and supervision are tailored to what happens in those
kind of a slow
institutions.
I mean,
One size fits
tech
all
is
might
doing
work
good,
for other
but-
countries. It doesn't work in the US. And the vision I have, Congressman, is liquidity and credit that comes up from the real economy through the banks.
Thank you.
And gets aggregated, not top-down liquidity.
Russell's
provided
definitely
by
in
the
a
Federal
squeeze.
Reserve.
Thank you. I yield back.
Just don't know which direction.
Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Cleaver. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, before I ask any questions, express my personal appreciation for you and Ranking Member Waters.
I don't like how much that's pulled
for
back.
Allowing and
The Russell?
On-
giving.
Yeah, on good data.
I know, I agree. I thought it would be a little bit stronger with rates coming in. Kind of surprised it's not.
That, frankly, I think is going to.
Because you got
add a whole
rates
new dimension,
and credit spreads look
to our ability
obviously
as a
better
federal
today,
government,
which makes sense. So you would
increase
figure
this,
we really
human
haven't
need
gone.
for
It's been a very
housing.
tight range.
So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the initial
I know he
blast,
does
I
as
mean,
well.
on that
all
CPI
of
number,
the,
we went all the way up to
freedom.
what, 50, 60 points?
Thank you.
All this, look at all this positive
Mr.
gamma
Chairman,
right above us on
congratulations,
SPX. Just
for
feels like
your
that's where it
next
wants to
step
go.
Right.
and your
What levels up
career,
there? 75, 70?
and for
It's like
being
every
here. I
5
appreciate
points all the way up
having
to
a good
75.
conversation with you prior to this hearing.
65 is the biggest one.
And I'm sure that you're not surprised. That
Oil's
there's
getting a pop right
a
here.
great deal of interest in independence and in theology. You said there there are 4 endowments of the human species.
Is Trump making
One
comments
of
too
them,
at the same time here?
is independence. That we have an independent will.
True social.
No, he's
and
talking with the
interested
Iraqi
in,
prime minister or whatever, I think.
a declaration of independence, if you will. Wax eloquent on your view
Hasn't
about
started,
the
I
independence
guess.
of the Federal Reserve.
So the
No,
independence of the,
yeah, it
Fed,
hasn't
of the
started.
Federal Reserve is sacrosanct. Part of the reason for the Fed's power comes
He
not
is
just from a
truthing
printing
up a
press,
storm this
though it
morning,
can be
though.
useful from time to time. It comes from our credibility to make the best choices we can, consistent with the law that you've written for us. And that credibility is bolstered if we are and are perceived to be independent. And so that's a commitment I can make to you, because that's the way we can best do our job.
Well, thank you very much.
Explosions heard. Yeah, I
deal
saw that.
in
I
the
saw
real
something
world
about.
and then certainly with the Federal Reserve. But I also have to say that.
Yo, pleasure making money with you guys today. Let's do it all again tomorrow. Have a great day. Love ya.
Take care.
See you, Maple.
Of
Appreciate you.
Unknown, part of
Yeah.
who we are. And the oldest and strongest
Oil got a
of
pretty
the
decent little
human
pop on that.
emotions, is fear. It's almost the first
Explosions
thing we
on whatever
see.
island causing
explosions on
Because there's a fear of
Ketchum
falling.
Island.
They may not even
Ketchum
realize
Island.
they're in the world, but there's this fear.
Intensity of explosions equate so great that
and
the
I'm
sound
not
can be
sure what
heard
to call
within the
this, maybe
Iraqi
AI
territory.
anxiety.
Probably not good.
But I clearly have it.
Trump's like, oh, I'm gonna have this meeting with the Iraqi guy. Let's
and-
just
and it's only-
let's make a little statement here, maybe.
My youngest son is an actor, and
Dude,
and it would be
Truth
inappropriate
Social is
to
going
tell
off the
everybody who
rails today, and
watched
for whatever
Steve
reason, my
McMillan's,
browser can't open it.
Netflix. However, I am concerned. He's concerned, as many of the people in that business, about what AI can do to that whole profession. But there's this fear that at some point that AI may become more intelligent than human beings, and then put us in a situation where we become
Works
obsolete.
on Safari.
Do you have, as the chair of the Fed, the Federal Reserve,
Palo Alto is cranking, by the way.
concerns about AI that you
CrowdStrike
wish
was
we
too this
knew
morning.
and would
Crushing
address?
it. Look at Palo Alto.
Yeah, look at CrowdStrike up 10%.
Thank you,
God.
Congressman. This is the most exciting.
Oh my God, I want to.
opportunity.
That is a one stock earlier this year
But
we
with
talked
it
about down
comes
in the
the kinds
140,
of
150
risks
area.
and
Palo
challenges
Alto,
that you
it's
highlight.
tripled.
We to look these with a view towards what do they mean for our mandate.
Just crazy.
mean
Yeah,
for
right off of those kind of equal lows to 140.
That was during the cybersecurity is going to be taken out by AI and these companies are going to be gone. Obviously
so we have
not.
to look at artificial intelligence and the surge of technology.
Yeah, I know.
Open
I even said multiple times. Me and you talked
must
about it. It was
admit
like
that part of these
cybersecurity is
challenges, I
the
see
one that
huge
comes
amounts of
back the
talent and
fastest
thinking
from
inside
this.
the
Yep,
Federal
for
Reserve.
sure.
But I wanted to
100%.
bring in some outsiders to share a view, so I've created a task force on productivity and jobs to help us think about that connection. We're not outsourcing anything.
City's
We're
earnings calls going on.
ultimately-
Apparently, they're getting
We're
wrecked.
ultimately going to make these decisions. But American
City.
ingenuity has found its
Thank you,
way
Mr.
into
Chairman.
artificial intelligence, and it's an exciting time, but one
Yeah,
that we're
the
not
XLF
complacent
rolled over quite a
Thank
bit
you,
here.
Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, Mr. Stile of Wisconsin. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Make sure everything's kind of
Thank you
rolling
very
a
much,
little bit.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman Walsh, thank
Only
you
thing
for
that's
being
got some
with us
strength is
today.
semis and tech.
A year ago on Saturday, the Genius Act was signed into law. And with that, a series of deadlines for rules to be promulgated began, and the clock began to tick. You came into your job confirmed approximately 2 months ago. The deadline for the Fed to promulgate rules is this Saturday. Will the Fed
Ooh,
meet that
City's getting
deadline?
crushed.
Well, it's a fair and open question. I have been corrected. I've not been in the job 6 weeks, but 7.
Goldman
We're
rolling a
racing
little bit.
to,
What about
to-
JP Morgan?
to put
Yeah,
that out
slightly.
by this deadline. I'll just add one other thing, Congressman, without
Who else supported
taking too
Wells,
much
Bank
of
of
your time.
America?
I think rulemakings from the bank regulators are best when we have a family fight between and among us, so that there would be one proposed rulemaking for comment It might
Yeah,
not
all the
be
banks kinda slide
exactly
now. What
true
about
this
US
time, but that's
Bank?
my objective, that we'd be coordinated and issuing our rulemakings at the same moment.
I appreciate that. I think from this body, I think there's a huge opportunity with stablecoin, in particular, to make sure that consumers are protected. That was one of the drivers.
Yeah,
of
Morgan
us passing
Stanley,
that
that's the other
legislation.
one.
There's a lot of work to be done. You're new in your
They're
new
all
role
strong.
with the
Kind
Fed,
of into some
but we would
resistance
like
spots,
to
but
be updated if, in fact,
Citi's
that
probably
deadline
the
has not
weakest
been
of all the
made.
banks anyways.
And then, in fact, when those rules will be promulgated, we're all anxiously awaiting. So appreciate your attention to that. Let me shift gears. There's been a lot of talk about AI. Obviously, as any new technology, as you have said, brings forward opportunity, but also risk. One argument, of course, is the labor market could collapse. We heard that offered by a couple of our colleagues. Of course, as we look back at other technological cycles in the United States, we've actually seen standard of living increasing. Jevons paradox tells us that actually as technological cycles
yeah,
come
Goldman
through,
rallied
we
right
have
to that like
opportunities for
11 and a
greater
quarter area,
employment, in particular if we
which
get
was
the
a good
rules of the
spot.
road right, as in many ways the United States has in previous technological cycles. How are you analyzing your role with full employment, in particular as it relates to this next technological wave?
If this cycle, Congressman, is like the previous positive technology shocks, the U.S. will be richer, will be more productive, there'll be more labor, there'll be more wages, there'll be more compensation. That is if this follows prior trends. This technology shock is likely more significant. This is probably the biggest change in my adult lifetime because it's not just the creation of a new widget. What it is, it's changing the method of innovation and the speed of innovation. And I can't think of a country on earth as well positioned to take advantage of it. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, it can lead to disruption. My own best guess is that the advent of the technology will be augmenting existing work, that employees that were there will be more productive. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't believe in the lump of labor fallacy. All the jobs that are there have already been created, and the technology will remove some. Well, it might be disruptive in the near term, but it'll create a lot of other jobs. Just to give one example from history, and then I'll close. Who knew at the creation of the internet that the internet would create 1.5 million Uber and Lyft drivers? I certainly didn't. So I want to be very open-minded about the job producing elements of it. But we have a day job, and it's to deliver on price stability and full employment. I've asked this outside task force of a few incredible experts to think hard about it over various time horizons, and we'll keep our eye on making sure we deliver in every one of those time horizons to ensure stable prices and full employment as best we can.
Thank you for that. I think there really is optimism, although there is downside risk. And I think one of the imperative aspects here is that we get the rules of the road right so that the innovation development is occurring in the United States of America and not offshore. One of my big concerns was how the Biden administration looked at emerging technologies in the financial services space, was that they were pushing that innovation development offshore rather than encouraging that here in the United States of America. With 30 seconds left, a lot has been said on the positive numbers that came out today. How does that shape your short-term and long-term outlook with the final 25 seconds?
Well, good question.
One data point. The reason I created a task force on data is I don't want to overread or cherry pick data. There might be some that look at this morning's data and say, oh, mission accomplished, everything is swell. That is not my view.
Cognizant of the time, appreciate you being here today, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the ranking member of our subcommittee on financial institutions, Dr. Foster from Illinois. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, congratulations, and I hope that you cherish the scars from surviving the financial crisis that we both suffered through 20 years ago. I entered Congress and the Financial Services Committee in March of 2008, where I was right in the front row there, about 2 meters from Ben Bernanke and Hank Paulson, as they came to Congress to ask for a $700 billion bailout, watching the sweat drip down Hank Paulson's forehead. So I hope you don't have to go through that. But you know, one of the Fed's most important roles outside of monetary policy is the operation of the central bank swap lines. And these, as you know, were absolutely crucial in preventing the global financial crisis from becoming a global depression. And I think, to my mind, remains the major reason why the US dollar is the world's indispensable reserve currency, in an area where, by the way, the Chinese are trying to become increasingly competitive. And so the problem, of course, is that right now we have in the White House an occupant who sees his every power as a means of rewarding his friends and punishing his enemies, domestic and foreign. We saw that an example in the Argentine bailout, where he implemented swap lines using the Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Fund. I think he pretty much maxed it out. But to reward one of his MAGA allies internationally with a $20 billion loan at well below market rates, or probably they couldn't get a loan from anyone at that point. And so the question that I have, that when you and the FOMC are operating those lines, particularly in times of crisis, do you see yourself as an agent of the president or as an independent actor?
Thank you,
This question's already been asked. Next question.
The swap lines that we put in place in the 2008 financial crisis, like you, I think, played a remarkable benefit in trying to mitigate the risks for the U.S. economy. And it reinforced that the dollar is the dominant currency in the world. Now, my judgment as central bank chief is to let the dollar policy be discussed by the Treasury Secretary and leave that to him. But historically speaking, I think the swap lines played a major role. The dollar liquidity swap lines that the Fed has put in place are about the conduct of monetary policy. So those are independent, but I just want to distinguish one thing. The Treasury has separate authorities and can use the Exchange Stabilization Fund for swap lines that are unrelated to our powers and responsibilities.
Right. Yeah, but the Fed's the big dog in swap lines. I mean, the ESF is, I think it's somewhere a little bit north of 20 billion, I think, is the most that they could deploy, which they did, much, I have to say, not to the benefit of U.S. farmers that I represent, but anyway, he decided to bail out his friend in Argentina. But that was the Treasury, and that was different. So the question is, what happens if there is a crisis and you get a call from the president and says, I got this friend that I want you to bail out or punish by politically allocating those swap lines? Is there an independence there that we have to?
I was looking at scaling to something bigger, but
the independence in the conduct of monetary policy and everything that comes along with it is independent.
Yeah, I don't.
Just to go back to the 2008 financial
I don't
crisis,
love the divergence
all
here because
that
the S&P
happened,
looks like a short,
as you'll recall,
at least in the
Treasury
short term.
Secretary and the Fed chairman, they often had to work in tandem. It's hard to distinguish in crisis times, separate from more benign times, exactly where those roles and responsibilities are.
I'm thinking short.
And when we put in those swap lines, when
Back
I was
to like
the governor at the
70
Federal Reserve, I remember frequent discussions between the Treasury and the Federal
like
Reserve.
750s again.
We have our independent authority, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that in
754.
2008 or 9 we did that without a discussion with the Treasury.
Okay, well, I just, be very careful of that because you are going to be coming under extreme pressure. Now, let's say I applaud all of your focus on data, which we talked about when we talked, and in particular your need for better real-time data. The question of whether we could.
Yeah, they're starting to build up down below too.
Real-time indicators, I think.
Not much. There's not much on the entire book map right now.
Having your committees investigate that. But does this interest also go into real-time regulatory information as well, which I think is really going to be crucial in a world where there's 24/7 banking operation?
NVIDIA's actually looked not too bad. Apple looks heavy. Tesla's kind of hanging on the knife's edge. Google did look good, but that's reversed off that 358.
But many of these lessons learned, like in data, how do we make real-time decisions isn't just as monetary policymakers, it's as supervisors and regulators. The world, as the discussion about AI suggested, the world's moving fast, the world's accelerating, and the Fed has to move with that speed.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the chairman of our Subcommittee on National Security, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Chairman Warsh, thank you for your testimony today and, frankly, for leading at the Federal Reserve. The Constitution gives Congress the responsibility for monetary policy, and since 1913,
So if you reject here,
fallen to
then
the Federal Reserve.
you can get like
a lot of
100
people
points
say,
short.
well,
But
what did we create when we created the Federal Reserve? And the fight
I don't
over
like that you just
the
literally
shape
flew
of
off
our
to
monetary
21 right there.
policy is as old as
And that was the first 15-minute kind of candle.
Alexander
IB
Hamilton
high,
versus Andrew
800
Jackson.
held.
So, I think a lot of my constituents wonder, what happened to the purchasing
Look
power
at ES
of the dollar?
though. ES looks like a short right here against 90.
Share with us what you consider to be the definition of sound money, and what's the state of that today?
The discussion we had in your office was a lot of economic history about the first and central bank of the United States. I'm gratified that this is our third central bank in the United States, and it's more than 100 years old, and hopefully we've learned some lessons. One of those lessons is ensuring that we are as focused, at least as focused on the real economy as we are the financial assets and what's happening on Wall Street. This committee had long committed to a 2% inflation target. That is our resolution. That's what I'm here to say and double down on. But as we discussed privately, I'll say publicly,
I just don't have enough confidence to short this.
Price stability is a change in prices such that households and businesses don't have to worry about it, don't have to think about it. And the test today about whether inflation is too high is represented by this committee. Inflation is the dominant.
Yeah, I'm going to try right here, just a little short, tight risk.
I'd like the change in prices
filled right there at
no one's talking about it. That was
842.
a definition from the Volcker era, and I dare say the Greenspan era. It should suggest to you that as I sit here today, this Fed will deliver price stability consistent with what we have been saying for several years, which is inflation shall be delivered at a level of 2%. That broader price stability objective is still one in the back of my mind, and we'll see whether there's further reforms to be had.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, because if you measure it by what people are talking about, they know that the affordability isn't there. They know the purchasing power isn't
If we
there.
get like 806,
And, whether you put
782,
in a number like 2% or
and
whatever,
755.
if you look at, for the long run, it's been significantly higher than 2%. But it seems
There
like
we
one of
go.
the biggest roles of the Fed is to prevent deflation.
Sat here
And
for
if you're
quite a
gonna
while
have
to get this
number
trade.
where
We're
the
right on
mean
orb
is
high
2%,
here. You gotta be careful.
And you've got a long period of time where you've had it well above 2%, you would have to have some significant periods of time where it would be below that. But I wish you the best in your challenges, because my constituents are counting on us to get this right. It truly is one of the most consequential things for our country. Sound money is truly essential to defending freedom. So I think the stakes are really high. One of the things that we look at is the connection to the way that the market functions. The Federal Reserve covers massive fiscal deficits, and they certainly do that when they're the purchaser of treasuries. They load up their own balance sheet. In some ways, you don't get a price signal. What's the real 10-year? What's the real 30-year? Well, when
VIX
the
is
buyer
just
is
getting
the Federal
crushed
Reserve,
today.
you don't know whether they're creating a higher rate or preventing.
Yeah,
a
they're
higher
taking
rate
a
from
lot of
happening.
premium out.
All right,
which
there's
makes
my
sense.
first trim.
Market. And we also talked
35,
about
40
in
points.
this regulatory role, there's a sort of bridge between the Federal Reserve as a regulator and a monetary policy role. So I wonder, when we think about what we created with
Don't
this
tell me
version
how
of
to
the Federal
draw a
Reserve,
short
do you
position.
consider the
Put
Federal
it on
Reserve
here.
subject to executive authority? I mean, when there are executive orders that are issued, let's say just relating to the regulatory side.
That was a really
Not
nice
monetary,
call. I
get,
shorted it with you. I shorted
some of the
12.
concerns on steering monetary policy.
I've covered,
Presidents have always had an
6.
opinion on that. Well, if you put out a regulatory framework and the executive order
Nice
relates
call,
to
Ed.
the regulatory
Thank
structure
you,
of the
thank you.
Federal
Yep.
Reserve, is the Federal Reserve subject
It's
to
about
executive
50
orders?
points here. Yes, it's sitting on the level. I have just
Question, let me say a
782
word
that
if
I'm
I
just
can
looking
in
for.
53 seconds about that.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Go
pull
back,
my
if I
stop
can, to say
down.
something about what you were talking about in setting prices rather than
Yeah,
taking
75,
prices.
775 is
First,
kind of your spot
as you
there.
know, I'm prepared to do everything I can to ensure the independent
It's your
conduct
first
of
bounce
monetary
spot kind
policy.
of in here.
You can hear from all sorts of people, but we're going to call it the best we see it. On regulatory and supervisory policy, I do think it works best when the bank regulators, who you've all given authority to, when we can work in concert. They tend to not like it when there's a regulatory arbitrage, if an institution's trying to choose between whether to be regulated by the OCC, the FDIC, or the Fed. So I'm encouraged.
All
to have a
right, second
robust
trim just hit
discussion
there.
with
That's
my
58
colleagues
points or
and other
so.
bank regulators about what we think is the right public policy.
And I've got my last trim
But if we
sitting
think the right
right
public
at previous
policy is
day's high,
different, then there's
755
no holding
area
out for comment and notice, perhaps even
for
as early as
85
Saturday
points, and
afternoon.
then
My
we'll just
time
let
has
the
expired,
runner
and I yield back.
Chair
do the runner
recognizes the
thing
ranking
after that.
member of our subcommittee on national security, Ms. Beatty, also of Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to you, Chairman Walsh. Thank you for being here today. And let me first start out by thanking you for reaching out to have a dialogue with me, and I look forward to making that happen. Also, I certainly
Tag it.
appreciate
Yep,
your
776
response,
was that low.
particularly to Congressman Meeks and Congressman Foster.
Looks like
on
they
you
want to take this
holding
down to
firm
700.
on
They
independence and
get down there. Yeah,
that
750 is just populating now on this
goes a
book map.
long way, with me. I wanna
Somebody
start
just
with a
tossed
question
it
about the
60
housing
orders
market.
there.
As you're aware, the Federal Reserve monetary policy heavily influences the United States housing market through setting of benchmark interest rates that directly dictate the mortgage rates and housing affordability. Many homeowners were able to access mortgages at historically low
We are
interest
sitting on a
rates
spot that I
during
think
the
can
pandemic.
hold on
The rates have more than
yes.
doubled,
I
since
think we're
then.
right around an
Concerned about
NFP
the
too,
impact
which is going to
this
be,
is
yeah,
having on
SPY sitting right on the
first-time homebuyers
NFP.
and minority borrowers in particular, who are also facing high.
Did everyone jump in on that short? Let's
rates
go,
and
guys.
insurance policies. Homeowners are
Give me the
exiting,
last 20, 25
pandemic-related
points here.
forbearances and also are struggling to enter into
I sat here for
affordable
how long?
repayment plans due to the high interest
Almost
rates,
2
which
plus
in many
hours. All I did
cases
was get a
could
little bit
push
short
them into
oil earlier.
foreclosures.
Made
Now,
some
I
money over there.
understand that the Fed
It's the
can't
first trade I've
increase
taken on
housing
NQ this
supply
morning.
or prevent foreclosures directly, but I'm
Siren
interested
sounding
to
in
hear
Kuwait
your
again.
thoughts on the impact
There we go.
of rate hikes on the housing market, especially for those more vulnerable homebuyers. And certainly,
My daughter
we know,
wants her breakfast
we
and
have
she
a
wants it
new
now.
Amazing
Yep.
housing bill in the 21st century. I have to get that plug in. That I have 6 bills
There we go.
in that.
I would say you're welcome, but
Now I
guys,
yield to
you guys push the button. You guys were looking at it.
We
You know, if I was your
stay out of
confluence, like,
housing policy,
awesome.
and as
I love
the
that. But
debate that's been had in this room suggests you all
you
have
guys
a lot
hit,
to
you
say
guys hit the
about what
button.
housing
I didn't
policy
take a
is going
trade
to
for
be.
anybody here.
But I don't want to suggest that we don't touch it. We don't target housing. We don't target any particular sector. But the decisions we make have a big effect on housing.
Yeah, this is going to be the
Housing
spot to
plays
see if this holds a
huge role
770s
in
area.
most households' family budgets, in their savings. So we
A
recognize
lot of
the
wicks here
importance
this
of it.
morning.
And rate heights.
It's the meat of today's profile.
As I said in my opening statement,
I would love for this
I
thing
think
just fall
broadly
apart all the way
about
down to
the conduct
700.
of policy today. I sounded quite optimistic about what was happening in manufacturing, what was happening in output. But you heard me say a somewhat more cautious note about housing. And I think that's in part because
There's really
monetary
not much
policy,
volume going on here.
when rates were cut to extremely low levels, provided what was thought
SPX
of
has
as a
about 5 more points of
once-in-a-lifetime
room.
opportunity.
You get a
to the
headline,
first
this thing
house.
can shoot anywhere,
I
though.
would prefer a set of
know,
monetary
that's the problem.
policies that are not boom and bust, that don't just make one generation more fortunate about being able to afford their first home than the next. So what we can do in monetary policy is try to be clear about our objectives, deliver price stability in the context of full employment, and not react
Yeah, Tom, kind of
overtly to any
same
data
setup.
that happens one day or the next.
But
We
you'll
have an
be
effect
Previous
on
day's
long-term
high
rates,
and that
we take it very
25% retrace of the
And you'll be
IB,
sensitive to
which is
the
right
issues
here at the
that
same
are bringing up.
spot,
Okay,
750,
last
752.
minute, let me now turn to
And
fraud
then
and
if you get
scams,
through
which
that,
is
you
one
look
of
for
the
IB
top
midpoint, which is at
concerns that we've been
692.
doing
I
lately
also
in
have
this committee
some
and
kind
my
of
subcommittee.
midpoint fib
As you
drawn
know,
right there at
payment
690 as
frauds,
well.
including scams, often involve multiple
This is where you get the bounce
institution
probably
and
back
payment
into that
methods,
9 or
and
something.
no single agency or entity
Yeah,
can
and then like
solve
the
it alone.
15
What
minutes, so this is
specific
the other
role
piece that
do
gave it
you
away. I was
believe
looking at
the
ES, is 15 minute.
should play in
So
helping
you get
build
the
a
you get the
coordinated
sell signal here, and then on the next
cross-sector
green
approach
candle
to
push up, what
frauds
just
and
like Maple would say,
So it's
green
a- it's
candle
another
pushed up
fair
into
bit
IB
of,
high, into this little order block
Financial
here.
Stability
This is where
Oversight
you got
Council, which
short,
the Fed is a key
and now you're
member
hoping
of.
for this to
Fraud
come down
is
too. So that's
on
your
that
other confluence. You
agenda.
could have
That
shorted
committee
ES
is run
against
by the
88, like I
Treasury
was kind of looking
Secretary
at.
under the law.
I liked
But
NQ
the
better
Fed
because
has
I just know it
equities
a
there,
little bit
and the
better,
Fed
but
needs to ensure that, especially with this new generation
you
of
could have taken first term
technologies,
there, first term at
that the
80,
American
either
people don't
way.
lose
Obviously,
confidence in
there's a
our
point of
payment
control
system,
right
don't lose
here that
confidence
you're
in the
fighting with.
banking
It's also
sector
the
that we
NFP.
regulate. So
Get
we
through
do have an
this, you
important
should
role to play there
accelerate
as well.
downside a little bit here.
I'm gonna interrupt only because I have a few seconds.
Trump
later.
is
I'm glad
live.
You mentioned this new generation. I've received feedback that better information sharing between financial institutions and online platforms.
I want to
is
switch
key.
over and watch
Do
Trump.
you agree?
Absolutely. Real-time information between lender and borrower is a way to make credit more available to more
work because we have a tremendous chemistry together. The Prime Minister of Iraq has been amazing. He won an election that a lot of people didn't anticipate could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person, not good for America. I don't think good for Iraq. And I played a role in, I mean, it was very important to me to have somebody get in there that can do the job and do it well. And we have a fantastic champion, a new champion. And he won the election very soundly, very conclusively, and he wasn't favored.
To pause, Warsh,
but by the time they got to know
both
him,
in my
he
ear right
ended
now.
up winning. And he's going to be there for a long time. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter, and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you, but they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time, and I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week, but massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time, but they have a great leader, the new Prime Minister. He's a great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time, and it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about that.
شكرا جزيلا. لقد عقدنا اجتماعا جيدا وقد دعوته إلى وجبة الغداء، وهذا لم يكن ضمن البرنامج والجدول الذي اتفقنا عليه، لكن هنالك كيمياء عظيمة بيننا وبينهم. رئيس الوزراء يقوم بعمل رائع. أنا لم يتوقع أحد أنه سيفوز في هذه الانتخابات، لكن المرشح المضاد له كان شخص لم يعجبني ولم تكن لديه آراء جيدة تجاه أمريكا، لكن كان من المهم جدا لي أن تفوزوا أنتم في هذه الانتخابات، وأنتم تقومون بعمل رائع جدا. والآن لدينا فائز جديد لم تكن خطوته كبيرة لكنه مع ذلك نجح في هذه الانتخابات.
I want to say it almost sounds Russian,
هو
but I think
شرف
it's just
عظيم
because I looked
بالنسبة
at her.
لي أن أستضيف دولة رئيس الوزراء هنا في البيت الأبيض.
Here we go. Are we getting the next trim? There it is right there. There's my next trim. That's 85 points. Runner only, looking for 690s next.
لديها كثير من الاحتياطات النفطية، وهي دولة مليئة بالثروات، وفي وقت قصير تمكنتم من القيام بالكثير وتغيير، على الأقل تغيير شؤون العراقيين
Beautiful evening star playing out on the 15-minute ES chart.
كريس وزير النفط وأشار إلى ذلك أن
Got back to previous day's high once we got in the IB.
في مجال النفط سوف يتم الإعلان عنها هذا الأسبوع. أنتم تقومون بعمل رائع وقمتم بعمل رائع خلال وقت قصير. رئيس الوزراء طبعا هو أيضا قائد عظيم، وأعتقد أنكم
SPX is 30 is a big spot.
طبعا أنتم في مقتبل العمر أنتم شاب أيضا ووسيم، وهذا طبعا لا يعجبني، لكن مع ذلك يشرفني أن أستضيفكم هنا.
Please, thank you. أشكر حفاوة الاستقبال إلى فخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب.
Thank you for the warm welcome by His Excellency President Trump.
وهذه هي زيارتي الأولى.
Trump's facial expressions just make me laugh so hard.
States of America.
فهذه الزيارة لم تكن زيارة عابرة.
This visit was not just like any visit.
وإنما زيارة إعلان شراكة اقتصادية.
Rather, it's an announcement of economic partnership.
EQT, Google partnership.
30/9 سوف تخرج القوات الأمريكية.
By the 30th of September, the U.S. forces will be out of Iraq.
EQT, الشركات الأمريكية.
While the U.S. companies will be inside Iraq.
ودائما تخلق العلاقة المجتمعية هي الشراكة الاقتصادية.
Google says it's our biggest solar and something else
partnership. Military relations.
أنقل تحياتي.
I would convey my greetings
من أقدم حضارة في العالم.
The oldest civilization in the world.
إلى أكبر قلب اقتصادي في العالم وتكنولوجي.
Economic and technology heart in the world.
وأكرر شكري إلى فخامة الرئيس على حفاوة الاستقبال.
My thanks to His Excellency the President for the warm welcome.
Good. Well, thank you very much. Please. Go ahead.
سمو سعادة رئيس الوزراء هناك طلب أمريكي لحصر سلاح الميليشيات في يد الدولة وكم اجتماع احترام وعدم مهاجمة دول الجوار، هل هذه أهداف تتحقق قبل سبتمبر؟
Come on, drop it. We're up over 100 points here. Yes, there you go. Drop it low, girl.
Okay. Sir, is the military attack on Iran, is this a strategy to bring them back to the table? Or is it to create?
This should help accelerate this last 30-40 points here.
Well, we don't think we need the military there anymore. It's a very a big operation. And what we do have is the oil companies are all going in now, and they're doing partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. And their primary, I consider an opponent. They might have considered a friend.
There's a little mini level right here in this area.
Opponent was
20s.
Iran was a big burden on Iraq.
Yeah, very small.
They were the bully of the Middle East.
QQQ back inside of yesterday's high as
straight
well.
to like
Just talking about
690.
that. They're not going to have that problem
Got a little
anymore
void there.
Iran has been very much destabilized.
SPY's also
really,
right on the 750 area. Whole
Military
number.
power is just a tiny fraction of
keep
what it
an eye
was just 4
but if
months
it
ago.
crushes
So
through
they're
here,
not
it
gonna
could
have that
really get
problem.
some momentum.
I think it's really, in a sense, it's given them freedom to do what they have to do. And I think that's one of the reasons that our oil companies are going in there at levels that have never been seen before. So
Never been seen.
You want to answer?
شكرا جزيلا على السؤال.
Small level here.
ابتداء
Google announcing something.
According to the program of the government,
هو حصر سلاح بيد
Cloud, something is ready with Genetic AI.
وهذه نقطة أساسية.
and this is a basic point.
ولدي قرار بها غير قابل للخيار.
And this is like a decision, it's not an option.
تم استلام
We received
أسلحة كثيرة من قبل بعض الفصائل.
weapons by different factions.
واللي يسلم سلاحه
And whoever surrender his weapon
ويتحول إلى جهة سياسية ومدنية.
turned into like a political or civilian.
من ناحيتنا سيتم التعاون معه.
We will cooperate with them.
بعد 30/9
After the 30th of September,
لا حاجة لوجود أي فصائل.
there's no any need for the presence of any faction.
لكون الفصائل
Because factions
هي حاجة وليس مهنة.
is a need, it's not a profession.
وماكو مبرر لبقائهم بعد
There's
30/9.
no any justification for their existence after the 30th of September.
إن شاء الله نهاية هذا العام أو بداية العام
So hopefully
القادم
by the end of this year or by the beginning of the next year,
سوف نعلن أكبر مؤتمر السيادة الوطني.
the sovereignty conference is
I just
the
added
biggest
one back
conference
right
in the
here,
region.
so
قرار العراق بيد
get to
العراقيين.
690. I can still leave it around
by
just
the
in
hand of
case
the
it's
Iraqis
some
only.
really
وقواتنا الأمنية قادرة على حماية
And
أراضيهم.
our security forces are
690s
capable of
or
protecting their
660s.
borders.
بعد
If it falls
30/9
After the 30th of September,
لا نسمح
I
لأي
just
جهة
lowered
تحمل
my
سلاح
stop.
خارج
we
نطاق
never
الدولة.
accept for any entity to
I
carry
can't lower
weapons
my stop
outside
on
the
here because it's
control
going
of
to
the
say
state.
that I'm closed out.
Thank you, President Trump. I have two questions.
And my stop's like down here, like under
Your changing thinking on the Strait of
They
Hormuz,
were.
applying a 20% fee. How did you get to the decision you just announced?
So when I,
805.
put that out yesterday. We've been doing that for many, many years. It was never fair to me that we would be guarding the strait when we basically don't take any. We don't need the oil at all, and it wasn't important for us, but it was important for allies. It was important for people that we get along with very well, including the major Gulf state countries. So I put it out yesterday. I thought it was good. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs, and all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with.
Guys, don't forget to like
billions
the
and
stream,
billions of
subscribe to the channel.
And continue
Appreciate you guys
our
being here.
record setting, 'cause we would-
Market analysis, breaking news, live trading,
with the factory
full on monitoring the situation, all the above.
And we would like to invest
And you're just hanging out with the
United
Wolfpack.
States, as opposed to charging a
Whole
fee.
community built over here.
And I like that actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other
Warsh is still going
strait
too, by the way.
relationship in terms of other
forget that.
sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position. But we were doing it as a
ISPX right on this
reimbursement.
level.
The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States. and that was very
Yeah,
satisfactory to me.
dollars
I think
ripping
it's actually
too.
much better.
Well, oil started ripping. The explosion is a while ago.
Into Senator Graham's death. Have you gotten any updates on
It's
why
got
they
a
were
small cell
Well, I don't
signal
know why,
oil.
because I think, he had a problem. His father had a very similar problem, as you know. It's very unique. At first I heard it was clogged arteries, because he did have clogged arteries. He had a problem with that. He was...
Index right on the trend line. Daily EMAs all right here too.
You can solve that
Rates are
problem,
backing up,
but
too,
what
from
happened
the-
is actually something that's very hard
Be careful
to
if
detect.
you're
It was
short.
not
That's what I would
related
say.
to the
Keep it tight,
any
stop.
blockage. It was.
That's why I only
a
added
totally
like
different
one of
thing.
my
And
trims just back on.
supposedly,
Lowered my
and
stop to
I've
keep the
watched
risk the
all
same.
Medical reports. I've had the doctors from the White House come in and explain what happened, and this is something that is very
Yeah, I got the cell
almost
signal on there.
undetectable.
Basically.
And if it happens, there's not much you can do
98,
about it.
or
Sounds
60.
unfortunate, but there's not much you can do about it. If you look at his father died of the same thing at about the same age. So there was not much. They say it's almost undetectable. You can detect it by if you have a very bad back. That's a sign. It's a bad sign. So if
My
anybody
back's
has a
bad
bad
right
back, it's a pretty rough thing to think about. But the fact that's one of the primary signs. And he would tell me he had a bad back. But little did anyone realize it was for that. So, and when that bursts, which it did, it burst. There's not much. So I don't see a lot of evil there. I know there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going along, and I don't think the FBI. I think the FBI is wasting their time if they're doing that. Yeah.
Sir, just on the prior question, the Hormuz Strait whole idea for you, that's dead now. That's completely gone.
No, I just told you. You have Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, primarily, and then others. I spoke to all of them, and they would love to invest more money in the United States at record amounts, and that would be very acceptable. And this way, there's no fee. I don't like the concept of a fee, but at the same time, it's not fair that we're protecting this strait for the entire world, for China and everyone. I don't mind protecting it for China. I don't mind protecting it for anybody, but it's unfair that we're not
Yep,
somehow
that oil cell signal, there it
compensated.
is.
And we've been doing this for many years. It's bothered me. 25 years ago, it bothered me. During my first term, I was doing things like you have to invest in the United States. But by doing it that way, there's no fee. They're investing and they're getting a return on their money, and it's good. But they're going to be making massive investments into the United States, and I like that much better.
Can I ask you a bit about the meeting that you had today, whether you discussed OPEC? There's been some reporting that Iraq is pushing for changes to OPEC, a larger share, and even that they might consider leaving it.
That's the gentleman right here, because here he is. Would you like to know about it?
Are you considering, Mr. Prime Minister, leaving OPEC?
Just ask this guy.
Well, I support him.
Pressing for change.
I supported him very early I endorsed him, something I rarely do, but I've had great successes endorsing. We just had Colombia, which was a big one. Argentina was a big one. We had many. I've endorsed, I think everybody I've endorsed from a foreign standpoint, they just win.
Yeah.
And, I've been hearing great things. I'm a student of a lot of history, and I thought about the history of Iraq. And I've watched what was happening in Iraq with the elections. And I put a very strong endorsement out because I was very unhappy with the man that was supposed to win the election. And this great gentleman, I think he's going to end up being a great leader. He won. So I'm very happy about that.
I don't like what it's
As
holding.
far
I
as
think I'm getting
OPEC,
pretty close to
that's
just
his decision,
pulling down and
you
taking
might ask
profit.
him that question.
Let's see if we can get some follow through. Maybe let's handle the next one, but
We are one of the countries that
maybe he wants to go
established
back up, test the EMAs.
لكن نريد حقنا وحصة منصفة
However,
للعراق.
we need like a fair share for Iraq.
العراق حارب داعش
Iraq fought ISIS
والإرهاب بأجمعه
and terrorism at all.
وبدعم الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Support of the United States of America.
وهذه الحرب مع داعش
This fight with ISIS
كلفتنا نفقات كبيرة.
It cost us like huge amounts of money.
ودمرت البنى التحتية
And
العراقية.
destroyed the Iraqi infrastructure.
مقدار الضرر اللي أصاب
The
العراق
damage that really was against Iraq.
أكثر من 400 مليار
Cool
دولار.
to make a Pinterest-like product.
$1 billion.
لليوم بعض العراقيين مدن
Pinterest
مدمرة
doesn't care. It's
Today,
ripping.
like some Iraqi cities are totally destroyed.
ويسكنون في مخيمات. مخيمات.
They're like living camps.
والآن لدي خطة أعيدهم إلى دورهم.
I have a plan to get them back to their homes.
نريد حصة منصفة للعراق.
We need a fair share.
لا أكثر من ذلك.
We need a fair share.
I might just answer because if you remember, even though I was a civilian and had no thought of running for president, I get a disproportionate amount of publicity, as you probably heard. And I used to say, don't go into Iraq. Don't attack Iraq. Frankly, they attacked the wrong country. And they did a lot of damage. Yes.
Thank you.
Oil
Given
falling
how
hard
the
now.
Iranians have been behaving, do you have any regrets about lifting the naval blockade or giving the sanctions waivers?
No. I gave them a chance. I wanted to give them a chance at making a deal. You know, we had a deal 2 days ago. It was done. And then all of a sudden, they couldn't do it. They didn't like something about the deal. They couldn't do it. And they shot first. And that was a big mistake that they shot first because we have been knocking the hell out of them. They're very difficult people.
I don't hate that long,
47
Roman.
years we put up with it. The SS Cole.
Right
you go
off of
back all the
73,
way,
I don't hate that
thousands
long
of
at all.
people, thousands of Americans were killed. A lot of soldiers were killed. A lot of soldiers are walking around or not walking around. I mean, they've been so badly injured. The arms, the legs, the face, with the Soleimani, with the bomb. They call it the roadside bomb. Most people call it the roadside bomb. It's a disaster. And I killed him in my first administration. Had I not, it might be a different story today.
Abu.
A mad
Don't cry,
genius.
Abu.
He was a mad, probably a madman, but he was a general, and he had total control over the country. And I actually think the leaders of Iran were afraid of Soleimani. But I killed him.
died like a dog.
And, by the way, with him went a very bad person also. They happened to be meeting each other at the airport. And a very bad person from Iraq happened to be a leader of Iraq happened to be killed in that same incident. So I don't know if I did you a favor or not. I've never asked you that question. You probably would know better than me. But no, I think that what we've done to Iran
Yes,
is we've
rejecting VWAP.
taken away all of their, almost all of their military capability.
Here we go. Here we go.
Go ahead, you explain it.
Get down there to 690s.
All that, he has to hear that. Go ahead.
هو بيسأل عن قاسم سليماني وانه كيف تم قتله على يده في الولايه الاولى له في عندما كان رئيسا للولايات المتحده. فالفكره هو طبعا كان شخص ذكي جدا.
Right into the kind of the 700 here. Yes, still holding. Look at this.
في حادث استهدافه
7570 on ES, really holding.
العراقي كان في صحبته كانوا يلتقوا في مطار في العراق في بغداد. فهو بيسأل هل هو كان عملكم خدمة أم لا؟ ما هي النظرة بالنسبة لمقتل سليماني؟
أنا في ذاك الوقت لا أمارس السياسة.
At that time, I was not in politics.
وأريد كل جيتي نتحدث عن المستقبل إيش راح
In
نسوي.
my visit, like I'd like to talk about the future.
شبعانين من ماضينا
Just
القديم.
now, like we are fed up with the past.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kurdi, sir. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Last year in May, the Prime Minister of Kurdistan region, Masroor Barzani, signed about $110 billion in energy deals with U.S. companies here in Washington, D.C. Mr. President, if Baghdad and Erbil work together better, that investment could grow. What is your message and advice
I think we can hold right here.
Baghdad and Erbil to work together? Why I'm asking this question? Because you are our miracle makers, Mr. President.
I love this question. It's my favorite question so far, by far.
Yeah, you got Apple.
Thank you
it's
very much
weak.
for the question. Look, Baghdad, I think, and I and this country, we're going to make some tremendous music together. We haven't been dealing very much over the last 4 or 5 years with the previous administration. Iraq has tremendous potential because of their oil. And because
You know what's
of other
quietly
things, but because
rallying?
of their oil.
I just noticed.
And we're going to be doing a
Yes,
lot of
you
deals.
guessed
We're
it,
gonna be creating
Bitcoin.
a lot of jobs for both
Up
countries.
4%.
And we're going to be taking out a lot of oil. A lot of oil is
Yeah, it
coming
makes sense
out.
too, right?
And the
Which is
American
coming off what it
companies are
came off
doing it.
of.
Mostly American
Golden
companies
retrace.
now, they don't want to do
Did a little
business with
liquidity
others.
sweep.
They want to do business with America, and that's good. And that's one of
Faked
the
out
reasons
a lot of
that
people.
I felt so strongly
Yep.
that this was going to be a great prime minister, and I fought for that.
Another question for Prime Minister. How would you describe your relationship with Kurdistan regional government at this time? Because Prime Minister yesterday had a statement and fully support you.
أنا أنظر للعراق جسد.
I look at Iraq as a body.
وكل رقعة جغرافية في العراق
body.
هي عضو من جسدي.
Each part of Iraq is part of my own body.
Iraq is a
فما
buddy.
راح أميز عضو عن آخر.
Buddy
I would
system.
never distinguish between
You give me
two,
some oil, I give
any
you some
argument.
oil.
ولا
We're all
يمكن
buddies.
أن أقطع جزء من جسدي بيدي.
And I cannot cut off any
Oil did
part
come
of
You
off there.
you
though.
give me Mercedes G-Wagon, I give you Mercedes G-Wagon.
It's such an important part of Iraq.
لا يختلفون عن البصرة وعن المحافظات
No
الأخرى.
different than Basra and other provinces.
But because such
Here's a
nice
question.
things
Do
were
we
said about
continue
him,
to bang around with
that means
Iran
he
for the
likes
next 6
the
months?
man that said those
Is
nice
this
things.
something we're talking about on this side?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have a question for you and I have a question for Prime Minister.
Go ahead.
The first question, Mr. Prime Minister, why did you choose the United States as your first trip abroad? And what steps, concrete steps do you take when you go back to Iraq to make sure that the agreements you are reaching in Washington, D.C. implemented?
أنا ورثت بلد ثقيل.
I inherited such a heavy burden country.
وأنا كماجستير مالية
I have a master's degree in finance.
حللت الوضع الاقتصادي للبلد.
I analyzed the economic situation of the country.
هذا الثقل يراد معي شريك استراتيجي يحمله معي.
This burden, I need such a strategic partner to really lift this burden.
وأهم شريك استراتيجي في العالم
The most important strategic partnership in
هو الولايات
the world
المتحدة الأمريكية.
is the United States of America.
فلم تكن زيارتي عابرة أو من فراغ.
It wasn't just like any visit or like I came out of.
ولم تكن عاطفية وإنما
It's not
عقلية.
emotional. It's about mind.
Inflation slowed to 3.5%.
Yeah, thank you.
Will this trend hold now that strikes on Iran?
I think so. I think it's going to, inflation's down. We inherited the worst inflation in the history of
Here we
our
go.
country. They say 48 years. It was the worst in the history of our country.
Yeah, I'm
from
gonna-
Biden,
I'm gonna
Sleepy
exit
Joe.
here.
He might have been sleepy, but boy, he could create
profit,
inflation
I'm
like
out.
nobody. And
Yeah, I
I
think it's a good
inherited
spot.
that, and I got
Just
We're like
blamed for it.
seven.
And it's not my
this
fault.
ES,
We
and it
are-
could
we are
still
putting
roll
it
over.
to
The way
sleep.
this ES is
And
holding
we've done a great job.
just makes me a
Scott
little
and
bit
Howard and
nervous.
Marco,
And always get into another short,
even
and Nvidia
Pete,
just made a new
who's
high
watching his
day.
dollars, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing I saw in video
they've
was
done a
relatively
fantastic
strong.
job. We've all done a fantastic job. So we had
Right,
the worst
so-
inflation.
and this could
in
drop
history.
whatever.
And the history
It's
of
a
our
good
country.
trade. I'm done. I'm not
I
going
mean,
to
we
fight
had
it.
months where it was 9 and 10%. And
We
now
just go sideways
we
here as
have-
the EMAs catch
the
up.
report just came
You
out.
gotta
It
get
was
back
just
in.
released. Thank you for bringing it up. But the report was incredible. Inflation is way down. That means
No, I just
prices
dropped
are
200
coming way
points there.
down, and we're doing a great job.
Good for me.
And remember that for the midterms. I say to that
No
camera,
chance I'm going.
Oh, remember that for the
nobody else can do
midterms.
it.
He had to throw it out.
Prices are way down.
There,
Prices
nice.
are coming way down, and we're going to bring them much lower yet.
Foreshadowing. How about you just end the war and oil will go to 50? Then they will be way down.
Well, I'd rather save it. It will concern that subject, and we'll have a couple of other things to say also. But I'd rather save it, but it's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't
What
get
happened, Rico?
bigger. Because without free and fair
Thursdays.
elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement. Yeah.
On Thursday night, his announcement. Very big news.
Iraq's leadership and tied U.S. support to disarming Iran-backed factions. With the September 15th deadline weeks away, what happening in Baghdad misses it, and does the U.S. troops withdrawal from Kurdistan region still proceed on schedule?
I think everything's on schedule. We have a great, here we are. I mean, we're right now, I even called for a lunch that wasn't scheduled, okay? So in that way, but no, we usually, I don't think I've ever done that where we didn't have lunch. I said, let's have lunch. You know why? Because I like them. I like them. So I think that's all going to work out very well. Yeah, please.
Sir, do you want this Russia sanctions bill signed within the next week or two, and will you sign it?
Well, I know that Lindsay wanted it very badly. I think they may be adding Iran to it. They're going to add Iran, which is a very big thing. If they did that, they may add Hezbollah too. Just put them if you do business with Hezbollah. So we're looking at that, but they're seriously thinking, and this is in honor of Lindsay. This was his thing. He wanted this more than any other thing. You know how he felt. And there's a good chance that it gets done, but they'd like to add Iran, and they'd like to add Hezbollah to it. That's what I'm hearing.
This thing could still roll pretty nicely, but
China, India,
well, we'll have to look.
I guess sit here
It's either gonna
80 points of profit.
It's either going to snap lower right now or it's going to break up. You're kind of at a spot that needs to make a decision.
Under the control of the state. How does your administration support him to accomplish this vision?
SPX.
How do you envision the future relations between Kurdistan region and Iraq?
I think everything is going to work out. I think people are the Middle East. Believe it or not,
2500 is the only thing that's really
getting rid of the
popping up
bully of the
on
Middle East.
30T today.
Iran was the bully of the Middle East. They bullied Iraq. They bullied every country. There was fear all over the Middle East with other countries. I understand that,
Breakfast
but there was
is
fear.
served,
But there's no fear
Right
anymore
when the
because
trade-
their
right
military
when the trade-
capability has been knocked to hell, and there's no fear. I think the Middle East is coming together like it's never come together before. You can't have a dominant factor like Iran that would kill 52,000 protesters. You know, they killed, nobody likes talking about that. I don't like talking about it. They killed 52,000 protesters. So the bottom line, all regions, I believe, are coming together. And I think this is going to be one of the great leaders right here. It's going to be one of the great leaders in the Middle East. Go ahead, please. Just explain that, please.
أعتقد إنه الآن الشرق الأوسط قد تم ترتيب أوضاعه لأنه إيران ضعفت الآن.
Yeah, this book map's starting to light up with some bias.
Yeah.
But if you get smacked right here coming into the EMAs, then you'd probably still be short. But a couple whole numbers on SPX.
52,000 متظاهر في إيران. طبعا نحن لا يمكننا أن نحن لا نتحدث عن ذلك.
Supportive on QQQ as well. So.
I know what I need to do. I gotta book my flight for New York.
New York.
And I think we could go into this for a long time. And the bottom line is that we have a fantastic relationship
Less
with
than
many
3
countries.
weeks away.
I just came back
go.
from
Summit.wolf.financial.
NATO.
You guys have been tossing it around. Check your plans. See if you can make it over. Will's going to be there hanging out with us.
Yep.
We have a lot. So, like, if you look at all of our lineup on the people that are going to be presenting and live trading and all that stuff,
but
obviously we have a crazy
NATO
lineup.
event was incredible.
We have a lot of
Today's
just
event
like
is
other
incredible.
friends
It was a
and
potentially really
whatever you
great
want to call it,
country.
people that are
And many people would say it's a great country.
within our
We're
network
helping
that
it.
are
We want to
coming to
help
hang
it.
out.
We have a fantastic relationship
Yes.
with the new prime minister. He's a strong
Is
person.
Amit coming?
He's
That
a very
is
brilliant
$1
guy.
million question.
Very
still.
much acknowledged, or he couldn't have won that election.
We will
That was a
find out.
highly competitive election, and he went out and won. And it's a big story. I mean, it's a big, big story. And I just want to say that the United States has never done better. We're doing well. You know, more people are working today in the United States than at any time in
JFK
history.
or
We have
LaGuardia?
more things being built. Factories, plants, AI, automobile plants are being built at record numbers, more than we've ever had ever before. The tariffs have been used very judiciously and properly, and companies are pouring in, and
What day are you
countries are
going?
pouring into this country.
I'm gonna fly on
to build
Saturday.
factories because when they build them, they have no tariffs, and we have
I'm
no
flying in Saturday night.
$19.2
check.
trillion
Or
dollars.
Sunday
As an
morning. I don't
example,
know yet. I
Under
gotta figure that
Biden,
out.
it was less
Might
than
be
$1
Sunday
trillion
morning.
for 4 years. We're at
My wife's got a
19.2 trillion
birthday event
for
on
12
Saturday, so I'm
months.
trying to figure that out.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Our relationship with Iraq is, I would say, it went from being not so good to being outstanding. And we're going to have a long-term relationship with Iraq. We're going to have a long-term relationship with a man that will be a great leader. Mark my words. I knew what I was doing. This man is going to be a great leader in the Middle East, beyond Iraq. his influence is going to spread all throughout the Middle East, and we're very happy about it. And we are very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much. I just want to. I don't think there's anything much
I am
else
flying
you
into
can ask
LaGuardia.
us. This is a very important meeting.
Saturday night.
It's something I've never done before. No lunch was scheduled. I said, let's have lunch. I've never done that before. Sometimes we'll have a lunch scheduled, but I've never done this, right, Susie? This is the first. So I have no idea what we're going to be eating, but it'll be fine. But we're doing it because we like the people that we're with. Thank you very much.
And he's gone. LGA. Yeah, I'm going to come Sunday. I'm going to fly out Tuesday morning. So I got some stuff going.
All right, so now we're back to
It's already a part of your mandate.
Warsh here.
So American workers, no matter their backgrounds,
He's
have
still
my
going?
commitment to do what we can at the
Okay.
Federal Reserve to make sure they have all the
I'm gonna eat
opportunities
this
in front
food.
of them.
That looks like a pretty good exit there, unless you reject right here. 780.
Everybody's got to get their word in edgewise.
Yeah, I guess.
They all have to
Gentlewoman's
time
time is
expired. To
invites
kiss the ass
chairman
of
to
their
answer your
constituents.
question in writing, and thank you. Chair recognizes the chair
One
of
way
our
or the other.
subcommittee on oversight and investigations, Mr. Muser of
None of them
Pennsylvania.
really care.
Recognized for 5
They're
minutes.
too busy grifting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also appreciate very much yours and Vice Chair Bowman's work on fraud and scams. We have a report coming out next week from my subcommittee, which we'll be looking forward to sharing with you. As you know, CPI came out this morning. Well, underestimate, we could say. For all intents and purposes, the underlying economy is strong. The small businesses, community banks I speak to throughout, for the most part, throughout Pennsylvania, report steady demand and positive business outlooks. As well, the businesses are profitable. Tax revenues for the federal government are up 6.9% in 2026, which is phenomenal. In Pennsylvania, by the way, they're up 2.4% this last fiscal year, and they're glowing about that, raving about that. So federal revenues are way up, which shows businesses, again, are profitable. Many of us in this committee have made the case for quite a while now that the Fed needs to review the big picture, as you've been making commentary towards. Supply side growth and lower interest rates are not in conflict. They are, in fact, very often complementary. As lower interest rates encourage more cap investment, they can.
Yeah, I think I'm going to come there like midday Sunday.
Simply by using the well-known equation when supply exceeds demand, prices
That works too.
What do you guys got for anything going on Sunday night?
So,
Yeah, I think we've got some kind of
Chairman Walsh,
like
dinner event.
Dinner plus get lined out for Monday.
How these task forces will help.
All right, cool. Then I'll come in for that. We'll do
2%
so.
inflation.
Thank you, Congressman. I'd be happy to. The 5 task forces are an attempt to go back to first principles. Ask whether the way the Fed has conducted business for more than a generation, the way we've gathered data, the way our models make forecasts about what's going to happen next, our understanding of changes in productivity and changes in the supply side. These are all big fundamental questions, and I think we are better equipped to make smarter decisions on policy so that we can deliver price stability and full employment. We get the benefit of some outside views. Again, we're gonna then decide what to do with them. We're gonna make the decisions. We're not gonna outsource them. But if there was ever a reason after a long period of inflation that was too high to go back to first principles, this is it. And like you, while I reviewed the data that came out this morning on CPI, and it was positive relative to expectations, I'm not for cherry picking. I'm not going to show up here and say mission accomplished. And what I'd say is there's plenty of work to do, and I would feel more confident if we had better data to inform our decision making. We have a task force that's going to be focused on doing just that.
And I know you're also going to utilize the balance sheet process as well. You've critiqued the QE planning or activities for a while. You've stated you plan to reduce the Fed's balance sheet. How do you plan to do that? And what role does the private sector play?
On the balance sheet, again, I don't want to prejudge the conclusions of the task force, and I can't speak for 18 of my other colleagues. As a first approximation, I'll say now what I've been thinking for years.
Every time he says we have a lot of work to do, like what work is the Federal Reserve actually doing?
Right.
Like on a day-to-day basis. What do they actually do?
It's a lot of work.
Got a lot of round tables across Philadelphia to go to. You know? It's
Yeah,
like, what-
got to talk and talk to some other people and.
We're going to be able to sit on the sidelines. I would hope we could, but I can't say that for sure. The Fed balance sheet, both its size and duration, are worthy of a very worthwhile review.
Now taking off.
Inclined to
Service
think that there are
now.
better regimes we can go to, but we're not going to do it without due consultation with the markets and with members of this committee.
Right, and certainly the reserve requirements of banks and all may put this in the hands more so of the private sector, as I think you believe. Chairman Greenspan in the 90s recognized that a productivity boom from computers and the internet was putting a downward pressure on inflation, and he cut rates based on that data, ahead of the data. Does AI present that same kind of opportunity today?
If you've seen one productivity boom, you've seen one productivity boom.
Okay.
I take very seriously the productivity booms that we've had. And generally, if you look at the surge in productivity in the post-war era in the United States, we tend to move from a relatively low productivity realm environment where productivity grows about 1.5% a year. And then for a decade or longer,
Gentleman's time has expired.
to a higher
One of the
productivity
parts
realm.
here,
I think this could be that
way more
opportunity,
positioning
but I
above
can't
us
say
still.
it for certain as of yet.
Still in positive
Chair
territory.
recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Warsh, nice to see you here. Welcome. I want to start with just a purely academic question for you.
Sorry, I'm crushing some breakfast tacos right now.
Context. You talked to
No, you're good.
Foster about
It's Taco Tuesday, man.
experience in the 2008 downturn. I was not here in 2008, but I remember in 2020.
All right, flights are booked.
Let's go.
Someone who had some experience.
I'll be there
steering through
early
a
afternoon,
crisis.
like 2 o'clock.
I remember that we had
on
this
Sunday.
meeting in March of 2020.
Sounds good. We'll link up.
Spike this quickly since the Great Depression. We've never seen GDP collapse as quickly.
I
since
actually
the
got
Great
a
Depression.
little
And
long
here's
down
someone
there
who
at 71.
Steered the economy through an $800 billion bailout, which at the time seemed like a big number.
And my
I mention that, number one, because I hope you don't find yourself in the future
trim
being asked to
NES
address
if you get
Congress
up
based
there.
on your own expertise steering through through a crisis, although certainly Chair Powell got
Good
his
short,
share
flipped
as
it the
well.
other way.
But the difference in the way that we responded to COVID and the way we responded to 2008 was a much heavier fiscal
Yeah, look.
stimulus.
So they're starting to add orders. You see that band that just appeared up here?
Yep.
Right here? That's them adding orders up above at 8:05. There's not a ton. There's not a big size, but somebody just, is adding orders liquidity
Should we
above
find
us that
ourselves
the
in
market's
another
likes to
crisis,
seek out.
What do you just, as an economist, how do you think about the right shaping of fiscal and monetary policy? Obviously, you only have purview over one of those, but your voice is going to matter.
As I said in an analogy to one of your colleagues, I'll say it here. If you've seen one financial crisis, you've seen one financial crisis. So I'm careful about extrapolating. More generally, I would say the response to the 2020 pandemic had some very similar areas with respect to monetary policy. That is, the central bankers in 2020 took some of the toolkit that we innovated on in 2008 or 2009, and they provided overwhelming liquidity. That's in our remit in crises, not in more normal times. My judgment in 2008, judgment in 2020, and if we were to have a crisis when you and I are in these roles, I would be describing to you what the central bank can do. I would also try to describe to you the limits of our authority, such that you have the opportunity to make whatever decisions you think are right. But I'm going to make a promise to you now that I would hope to hold to then, which is the fiscal
also
policy
sitting around as
response is
previously
going to be
has.
the decision
Looks
of
pretty
you
good,
and the
actually.
administration. We're going to do our very best to steer
I mean,
clear of that.
Go back to
Well, and
800.
Tech really never got that bearish.
But we also want to make sure that
And neither did the semis. They pulled back a little
monetary
bit,
policy
but
can target
nothing.
some sectors of our economy.
No, look at
not others. We
IGV
need
just
to work
ripping face new highs.
together.
Yep.
On a similar subject, I want to pivot, and I was spinning.
Is
through-
IBM rallying?
I was just going to look for that actually.
It's always good reading.
And
wonder
the
if
answer
that's
is
come-
no.
I want to
Nope.
talk
Flat on its
specifically about
back.
Figure 1 and Figure 43. Figure 1 shows
Salesforce has had a big move. I mean, look, anything that got hit this morning is all the way back.
CPI trends. And what's very clear is that U.S. inflation picks up immediately
Cybersecurity.
after Liberation Day on account of the tariffs.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Global inflation picks up after the Iran
Good
war.
crowd.
You can see the
Jesus.
spike. So, we had inflation
Net.
generally coming
Yeah.
in after 2020.
ServiceNow's
Starts picking up
rallying
on
too
account
in
of
the
tariff
software side.
policy, and then starts picking up again on account of foreign policy in the United States. And you can just see
God,
in
that
those charts
2x
what
SK
was
Hynix
domestic and what was
still
international.
freaking going.
The
opening price, if you just bought it at the
How
opening of the
effective
day,
is monetary policy when it's fighting with fiscal policy?
went up over
or foreign
20%.
policy or economic
Shout out to
policy?
leverage
I don't-
shares.
I don't really understand the theory of the case.
Let me go put these
that interest rates undo tariffs.
dishes up and
or
I'll
that
be
interest
back
rates
and
undo
we'll,
high oil
we'll see.
prices.
825 is
Or for
growing
that
on
matter,
this
QE
book
or the
map.
other thing. So, how concerned should we be about monetary policy that's got a different set
Look
of
at that. You
goals
see
than
these,
the
like
outcomes
all
of
these
fiscal
bands of
policy?
liquidity up here?
Generally,
The
Congressman,
805 guy looks like he moved up to
First,
825 because right when this one
we
kind of
are
disappeared, you started seeing it pop
takers
up
of
up
the
here.
fiscal policy decisions that you and your colleagues make. We will take that into account. I'm not suggesting that we act in isolation. What I am
To be clear, we didn't vote on tariffs or the Iran war.
But the policies that are made of the executive branch and of Congress, we're aware of them. We have a wide lens, but we then take those on board and make whatever decisions we best can consistent with our remit.
Do you have the tools to counter them?
We have tools that are powerful. Whether they're working at
Ooh,
cross
powerful
purposes
tools.
or consistent with them is never easy to know.
I love power tools.
drill.
What was that?
Conflicts overseas,
Tim the
changes
Tool
in
Man?
trade policy,
That was one of my
changes
favorite
in
shows.
Tim Allen.
Tim Allen.
Those
Tim the
have an
Tool Man.
effect
Good
that
old
we can take into
Michigander.
account. Often they have an effect on prices
Gentlemen,
in the short term.
time has expired.
Our
Tim
business is
the
whether those
Tool
prices in
Man
the short term end up spreading out, and that's our
I'm
responsibility.
out of time, but
Thank you very much.
let's stay coordinated would be my request.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, who also chairs our Asia Pacific Subcommittee on House Foreign Affairs. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, I'll be right back.
Thank you, Chairman.
See if we
and
can find
ranking
another
member
trade,
for
make some more
hosting
money
today's
today.
hearing. Chairman Morris.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome. I understand it's your first appearance before our committee.
Warsh has got to be getting tired, man. He's been up there a while.
Yeah, what are we
Earlier
on?
this
Like
year, you may
hour
have heard I
3?
introduced Payments
I don't know. It's been a while.
Access and Consumer Efficiency Act, PACE Act, with my Democratic colleague Sam Liccardo, because I kept hearing from my constituents.
Yeah, if we get
in
above
Orange,
800
who
here,
reside in San Bernardino counties,
Two and a
about
half
how
probably takes us up to
important these payment
825.
Modernization is in helping
That's kinda
small
where we should float
businesses
to.
owners make payroll
Volume's
and
been
make
light.
sure
It's
that
not
their
crazy, but
workers get their paychecks on time.
kind of
And
reclaiming that
President
775
Trump
area.
understands that, which is why he issued the executive order earlier and signed that to call for a financial system that is more innovative and is affordable for American
825
families
and then it's
businesses.
900.
So Chairman Morris, I understand you share that goals and vision for the
Below
Federal
us,
Reserve
there's
as
not
well.
there's not really
But
anything below us
currently,
either.
the situation is the payments company holding money transmitter licenses in all U.S. states and complying with every Bank Secrecy Act rule and holding customer funds in a one-to-one
Do you guys like the book map?
liquid reserve still has no legal pathways to access the Federal Reserve payments rail directly.
Well, it gives you some good
So as a
data.
result,
You can just
small
kind of see
businesses
where.
and consumers
I love it.
burden
I think it's really good
Well-
data.
costs and slower payments.
Yeah, where the
So
orders are at and the net
PACE
flow.
Act is trying to address that by creating OCC supervised activity-based registration for sophisticated payment companies that trade federal
Yeah, as you can see,
safeguards,
like as
BSA
that like
compliance,
outer
and
blue
capital
bands,
reserves for direct
like the whole
access to
drift is
FedNow,
higher
FedWire,
right now,
FedACH.
and then you can
Yeah.
see up there where
So,
that order
Chairman,
block.
Can you talk about how you plan to work with the OCC and Congress to
And if you
ensure
look,
a
see, so the bubbles, just
well-regulated
if
payment
everybody's not
companies have
familiar with it, but
access to the
those bubbles are
infrastructure they need
basically volume at that level, and obviously the bigger the bubbles,
so thank you,
the
Representative.
bigger the volume at those levels. So if you see there's
look forward to working with you
relatively more green than
any
there is
details
red,
of your
so there's been more
legislation
buying under the
without picking
surface.
sides.
Here you go. Here's your
What I would
825
say
right
is
here.
The payment system that the
Yep, look at this
Federal
pop.
Reserve, supports needs to be resilient, needs to not play
Ooh,
favorites,
zoomed in too far.
needs to be able to withstand shocks, and needs to be reliable.
So it should float up to that darker red area is
we
kind of
can
like
do
a
our
magnet.
part to ensure that the payment rails in the United States are strong. I would make a distinction between that and any payments that interact directly with retail customers. This is a business that the central bank needs to and should stay out of. A competitive banking system, a competitive payment system provides huge benefits to the U.S., so I wouldn't want to infringe on the businesses and practices of the private sector.
I appreciate that. As you know, I took my team and I talking to the stakeholders quite a bit since last year until we introduced it in a bipartisan way. So I look forward to having that conversation with you. But I think we agree that across the board, we need to modernize, reevaluate how.
Here you go. You see this bubble growing. They're buying into this liquidity.
That our financial system continues to be the most competitive in the world. So to that end, I just want to let you know that PACE Act is, again, in response to President Trump's executive order. And when you know that the U.S. is the only G7 country that does not have a system that allow fintech or non-banks direct access to traditional.
Probably, I mean, you could on ES, it's probably a trim spot 87-ish.
We work together, and I do want to work with you.
If you got long down there.
Issue of a
I did. I'm long from 71.50.
So I hope.
So I just took
the time and
a couple there, 86.75. I got runners.
You are in office to review it, and
just trade for about. See if we can get it for 20 points. Back to the upside, maybe 92.
Another major priority of mine has been expanding access to workforce housing. Last week, as you know, we, as part of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, I was able to increase the cap for investments in community lending and affordable.
Do you want to talk about ADHD? Oh my God.
This is it. This definition of it.
One thing that has caught my eye is the 100%.
But if you look back to where we were talking before, like on ES, look at the 5-minute wicks on ES, and you see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where they all wick down to the same lows right around that.
That's why I
very few results
right here,
so
right here on the right side of my screen.
Can you offer any
that last kind of hammer candle, I took that long right at 71 and a half.
Mr. Chairman, I'd invite you to answer that question.
I said, okay, there's 4 wicks in a row.
Time has expired.
It's probably not
Chair
going lower.
recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chair, for being here. You know, public transparency and democratic accountability is important to American people, not just to my residents at home. So just bear with me here in regards to this. You know that you've said that the Fed should talk less to reduce the influence on.
All right, so you just took that liquidity there, that 825 area.
When the Fed speaks, it should matter.
Yeah, but there's a difference between giving less guidance to traders, you know, but also.
Yeah, so those bubbles that are in Bookmap, obviously the more green and the bigger they are, it means there's more aggressive buyers at that level. So
we have a duty
you got buyers hitting the offer.
Various goals. So
versus when they're red, you got guys jumping on the bid. So it just kind of gives you an indication of at those levels,
for instance,
who's got more control.
Transparency in regards to like one of the things that bothers me is like you as
and the size of that bubble is
right?
How much volume is there as well.
Subject to FOIA requests, we turn over
Lucid Motors is weighing going private.
Appropriate entries.
But when you provide it, you don't
go private
put the topic
at what price? 50 cents.
Yeah, who's going to put money into
I
that?
haven't even provided it yet.
I think what was it? Was it Volkswagen? Who put money or the Saudis or
it's the Saudis that feed that one.
I think what the American
Volkswagen put money in Rivian.
Anybody is not just.
What is that stock in $3?
I think is important. So let's
$5
get back to what you provide to the public. So when the Fed communicates less, how does the public or the committee?
I mean, they make no money.
I don't. Or the method was responsibly implemented.
You see that big liquidity got taken up here?
An important distinction. Our
then
number
sold
one
off,
goal is
yeah.
getting policy
There's
right.
like there's a
If we get
little
policy right,
there's
we
not
can
as much
deliver
above
lower
us, and now there's
prices.
more below it.
Transparency
The
in
market's like
communication is
seeking out
usually quite
liquidity a lot of
essential to
times.
do
It's
that.
kind of just
So I'll draw a
in like
distinction between our
any
internal
tool period,
deliberations.
you
We get
have to
a good
put
family
everything in
fight and
conflict. You
talk
can't
about
just
the
trade
hard
off of
issues
one thing.
and then our decisions.
Right.
I think our decisions.
I mean, you've got to put it in at least in
you should know
context,
everything
like
about. You should
of what's
understand
happening.
our rationale.
I mean, because
should
if we
be
go back to the
responsible and
actual,
accountable.
it just
If
shot.
we don't deliver what we say, you should hold us
just
account.
straight down.
So in that, I
But
favor
how do
full
you-
transparency.
Yeah. So it
Goodbye,
sounds
Lucid.
like you will be open to
Bye-bye.
absolutely
R.I.P.
being
Lucid.
regards to the method
Dude,
and the
can Kevin
rationale
Warsh
and
get a
the
bite to
thinking
eat? I mean, the
behind
guy's he's gonna wither away to nothing.
So if, again, this is
Give him a
something.
break.
So here's the view on this
People
though.
say
Look,
that to me.
this
I'm like,
morning,
if the Fed speaks less
resistance,
in public,
resistance,
the words that are spoken in
resistance,
private to
resistance with the
banks
one
and
little look
inviting
above and fell.
audiences and off the record setting,
So you
that's
look
why
at
the
this,
calendar,
and this
it's like, don't
literally
just
could
provide the
turn
calendar,
into
provide what
your
topic,
head and
because I think it's
shoulders
important.
possibly here.
So what specific steps will you
If
take?
structure breaks,
Will you take so that a quieter
that's
Fed,
it's
if that's
not
what
there
you
yet.
sound
It's
like
not
you
a
want, is you
setup
want a
yet.
quieter
I'm just
Fed,
saying the
isn't a
same
Fed hurt
spot
only by the well
around 800 to 825.
So I don't think there should be any special.
So seeing that there was a bunch of
dispensations
orders
that are
waiting there, so whoever was
my
maybe
judgment
long
is
in
what
here
matters
or
most
whoever's
is the real
wanting to
economy.
get short, they're building in. They're
Financial
willing to
prices
build into
then
shorts
can
here.
capture what's going on. My message more
You have to think about it. It
broadly
could be
to you, but
either
also
side.
to
You
people that
don't
are in the
know,
cottage
but
industry of following the
I know,
Fed.
but
somebody's just sitting there. They're
regular
either
person
sitting
out
there
there's not gonna get a
to
meeting
take
with you, not
profit,
gonna
or
know
they're
a lot
sitting
of
there to
those
get
things.
short.
That's why I'm asking. So like, will
I
you
would
at least
assume
Meta
be
looks-
to
they're
publish
sitting there
any
to get
readouts
short.
of your meetings with the market
Meta looks
participants?
decent right now this
I'm
afternoon.
committed to
Trade.
follow
I mean,
the law, and
Nvidia
we should
and,
to do
and
more
Meta
than that.
actually
I'm
look pretty
committed.
good.
We should know what you're telling them because
If Meta can break above
750,000
this
people in my district can get a meeting
the
with you,
664
and you wanna
area,
talk to the public less. So I
it
just
could start to
I
lift
don't know.
communications.
I just
Maybe
wanna
it
make
drags
sure
Google with it.
that we understand the intent and the decisions that are being made. So in 2020,
Yeah, Meta-
had, quote, redefined its legislative.
I don't know, you just had a huge day and then a gap up day. It's just like,
Right.
and what do you do?
Stuck.
You gotta wait. You kind of let it
My folks are
recoil
thinking
or
this isn't going to
something.
impact employment. This is going to, like what is going on here?
So what went
Video
on
looks
is
still pretty
the
good
Fed
to me.
changed its academic framework.
Yeah, over
and its
210 now.
operational framework, and it
I gotta
led to
think
higher
Nvidia's going to
prices, which did
211.
more harm to the
It's
least
probably the
off
spot.
among
Another
us
dollar
than any policy that I could have
would make
imagined.
You look,
sense.
you
for
got
those
really
highs.
supportive,
I know.
really
It's begun there
supportive
before, and
EMAs
we're
and
gonna
20
continue.
SMA here.
Last question.
You hit the
At your
50, you
June
came
press
back
conference,
down,
you said that
picked
there
up
is,
more
quote,
buyers
no
inside day
tool
yesterday,
choice, that strong employment and low
and now you're
prices are
getting
mutually
a
compatible.
huge hammer.
If there's no trade-off,
Pushed down, buyers
pursuing
came
maximum
in,
employment costs you nothing in terms of inflation. So,
and it
Chair,
would make sense
what
for this to run
concretely
up
are
and
you doing to
potentially
pursue maximum
get a
employment
big
right now?
move
So
if people
concretely,
come
what
out
we're doing is going
and
to
talk
deliver
about AI.
price stability, and when we
Right.
deliver
Well,
that,
ASML
households and
reports tonight,
businesses
right,
will be
overnight?
stronger.
Explain that
Yeah,
more.
tonight,
So I can't
by
think
like,
of
There you go.
like
Gentleman's
1 a.m.
time
or
has
something.
expired, and I invite the chairman to carry on that explanation in writing, and I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you so much for being here. I am trying not to be redundant on the questions you've already been asked, but Chairman, the June FOMC statement reaffirmed the Fed's policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. While your balance sheet task force is reviewing the benefits and risks of that framework, so if you go back to 2019, when reserve scarcity kind of contributed to stress in the short-term funding markets.
I could play with this book map thing all day. This is pretty cool.
Should the Fed watch most
I've watched,
closely?
excuse me, plenty of times I've never,
is moving too quickly.
actually, maybe like 2-3 years ago, I think I actually had access for a little bit.
We have to look at a mosaic of information to judge how best to conduct policy. I wish there were some simple rules that we could rely on for monetary policy, or clear and simple rules on the balance sheet. What we have to do right now is go back to first principles and ask ourselves whether this large balance sheet of a duration that is much higher than it was some years ago.
All right, I do have to go put these dishes up
We're
and
going to ask
get something to drink.
ourselves whether there's a better regime, and finally, how to get from the current regime to something else. We haven't prejudged any of those answers, but the goal isn't to be disruptive to markets. It's such that markets, the banking sector, and the real economy can understand the change and have time to adjust if we end up doing so.
Thank you. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'm going to yield my time back.
I thank gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
How are you, Chair? Thank you for your service. During your Senate confirmation hearing on April 21st, 2026, you said, quote, "The measures I prefer looking at are things that are called trim averages, where we take out all of the tail risk." Separately, on May 31st, 2026, the Wall Street Journal reported that you want the Federal Reserve to give greater weight to the Dallas Fed's trim mean PCE. And so I want to offer a critique and then have you respond. Trim mean PCE lagged behind core PCE in detecting the inflation shock that began in 2021. Core PCE crossed the Federal Reserve's 2% target in March 2021. Trim mean PCE did not cross that same threshold into July, a 4-month lag. By
I'm just going to say this whole
PCE
thing on whether it's
5.4%,
PCE or
while trim
core
mean PCE
inflation.
stood
We
at
just
only
had a
3.6%,
month-over-month core
of
inflation
nearly
number
2 percentage
that was at
points.
0%, which
So here's my
hasn't
question.
been
If
since
trim mean
I think second
PCE
quarter of
detected
2020.
the inflation shock later,
The amount
understated
of
its severity and diverged
lag in the
from core
housing
PCE
data
by
in
nearly 2
OER,
percentage points,
which I've talked about on
why
here
should
quite a
the
bit,
Fed place greater
for
weight
the
on
next
it
12
when setting
months is basically
monetary
baked
policy?
in
And to put a finer
mathematically.
point on it, your
So
core
it's going to be
criticism of the
very
Fed
difficult
is that it was behind
to
the
get an
curve on
acceleration
inflation.
in core
That
prices
same
if
criticism
shelter
can be
is,
leveled against your preferred
1/10 or
measure
2/10
on inflation.
or
So
even
why the
0
disconnect?
going into the
So
back half
none
of this
those are
year
very
and then
good
into
measures
next
of
year.
underlying inflation.
So core
That
inflation's
Wall Street Journal
probably
story
on this
that you
print. I
referenced
just don't
is
see
incorrect,
really any upside.
that I have a preferred measure from one of my
Higher
reserve
rates
banks.
hurt
If
automotive
I had
and
a
hurt
preferred
housing.
measure, I
So
wouldn't have called
those are
for
your
a
two
task
biggest
force to go
components.
back to first principles, and the data task force will be looking
RTY is going
ultimately at
straight
inflation
sideways. Look at this 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
It's
My view
disgusting.
is that we need
Stuck
new
it.
measures to
But
understand
But here's the
great.
thing, like, you have another data set tomorrow,
Am
what,
I
PPI.
interested in what's
Yep.
the mean
So you
or
need,
median
you
price
kind of
of
want some
good
kind of
and
confirmation.
big box retailers?
And it's not
You
just
bet I
because
am.
oil prices went
None
low.
of these measures capture
But
that. I am
at the
super
same time,
interested in
you're
finding
going
new measures to
into
do a
earnings
better
season.
job to help us inform our decisions.
Would
Correct.
you,
so that the
I mean,
inflation of the last 5 years don't
the
continue.
strong,
You have
proven
repeatedly described inflation as a
opportunities
choice.
in the
Simple
market,
yes or no question.
are you
mean a choice by the Federal
are you
Reserve?
willing to not speculate on those,
Choice
to go
by the
speculate
Federal
on
Reserve and
small
fiscal
caps right now?
policymakers both, but I'm not trying to push the
Don't really
responsibility
have
onto
like
you.
the rate cut stuff there. You are in a
Congress
technical
said that we're in
breakout,
the business of
rotation in the
ensuring
market,
stable
but
prices, and that's exactly what
going
we're
into
doing.
earnings season, right? We're about to
Combating
find out
inflation is
about
part of the Fed's statutory
a lot more
mandate,
about the
and you
current
view
AI
inflation as a
picture,
choice by
the
the
mega
Fed.
cap picture.
Combating
Max seven,
unemployment
I
is
mean,
also part of the Fed's
I don't know. It's just
mandate.
in my
You
head, I'm
view
like,
unemployment as a choice.
if I'm sitting here going, okay,
No
what do I want to
legislative
speculate on?
orphans.
It's not,
We can't just
it's not
take one
small
part of the
caps
statute
yet.
you give us and disown the others.
Now,
We'll
you
just
tell
add
me
a
that this
touch of
next quarter is
complexity.
probably just going to be more of the
We have
same.
more control over the
No,
price
no
level
change
ourselves
around
than we
AI.
do the
Then
unemployment rate. We have some say there,
okay, maybe
but so do all the policies that
you
you and
know,
your colleagues
get
put
another
into
good data
place.
print or
But
two.
obviously, if you
Oil comes in
aggressively
a little
raise
bit.
interest rates, that could have the effect of causing
Maybe you do,
unemployment. So in that sense, it's a choice, right? There are
take off
multiple
into small
forces that
caps.
shape both inflation and unemployment, and the Fed is one among many. Quantitative easing. Do you believe quantitative easing is inherently inflationary?
CPI and PPI
yes
usually
or no,
move in
and-
symmetry, though, right?
Question I can answer simply.
I think I'll default to Will to answer that, but I've seen equal and opposite reactions a lot in the market.
It can often
I
provide
mean,
liquidity to markets that need it.
Will, how would you?
2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve's balance sheet grew by a factor of 5. From
It's
about
like
900 billion to about
because it's
4.5
consumer versus
trillion.
producer.
Yet over the same period,
So, like,
average
yes,
headline
in
PCE
theory, like
was
they do move in
1.7%,
tandem
and
sometimes,
average
but
core
sometimes
PCE
you have
inflation was
one
1.5%
side
below
shows an
the
issue
Fed's
that the other
2%
side's not
target.
showing.
So the notion
Like
that quantitative
one needs the
easing
other,
may be inflationary
but
fails
they
to
don't.
explain
They can both perform well or both perform bad,
non-inflationary
but there
effects
can be like an
of
issue
a
with one that's not in the
multi-trillion-dollar
other.
Five-fold expansion of the Fed's balance sheet from 2008 to 2014. Can you explain
This is
that?
basically it's your buyer side versus your seller side.
The balance sheet expansion were
So you had good,
policy
basically
tools,
decent numbers on the
and
buyer
then
side today. So
reasonable
what's the
conclusion
seller
to
side
draw.
look
But
like?
We have several policy tools.
Producing the
dominant one
actual.
is interest rates, and so we need to think about both of them in the context.
And I
of
want to
monetary
quickly
policy.
interject. Do you believe changes in the size of the Fed's balance sheet have an effect
This
on
is an important
inflation
question.
comparable to changes in interest rates?
You had me except for comparable. They can substitute for each other. They can complement each other.
But you don't see them as comparable.
But the balance sheet, they have different effects. The balance sheet tends to work more through asset prices first.
And I want to
interest
interject.
rates more through the real economy.
Do you acknowledge that IORB weakens the relationship between the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and inflation?
Not precisely. I don't know if I can answer that fully in one
You
second.
need to answer it in writing, and it'll be very interesting because these were good questions.
I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
With the time we have remaining that the chairman's allocated us, the chair now recognizes the chairman of our subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood, and I recognize you for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Chairman Warsh. I'd like to begin by emphasizing the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. Markets rely on our financial system and the dollar as a stable, safe
Nvidia
place
just
to put
popped
money.
again.
The stability of our financial
Took
system
out
is
yesterday's
at the center of
high.
our global influence. Our adversaries know that if they can break our debt markets, if they can break the dollar, they can remove one of the largest and most significant advantages we have as Americans. The strength of our system and in turn our ability to stand up against foreign adversaries that seek to destabilize it is partially a function of having an independent Federal Reserve. If we lose an independent Federal Reserve, we will lose the confidence of people around the world that use the U.S. markets and the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, and that would be devastating for our economy and the economic security alike. Thank you for your work. I want you to know that I strongly support your ability to operate in an independent fashion. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, before I get into the rest of my questions, I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak on the importance of an independent Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to do it.
So like here's a look that I like, like on Bookmap.
Fed independence.
So I want to see like where's liquidity at,
of monetary policy.
where's it more, where's it less.
And will ensure that
So I just think the market kind of will gravitate towards that. Obviously, is there more buying or selling going on? It's just kind of reading the overall. If you look here,
in everything we
there's
do,
more
and
orders to the
strengthens
upside than
role
there are
of
to the
United
downside.
States
Now,
and the U.S. dollar and the global
what
economy.
you also have to
Really
monitor
appreciate
is
that.
there a change
Next,
in that?
let's talk about the Federal Reserve's
Do all the
balance
orders
sheet,
above
following
disappear
up
and do they
what
start
Mr. Torres was
popping
talking
up
about.
below?
I've had longstanding concerns with the effects of the long-term effects
But for
of the
now,
Federal
this
Reserve's
is
balance sheet. In
this is still
particular,
pointing
I
towards
also
higher
worry
overall, which
about
also
the
lines
use of
up with our
quantitative
SPX and
easing in times of
QQQX,
economic trouble can
which
take
is
a
still
long time
pointing to higher.
unwind,
Look at
leading to a Federal
SPX,
Reserve balance sheet that
still pointing
continues to grow
towards
and grow over time.
75.60s.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind commenting just broadly on the use of quantitative
75,
easing in
60,
monetary
75,
policy?
65.
I'd be happy to do a Congressman. In periods of
75.50
crisis,
in there as well as the
when markets
biggest
aren't
one.
clearing, I am willing to be quite
There is a
aggressive.
little bit that
in
has
what
popped up down
the Fed
below us,
does
but
with
not
its
much.
balance sheet, the assets that we buy as necessary in unusual and exigent circumstances. But when crises are over, monetary policy, in my view, should be driven almost exclusively by interest rate policy. One of my former
And then the
colleagues
chart's
said it
also telling
best
you
when
we're
he
trending
said
upward,
interest
your
rates get
EMA
in
is
the
just
cracks.
crossed.
Go
Obviously, you're
on to
well
say
above VWAP.
Interest rates don't favor one class of people versus another. They don't
You're
favor
above
those
previous
that have
day's
financial
high
assets
on
more than
QQQ.
folks
You're
that are
above
living
IB
off
high.
their,
Those
bi-monthly
both
paychecks.
positive
So
symbols.
I like
You're back
interest
above
rates
IB
as the
high right
dominant
here
ways
on
to make
ES
monetary policy, and
as
I
well.
prefer, all the things being equal,
This
to
looks like we're going higher.
balance sheets, when the
Nvidia,
crises are real.
it just once
However,
again, some of the
we've
parts of
inherited-
Nvidia
I've
is
inherited a
screaming
very
higher
large
right now.
balance sheet with a very complicated set of assets, and I am open-minded to reforms, as are my colleagues, and I'm keen to continue to work with this task force to achieve that.
Real quick,
Here's
and
the look
I'm
at
skipping
ES.
to the end because this question matters a lot to me. I have a lot of community
So it's interesting that
banks.
ES actually has a lot of orders
It's
down
the
below.
lifeblood of agriculture. Can you talk about how you see supervision working and respecting the role of a community bank, especially in rural America?
Congressman, as I
Those are
mentioned to you in
way
your
lower.
office,
So like
I'm a
here's
big
where I would
believer in the diversity
more look
of financial
10, 12 points higher. So this
institutions. The US
high of day
economy
areas up
benefits
here.
enormously by not having a half a dozen big institutions at the top do everything for everybody. The ag community, other communities are well served by the banks that are
Yeah, you have
closest
pretty.
to them.
You have these
Supervision and
liquidity bands
regulation
right
needs
here
to take
above
that
us,
into
so it's
account.
probably headed
Thousands
towards
of
those.
banks that
But
we have are
it's pretty boxed in.
enviable good.
76.10 and
The Fed needs to
75.
do what it can to support them.
56.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Nvidia's still
Gentleman yields
pushing.
back. I want to thank Chairman Warsh. This is season
we
one,
zoom in here a little
episode
bit.
1 of Warsh at the Fed. We look forward to episode 2 tomorrow. We want to thank you for your testimony today. Without
There's way
objection,
more
all
orders
members will have
above us
5
than below
legislative
us.
days to submit additional written questions
So there's your
to
look at
the chair.
ES.
Questions will be forwarded to the witness for your response. Chair Warsh, please respond no later than August 18th, 2026. And with that, this committee hearing.
Remember, guys, code WOLF at your favorite prop firm gets you the best discount that they offer. You see a bunch of them down there at the bottom of the screen. Take Profit Trader also live with code WOLF. If you use Apex, use code WOLFX. And we are finally done, thank God, with the worst thing. Oh, Taco Tuesday really is undefeated. That's crazy. We're just 16 subscribers away from 5K. Let's get to 5K, guys. I'll give away a lot of, when I say a lot, I'll give away several accounts that day. You hit 5K subscribers. I've got multiple accounts that I want to try to give away. No manches. Oh, oh, I see W's in the chat. Oh, there's a subscribe. Okay. Yeah, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you don't mind, turn on notifications. All that's going to do is help push us out there in the algo. I've noticed since a lot of you started turning on those notifications, even if you're OG Wolf Pack, you've been here every day, every morning, you don't need the notification. What it does is YouTube rewards that in the algo. They said, hey, a bunch of people have notifications on. And as soon as I hit the live button, a couple minutes before the market opens, boom, they see that, they pump it out there. So I appreciate everyone. I do see we just got a couple new subscribers here. Beautiful. 14 away. Guys, you figured out a way to get there today. I will give away multiple accounts today if we get to 5K subscribers. If not, the day that we do, I'll give away more. If we get there today, I will be in a very generous mood because I'll be super fired up as the Wolfpack continues to grow. Crazy. We started doing this like October, I think, basically full time.
Yeah.
I started streaming on my own with Edgeful. Got that, merged into Wolf. We did 2 days a week for quite a while. And then once we got everything running with Jordan and Wolf Trading, we were able to set up and do both. 850. They're just adding orders.
Boom.
Nvidia still screaming. Oh,
Get yourself some of
there
that
we go.
wolf
Got some
pack.
memberships. There we
Let's
go.
go.
Bang, 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 bang. Notice how the market went up. A couple of you subscribed, and we just gave away a bunch of. Shout out Will giving away a bunch of. Let's go.
Let's go. Welcome
Let's
in.
go. Welcome in, new members. You still need to subscribe to the channel, of course, but you do get a free membership right there, courtesy of Will hanging out with us. Also sharing just alpha thoughts, all the above. Big shout out. Ooh, here we go. We got some buying coming in here. We got some buying. Look at this. Look at this bubble popping up. They want 850 now. They're lining it
nice
up, Will.
Rotation down, and then they it was a perfect spot. That 730s, 750 area held in there nice, and now we got that nice recovery back to the upside. Probably take it back up. I mean, at least do we go back to 900? I mean, maybe at least 850, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Oh, I love what Brent did there. He put the W and then put Will after it.
Let's go.
And Boris still can't get a membership.
Can't wait to come out, see everybody in New York. It's going to be a great time. Exciting.
You know what's crazy? And I've traded, so like I met you within the last however long, probably last summer, I think.
Yeah.
Just in the stream chat that one day. But I've been trading listening. I started listening to Spaces before I became a part of it. Basically around when KC joined. I have not met KC in person. I've been trading, Maple Stacks and KC. I listened to him for about a year before I got onto the Spaces, and then I've been doing the Spaces for right at 2.5 years every day. Between that and the streams, every day with Maple, with KC. I've never met either one of those in person. I have met Frank, and I've met Knots, and of course I've met Jordan. I've never met Paper Gains. I've never met Stock Talk. You, Sem, and we've got a lot of other people. I think the people are going to be surprised that end up coming to the event. We know a lot of traders and other people that are in New York City that are going to stop by at least, whether it's, during the event or the happy hour or somewhere. But a lot of other, traders within our network that have been on a lot of our shows and stuff who live in the area are coming by.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Yeah, is Rizzo going? That's a good question.
I have not confirmed that he was. He's dealing with some kind of business thing that he's got some business or something he's trying to take care of. If he gets things sorted, I think he's going to try to come out, but I'm not sure if he's 100% going to make it or not. And I don't know about Brady either. I need to check with Brady and see if he's going to try to come. Look at that. 850 just hit. There's your pivot point. Liquidity taken there. And they're still at it. So you see the book map. You see how this liquidity, sorry, real fast, Will. You see how these bands just keep popping up higher? And there's nothing really below us. It's just kind of telling you the general trajectory of where people are placing orders. Now, if all these start to disappear up here and you start seeing a bunch down here underneath us, then you think, okay, maybe there's a little turnaround in process, but this looks like a float higher scenario. Obviously, we're trending pretty hard right now on top of the EMAs. To the member who gave me a membership, thank you. That was Will, the guy right here on stage. You see the little white box lighting up with his voice. He gave away those.
Enjoy the membership. Let's go. Yeah, the volume. I mean, the volume just been light off this mid-level low in the Qs. Just been kind of a slow grind. I don't think you're going to see. It's kind of an inside day going on. Didn't have a ton of kind of a doji kind of candlestick forming.
SpaceX exclusive to Axios. Grok jailbreak creates graphic and maybe sexual images, I think is what they said.
Whoa.
That's a
getting aggressive.
Hey, Grok's going off the rails, just unhinged.
I can't wait for that, for when they start talking about AI just starts doing its own thing and just goes rogue like everywhere. Like you can see it like mainstream. They're like getting into the traffic lights and like crazy stuff. Like, I don't know. Maybe the Matrix will be a real thing. I don't know. This was another great day for credit spreads, iron condor, short put spread. These are the days you like, just to slow burn up that theta.
It's where I like to get in around an edge with some type of sell signal, some type of like 2-3 layers confluence like we had on that short earlier. Yep. Took it back to the middle of the day, revert to the mean type of trader. That's how I am, which also bodes well for condors and things like that. And then you start to see like what Will talked about. Here's that 5-minute look. You see all these bottom wicks holding kind of in the same area. I looked left and noticed there was right here a lot of consolidation. The further left you go, there's a lot at the 720 area. So I was like, okay, there's potential level there. And then I went over and started looking at, other pieces of confluence. So yes, right here, look at this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wicks in a row on the bottom end of this, all holding right there. Right. I mean, just somebody wanted to hold it right there, right? And then you start putting other context into it. 75.30. If I go to my daily chart, this is going to be a good little breakdown here. If I go to my daily chart, 75.30, I have this actually marked as a level, multiple highs here. Right here, high. Multiple times we've traded around this area, and it's been a pretty key area. I also looked at the GACS, and it was still all above us, really. There was a little bit down below us, but even when we were sitting right here, all this stuff was still up above us. So there's another piece of confluence. SPY, look where this is. Look where exactly where all these wicks are. 750, whole number, psychological number. And honestly, let me pull up SPY here. I almost guarantee you SPY probably had some gamma just holding there. That was a big dark pull level right there. How about that? So look at this look on SPY. As we were coming down to this area, you still had all this above us. There was one little piece down here below us, but you still had a lot up here above us that had not cleared off. And you had a huge dark pull level. You had a psychological level. So you start to put, piece things together, price action. You start to piece, the candles and the price action, what they're doing, where you're at, where the levels are, how things are behaving, where you just came from, what's the overall picture of the day. So like, whoa.
So
little sell right there.
Well, on top of that, some of the leaders like Nvidia was trucking basically all morning and really hasn't looked back. And here we are at 211.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was going to kind of go with. So like you had your big move up on CPI. You have somewhat positive news overall. You came down and this is basically a liquidity sweep into, look at all this right here. All the pre-market area right here, sweep right back into it on SPY, and you push back off of it. And then you moved up, kind of stalled out. You came right back to the middle of the day, right to where all this is. You held, price action was holding. If you were short, you got out of that. You just had a decent move down, so getting a little rebound there makes sense. Put it all together, you have a pretty good read on the market there. And then, another piece. What was Will just saying? NVIDIA, the most, the strongest, heaviest weighted stock. What was it doing? It was moving up. And when the market was coming in, what was it doing? Consolidating straight sideways above IB high right here. Opening print IB high right here. Look at this, just consolidating, staying there, and then look what it's continued to do. We could probably look at internals. Internals are just flat straight across on ADD. Internals have stayed mostly strong. They're a little bit weaker now the last little bit on the NYSE. A little bit weaker here, but while price was pulling back, while we were in that short, look at this, net buying. Now internals are softening up a little bit. So as we get up here into this area and we stall out, I'm looking for some kind of confluence, to see, do they start like taking away orders, start putting orders below us on the book map? Do we start to break structure? Do we create that kind of head and shoulders look? And do we stay just kind of range bound? Ahead of earnings, more macro data tomorrow. Could make sense. We'll see. We also can go look at oil if this will load. So this morning, oil was coming down the whole time. And then as the market pulled back, what was oil doing? It was spiking. And then once it cooled back off, the market's been trending up while oil has been consolidating, fading back down. So kind of an inverse relationship there, of course. So that's how I read markets overall. Like I feel like that was a decent just snapshot of how I go, like, from price action to confluence of levels to, where we're at. I mean, I can throw in the IB stuff. I can throw in candlestick patterns. I can look at volume. I can look at what your bigger names are doing. I can look at SPY, SPX, ES in confluence with the NASDAQ and kind of get an idea. And the more things that line up for me, the more confluence I have to go ahead and give a decent shot at a trade there.
Guess what the low a day was on SPX? 9-period EMA.
Yeah, and we looked at this earlier too, right?
Right at it.
Here's the 9. Wait. And that's why I have 3 tabs open with different charts up here, guys, all day long. So I can easily get to the daily charts really fast. I can keep my 15, 10-minute view, whatever, here with IB, those kind of reference points, have a better look at it. And then I can keep my 5-minute with EMAs, VWAP, all of that stuff here side by side on NQES. So that's a little snapshot into how I just continually, all day long, that's what I do. Continually just monitor all these different things and put them together and piece together. Like this won't change, but knowing that our low of day was the 9-period on SPX, same with SPY, and yesterday as well. Very supportive buying right on a 9-period. I'd love to see that. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row, essentially, that you've got that. It's a very supportive look. Obviously, we know CPI data was good this morning, so push it all together. Your one negative, obviously, is what oil is trying to do, but we know oil's at a big spot. If we go to, I have my box drawn a little bit lower, but you did a little liquidity sweep. Kind of hit this equal high from the big sell day back on Tuesday, the 16th of June. But see, this to me looks like this could be a little topping tail on CL and a little pullback coming back into the 75s.
Well, it's funny if you draw. Was I doing it last night? I guess it's not the cleanest trend line, but it's kind of close. Kind of wicked into it.
Yeah.
You have one there, and then you have one on the lower. So that could be an area, that 85 I was talking about, and then your next one's kind of in that area. So it's kind of like could be a look above and fail.
This could be a try to get out of the trend line and not. Now, what I would want to see if I was long oil, I'd want to see this be able to close above, put some kind of candle in here, and then a back test tail into that, into this area where the candle's still closed up here, but maybe you wick down into the trend line. And then, yes, I would be like, okay, now you're definitely going to try to get up here to this 85, which is that first trend line. I just put that back real fast, and the 50-day.
There's
be all like right in this area. So I set up both possibilities. My inclination is that oil is going to come back in, but I have both possibilities that I can react to as part of it. So there we go. Look at that little midday breakdown. And then look, I have this 800 area that was resistance, been resistance before. It was a flip point here. It was support over here. So here, I mean, just you can look, we've reacted to this area many times, and then we lost it and rejected it, came to it, had troubles with it, and now we're trying to fight and get our way above it. Right there, Ivy high, 800s. It's also a fib level. And we're pushing up.
Whew. Lucid getting smashed. $3 now. It's got crushed, down 37%. Ouch.
Dang, I should have, as soon as I called out that news, I should have just thrown on some lotto puts.
Yeah, hammer it short. There's, if you were in, if anybody was long ES from down there, there's 95. That's 20 points, 20 plus points from that long. Or even if you got in late, I think I called it out around, I don't know, it's like 78. Still another 10, 15 points.
Checking on our friends at SK Hynix.
Did those get filled?
Goodness gracious, what a day. UX now has a 25, almost 25% range today.
I did pick up some Rivian puts that are up about 15, 20% now. Collateral damage.
Collateral damage. What was the other? What did the guy say? Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
I mean, the other thing too, just to add to the midday breakdown, is when you go by those sectors. I mean, you got the semis up 3% and technology up 1.5%. You know, it starts to. And what are your weak sectors? Healthcare. You know, the stuff that's not momentum driven, and it's tough when technology really never pulled back that hard on the 15-minute, nor did the semis. Semis pulled back a little bit early, but late in that second push, they were decently strong. Yeah, that's the other thing. I got one big panel.
We are 12 subscribers to the channel.
Let's go. Need 12 more.
You have one panel?
I got one
12 more. 12 subscribers away from 5K.
There we go. And that's it, because I got 12. I got one panel with 12 sectors on it. All 15-minute charts, and I have every sector. So I can see just at one glance, like, what's doing what, It gives you kind of like a big, a big read, just so I can see everything all at one time.
Yeah, that's why I just flipped through a ton of stuff, and like what you guys see me sharing on here is like I'm doing that more for you guys. I have another screen above me up here that I literally have QQQ, SPY, IWM, NVIDIA, Google, and then a rotating slot of another major player that I'm just going through all day long. And I can also type in any sector, anything I want. I've got VIX information across my screen. I've got SPX and NDX sitting across there, so like I can see if they're at whole number levels where we like to see a lot of positioning happen. So like right now I'm just looking up 75.50, kind of a whole number on SPX, kind of interim number, I guess.
Yeah, I got 12 15-minute charts on one 49-inch panel. So I got two trading view tabs open with six panels in each one. So there's 12 total on one screen. And I have them all on 15 minutes with just the moving averages. But what it does is it helps me when I look at it, I can say, okay, like, hey, tech and semis look fine. Healthcare, staples are selling off. I can just kind of get a pulse of the market on are they above or below the 15-minute EMAs, and what's breaking down, and that kind of can feed into the if you're trading ES, gives you a little bit better context. Yeah, I probably can share it, but it's probably a little crazy. I don't even know if I can. I think it's too many windows. Entire screen.
What kind of computer do you guys use? So I'm doing all of this that you see on a MacBook Pro that I bought this year. And then I have a second laptop that's hooked up to 2 other monitors where I have multiple other things going on. Discord, news terminal, charts. I actually can see Brady's book map over there. I have the YouTube stream pulled up over there. Verizon layoffs.
Yeah, I'm on Windows. I got so I got a 49-inch big panel, and then I got 2 32s, and then a 15-inch all in one spot.
This thing I want to do is add I think I want to get just a little smaller vertical monitor that I can put this book map on.
Yes.
Book map seems to work pretty good on the vertical.
Oh,
yes, it does.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
yo, yo.
What up, what up?
Yep, Google just broke new high of day.
Yeah,
I shorted NQ earlier. Ooh,
Really
this
nice
15 minute
short
on
on
Google looked good. Look at that. There was a KC special in this 15-minute right here on ES. That was my confluence to short NQ. I'm sure you saw it. This here, let me
Evening Star
right here. Right
yeah,
here. This
yeah, and then
Evening
go to
Star right here in the middle.
go to your 5-minute and take a guess on where it said short. Guess which candle? Right there.
Probably 11:30.
Yep. That candle right there.
Yeah, so
came in.
Literally what I did was after this candle printed on this next candle on the 15-minute, like after 11:30, this pushed back up a little bit, and then I was just like watching NQ the exact same time, and it was like right here. It pushed up into like 850, rejected, and if I go to my 5-minute, it rejected right here off of the pivot point at 850 and pushed down. I got short here, like 841, I think was my average. We rode it down pretty nicely. We saw this and we saw this that me and Will just went through, closed out the rest of the runners.
Nice.
And we had a pretty decent trade there.
Yeah, it printed the short signal on NQ at 845. 29, 845. And it looks like it dropped like 140 points.
Ooh, Lucid down 46%. Ouch.
Yeah, are they about to halt this?
Yeah, see ya.
I think it's
They
halted
already
right
did
now.
like twice.
Did they?
Yeah.
Damn.
On the taking them private.
So I'm in Palantir call swings. I've already trimmed some out, but I'm looking for larger move still on Palantir. The other one is NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA can be a good candidate as well.
You know what, Ryan? We should have jumped in that NVIDIA earlier. That would have been a good...
Ooh, I trimmed my iron inputs.
That was the trade. That was a good trade. They're just strong all day.
Look, IRN down 3% in an up tape.
Yeah. Yeah, my puts
What does
just
that
hit
tell
like
you
40,
happens if we get pullback day?
45%. I think Amazon can go here. Amazon's been in 6 different squeezes all day. It's firing the 5-minute now. It still has all the other ones.
Does look good on the 4 hour, right above the 9. You know, we get above like 250 again, it could run.
Yep. I like it. I like it.
You guys get 12 more people to subscribe to the channel. Wolf Trading. I will give away some free prop firm accounts today. Need 12 more. There's 300 plus of you in here. Surely some of you are not subscribed. Once again, turn notifications on. You already know I go live one time a day at the opening bell. But YouTube rewards it. Yeah, get those burners out.
Yeah, Amazon vaults at 250 is looking good. Let me go check the heat map real quick for bull flow on it. 250.
The high of day was the 20-day exactly on QQQ, by the way. God, poor Lucid. This thing's dead. RIP.
Yep, bye-bye Lucid. They got loose with it, and now they're gone.
Getting loosey-goosey.
That was the target on ES, like 93, 94. So if you were long from down there, there's your spot.
And here's the ES book map. It just popped up a little bit down below at 75.71 again, but
it's light.
Still a lot higher.
It's an ugly candlestick setup right there on a 5-minute.
Rivian falling with Lucid.
Yeah, I shorted it. Bought some puts.
Oh, Amazon.
Oh, God. Yeah, Rivian's getting smoked.
Yeah, down 2% now.
Think there's any flow.
Yeah, Lucid still halted.
Man, they're smacking 717s on Amazon. They're selling farther dated puts. That's where a lot of the heavy flows at.
For Friday?
No, they're buying a few of like the 250s for 717 on Amazon, but they're selling puts for December 2027 and January of 2028.
Selling puts? Wow, that's somebody.
Yeah, 220 strikes to be exact for January 2028.
Somebody's trying to take a big earnings move on stock moves higher and collect a bunch of premium because you're going far out.
Yeah.
Could be.
The unusual flow. What is it unusual for?
Yeah, if you go to Amazon and click on whales, should see
So I
it.
was like going through the different categories here.
So there's those, the top
Yeah,
one right
sold
there.
puts, double sold puts, and it looks like they
Oh, the
hedged it with sold
250s?
calls. They sold two. No, this is
The
a
calendar.
This is a multi. This is like a multi-leg calendar, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're like,
so you-
but look at the times. The first entry though is at 9:46, and then the other ones don't come in until 11:58 and 12:33.
Yeah, these two were put on together. So they
They're
sold.
It's a butter. It looks like a butter. Well, it's because look at the dollar amount. So you got what are the strikes? 250.
All the expirations are
They
different as
sold
well.
220s for January of 2028, and then they sold 250s for June of next year. And then somebody sold January of next year calls.
Mm-hmm. And then if you do 100K plus orders only,
So it's a calendar. I'm trying to think about this.
Look at all
They
those-
sold further out.
all those 220s right there, you'll see the 220 put right there for January 21st, 2028.
Yeah, look, if I isolate the contract here,
It's like $3 million worth.
yeah, look at this, multiple orders, and these are all pretty close, within an hour of each other.
Mhm.
Sold puts, sold puts, sold puts, all for the same.
That last
strike.
order just came in 5 minutes ago. That's what kind of caught my eye. I was like, what is
Yeah,
going on?
That's 1.5 million just in those two from the last, since the last hour. Yeah.
Someone just bought $3.36 million worth of INTC calls. For next week, 110s, they bought 4,900 contracts for $685 a piece. RIP to that dude who spent $5 million on NBIS calls.
I gotta run and pick up my son at the day camp, so I gotta jet.
Appreciate you, brother.
It was a good morning. Caught some good trade to the downside, one back to the upside, and I think it was a slow trade. We got some good trades.
Had a good trade on oil, and then good short. Oil I'm still sitting in those runners from this morning.
Where's it at now?
But I hit all my targets, so it's just staying in the trade now.
Holy lucid.
Yeah. Toasted.
Jesus.
280.
What if these buys are just closing of positions? But they sold puts. Lord of Wall Street, they
Tesla
were selling
getting hit
puts.
too? No. But Rivian's getting smashed.
SK Hynix headed for new high of day. 2x leveraged SKHX. Maybe do we get a 25% move from open? Shout out. Here's the ticker if anybody wants to see it. There is the 1x short from leverage shares as well. If you're trying to hedge a long position or something, or if you're just a trader, either way. SKHZ is the 1x short from our sponsors over leverage shares. Shout out.
Shout out.
All right, guys, I'm going to run. I'll catch y'all later.
Later, Will.
All right, see you, boys.
See you, Will.
Mita. Palantir. Oh, new highs. About to hit my 135 target here. Nice little 5-minute bull flag off the EMAs right when I came on live stream, pushing up. See where we're at on these calls. Yeah, there we go.
KC Will was getting his tickets booked for NYC. He's going to be out there with us.
Let's go! Can't wait to meet the man, the myth, the legend.
So I was like sitting there. I was talking through it with Will. I was like, look, like right when you started trading on Spaces is probably around the time I started listening. Like 2023.
Look at us now.
And then like I listened to you, and so the reason I was thinking about you and Maple, I haven't met you yet. I haven't met Maple. Obviously, I haven't met Paper or Sim. I met Knots.
I met Knots.
You remember you guys went to something in like Florida?
Yeah, I met Knots.
Well, was there? I think. I think Josh was there.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Palantir, baby. You can trim. Here we go, baby. Yeah, I met Knots. Met not Will, not Josh. Sharky. Met some small little fucker. Like anymore. We had a good time.
Have you met Jordan?
I've never met Jordan.
Never met Jordan. Wow.
I haven't met Gob, Jordan, you, Maple. I did meet Evan. He did come to a bar in Florida, and I met him. I did.
There you go.
He looks exactly how he sounds.
He looks exactly what I think. Ooh, big order just popped up on the book map. 382 lots just popped up here.
I can't wait for us to dox him, though. It's going to be great.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. Evan looks exactly how I thought he would look.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, just like when I met Evan the first time, I was like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to look like. That's the stock market news.
That's what you're supposed to look like.
It is. And he's incredible. Like, he's you know what's crazy? He is a sneaky athlete. Even though he's like nerdy in a way, he is a sneaky athlete.
I'm getting an alert on ES and Q.
There's now 500 orders above us on NQ here. Trying to keep it down in the range. Here, let me show book map. You see these two giant orders right here? 382 and 201. Right at 875 and 686. Or 860. What did I say? 868. Wow. No, Evan doesn't wear glasses. Evan kind of looks like a dad, but like 10 years before you become a dad.
I trimmed PLTR, 365 on the contracts.
ES back to Ivy High. SPY sitting right on Ivy High. Two bananas is what I just heard. Yeah, Lord of Wall Street. That's one thing I watch for. So like as soon as those pulled up, you notice like some people said, "Ugh, there's a ton." I mean, they probably still get up there, but if you see like there's 600 people or 600 lots for sale above you, you're probably thinking, I don't probably want to have new buys going into that. So you see that happen a lot of times too.
If we sell, I think it's because IWM.
IWM's been sideways for like 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if this squeeze is going to fire, if it breaks this spot, and then if it just kind of drags SPY and Qs down a little bit and keeps us more sideways.
My 10-minute looked like it wanted to like fire upside. Now it's starting to roll just slightly. Let me put that on the screen. You can see mine's green as can be, but it was moving up down here, and then now it's starting to kind of curl downside. But if this candle pops up, this will cross upside for the squeeze to break on the 10-minute.
Like NVIDIA 225s for the end of the month.
I do think NVIDIA keeps getting a bid until up into these earnings for sure. $10 on Lucid puts, Jinx. There you go.
Damn.
I'm glad I called out that news like as soon as it happened. I'm glad somebody jumped on. Kind of kicking myself for not doing it. Yeah, I know a few of you guys in the chat grabbed it. That's why I try to call out the news as quick as I can for you guys. There's an opportunity. I don't always act on it myself, but let's see what these guys do up here. There's no orders below us at all. That's the other thing that I keep noticing. There's no GAX or Gamma really positioning below us anymore. SPX, they cleared out below us. It's just, look at this. It's all above us. This makes me think that we're going to grab these orders and go higher.
Dude, this Palantir daily candle right now is gnarly.
Damn.
Oh, yeah,
Both
baby.
the previous 4 days?
Yes, sir. And then I want it to just freaking fire. Just straight ripper after this day. I want to see a matching candle tomorrow. Just run to 140.
Could get it too, especially the way software's acting. Software was down 3% pre-market and was up almost 2% a while ago. IBM like
these videos for a starter. I kind of want to do like farther expiration on these two in the main account.
clear 212 on the video. It should be 216 pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Palantir. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh. Gnarly. Fuck yeah, baby.
That by took France. Got a profit boost. for just a little one. Can't stand Spain.
It's gonna be a good match.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
Jesus, Palantir's daily candle is freaking gnarly. What's up? 4 point? Oh, it's up 420 on the day. Let's go. Keep me from getting to you, baby. Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough.
SMH wants new high day too. Tell me this doesn't look like it's about to launch.
I'm kind of hoping so. Q's looks the best.
I mean, every way I look at this thing, it looks like we're going to go higher. SPY, QQ, or SPY and SPX both, just everything above us is built. There's nothing below us. QQQ doesn't have as much. You're long Rivian and Lucid?
I was thinking about buying Rivian for a day trade down here.
Is it under 15?
I had a level at 16.76. I don't know why, but I have a level there. I thought about it.
Daily EMAs.
But look at NVIDIA on a weekly. and tell me I shouldn't full pour all 3 of my kids' college funds into this.
Well, I mean, I don't have to look at it to tell you that.
Just look at this setup on these candles right here. Just tell me it doesn't want to just bust straight through this. Got that back test in the hole with a Morningstar reversal so far. A strong candle for this week off the EMAs. Just over 212. Just send it to new all-time high. New all-time high by what? Late August, early September. Busted. Bussy.
Tell me we don't want to go take out this high of day on NQ right here.
You want to take some Amazon calls with me? Thinking it's just going to rip to a new high of day and bring Qs up?
I feel like everything's about to just level up right here.
You still have runners from the NVIDIA 826 230s. Let's go. Send it.
I hate breakout trades, but I really want to just be long for this.
I had orders earlier. I thought about going long NQ at 720. And I said, you know what? I'm going to wait a little bit lower, around like 670, 660. Nope. Went to 720 to 700. And now we're up like 150 points.
Yeah, I was looking for like 700, 690 to get back to the midpoint. But when I saw SPY just dead, did you see the low of day, or not low of day, but the lows on SPY on that like 5 candle?
Oh, I have a zone right there. It's right at 750 cycle level. They just all held.
Like, look, it's
It was
750.
hilarious.
Multiple. I mean, what is this? A quintuple bottom on a 5-minute chart? Casey, what do you think of the TE chart? I already gave my thoughts. It does not look good to me.
TE?
Yeah.
It just ripped a little bit on some volume.
It should be
Deep. I mean, okay. I see your vision on the weekly. I see your vision.
Look, they removed these orders and they moved them up higher. They're trying to bait price higher here.
I'd imagine you're thinking about calls on TE. I will tell you that for 9/18 expiration, your $10 strike price is your highest level of gamma right now. I mean, stock's under $7, which is insane. Let me check the heat map. Yeah, I mean, bull flow. Bull flow says the same thing too. That heat map at $10 for 9/18. I mean, I see the vision, and the RR is there. I love dumpster diver setups, don't get me wrong. And this definitely looks like a dumpster diver setup. Those contracts are cheap too. They're under $90 a piece. A little bit of volume on them. Not bad. You're getting a 5-minute sell signal starting to come in. Oh, it's going away.
Yeah, I'm gonna try along here. I think we just got the hourly close.
Oh, that 5-minute candle just started. There's still 3 minutes left. Oh, short Discord. There you go. Dude, I think Amazon's gonna freaking make a new high of day. I could be tripping balls, but I don't know. I got a weird feeling about Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. Anybody want to take some Amazon call autos or just a day trade with me? You could swing it, but
I do not like this T chart. Maybe if it interacts with the 200-day. I think you can long on this wick right here and shoot for new highs of day on NQ.
all right, fuck it. Amazon 250 calls July 17. They're 210 right here. Let's go for a little day trade.
Well, yeah, if the market cooperates, Amazon does look pretty good. Tesla ripping off the lows here. Nvidia is about to make a new high again.
It's got a weird feeling. Oh, Nvidia is popping up a little bit.
Here we go.
Oh, that's a nice bottom wick on SPY.
It is. Let's go find all this liquidity up here. Let's see what these 1,500 lots are wanting to do. You can also watch and see if they scram. And they're just drawing it higher. The other thing you notice is it is just trending up here.
Palantir is still grinding with volume.
You are stuck right at this 75.50. Well, apparently the Lucid 2X is still trading while this is going on, while the halts are happening. Big Jordy, what's up? Rivian just had a big bounce.
What happened with Lucid?
Did Rivian get a bounce?
They're either going to file bankruptcy or go private.
Oh no, Rivian!
Wow, Lucid didn't last very long, man.
Freaking Rivian! Right
I remember the day this puppy IPO'd, man. She gone. That's That's rough.
I'll be back at like 3:15, guys. I got to run out.
Sounds good, Frank.
Later, Frank. Weeble poppin'? BULL? Oh yeah. Nice pop. The 2-time leverage ETF is at 18 cents on Lucid.
Oh. Cool.
Look at this. It went from 4 cents to 18 cents right now. Lucid denies the report. Guys, this LCDL might fly right here. 20 cents, you probably double your money here.
I'm doing it.
Oh my goodness. I can't watch.
If you're a real DGen.
If you're a real DGen, you would buy 5,000 shares right here. Let's fucking
That's deep in the DGen rabbit hole, bro.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Send it.
The video new high.
Fucking send it.
Come on, break over this level and squeeze us.
No, not calls, just shares.
No, do not buy calls on a 17 cent 2x leverage ETF.
You nut jobs.
Dude, just grab a lighter and go light your money on fire. Damn, dude, that thing was trading at 5 cents.
That's insane. And it just hit what, like 18 or 20? That's stupid.
Let's see, let's pull up Seeking Alpha and look real fast here at this Lucid. Record low after reports circulated that the company is considering bankruptcy or take private deals. It faces quality control issues with its Gravity SUV and mounting cash burn. Less than $1 billion in cash. Good Lord. Down 85.9% 1 year. That's crazy. Jordan, you ever use Seeking Alpha?
Absolutely. You know, this is actually funny enough. I didn't know like Seeking Alpha was the spot to be back then, but when I first started trading, this is the first like news platform I ever used. And I always kept it in the rotation. I've always used it. I mean, if I know nothing about a ticker, great spot to get a good idea of like what the hell's going on, you know, because we have a lot of names that are popping up on spaces all the time. And you guys know me, I only trade NQ, ES for the most part. So I don't know a lot of these tickers that are being thrown around. So Seeking Alpha is definitely super useful. It's kind of like they have like a breaking news section, like the trending news.
That's what I was kind of looking at, some of the trending moves here.
It's not a, you know, it's not a like a Benzinga Pro quite, but in terms of like the news side, but there's some good news data there that's popping out. So
Mag 7. Oh, I can just hit Mag 7 and see that this is pretty cool. Don't we have like I think, do we have like something for the, like a link or something for Seeking Alpha?
Let me check. Let me see.
I know like the other day they were running a big sell, so I was just like, hey, here's some of the, if anybody wants to get signed up for Seeking Alpha.
I have
Double
it.
check and see, we can get that in the chat, but this
I have it. I'll get it in the chat. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. I think it's a really good tool. I really do.
Lucy got halted to the upside.
I usually have this pulled up on my other, like, that's why you saw me just like drop it in, because I usually have it pulled up on my other tab group just to not.
I mean,
The
Like
video
whenever
alert.
I'm looking for
go-to
news
spot.
and stuff like that, it's one of the things I go to.
Yeah.
Are my calls already up on the video?
Video
Oh,
212,
yeah.
new high of day.
Hey,
NQ.
the video.
God, NQ just looks like it's just loading for this move.
There's volume
This
behind
unhalt,
that too.
you get unhalt on Lucid here and this thing pops 50, 100%. I will be so happy for you guys.
Yeah, but shout out to the boys of Seeking Alpha. It's funny. That was like one of the first news platforms I ever used, and I didn't realize like how big they were. And then I guess like 6 years later, we're working with them. It's pretty cool. I like that.
Eli Lilly just got FDA approval on something.
All right, new highs.
Did I post the
Dude, I wonder what the volume on this is today. Oh my
What's
god!
that?
Look at all the volume. Look at all the volume on this down here. This LCDL.
I'm gonna send you a screenshot here in a little bit if it starts to go.
I am just fascinated by this book map thing that I finally got set up here.
I want to see if it can pop up
Yeah,
to
is
like
it all
24.25 real quick.
You got it all set up?
Yeah, I haven't done all the. I'm gonna have to do some of the training stuff on it. I need to get with Brady and kind of fine tune some of the settings on here.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's live and it's working. And it looks. You saw it, didn't you? It looks great. Look at all these orders just waiting to be grabbed up here too.
Yeah. So before you even tell me where those orders are, I didn't even look. I assume it's pretty heavy from 29,956 to 30,069, that area. Would I be
Well, so
completely
these
wrong?
are right now. You have huge orders just sitting right above our head. This is at 890,
Oh, okay.
902, and 910.
How big of a time frame can you look at?
I mean, I can zoom out pretty far.
Gotcha. Because overall, like we're doing exactly what I thought last night during stop picks. I was saying I want us to see some bullishness from the gap we filled from Wednesday to Thursday last week, and go to the new week opening gap from the Sunday's price action. And
here we go.
We're getting close. We're that's my
here.
full target for the week.
Come on.
Come on, Amazon, just fucking
the whole market. Just give us some juice right here. Let's squeeze.
NVIDIA, that entry was a back test of previous day high. That's the reason why I took the calls right there. Just was waiting for a dip earlier. It never gave it. We ripped above it. That was the first time back tested. So I grabbed some there. Safety trim up here too.
This guy right here.
920 makes sense though, because that's CPI high. That was my target for the long today. Didn't quite get there.
Look, this guy right here. As soon as price started coming up close, the guy scrammed. And what I've been watching is these guys, like, here I can look back at this, Jordan. Hold on. See where these big orders were originally?
Mm-hmm.
And they've just been moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Like when price gets close, they're like baiting price higher right now. They're just.
I think that's gonna just continue happening until that gap gets filled, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. I want to see if these guys actually fill or not, but I feel like it's just gonna keep drawing up here to these guys.
Mm-hmm. I kind of want them to wait though and leave it for tomorrow, so I can just wake up and I already know my bias. Nothing's changed since today. Just play into that gap, but we'll see. Beautiful moves from the lows though yesterday.
Lucid
we really held that area beautifully.
Right now. All right, on safety trim here at 272.
I mean, there's the same spot on ES. Just had trouble with. Let's see if ES looks any different. What platform is it? This is Bookmap. It's just called Bookmap. That's what the whole platform's called. There is a huge order. How many is that? There's 1,000 lots on ES sitting up here too.
I want to see Amazon get a fat green stick before market closes today. Fire one of these squeezes. Oh my God.
ES could run into trouble right there. Yeah, and guys, I'm getting discount stuff set up for everyone. For Bookmap, for Bullflow, for all that stuff. Like there may be some tools that are for you, some that aren't. But what I want to do is, if it's for somebody, even if it's for 10 of you, I want to make sure we have something for everyone. Guys, 8 more subscribers. I'm giving away a few prop firm accounts. 8 more.
I'm up 18% on LCDL. Pop it, baby. I want to see it pop up to 24.25. I'll sell a few thousand shares up there. Come on now. There we go. Come on now. Yeah. There we go, JT. There we go. Oh, they gonna make me trim. All right. All right, I sold 1,000.
And Tripper, we have said multiple times that Bookmark is now going to be a partner of the show. And we always disclose when and which companies are partners of the show. Always.
Amazon alert just went off. It must be popping to 247 after those calls. No idea what my calls are at. I don't even have them pulled up yet. I'm trying to send this alert out for LCDL. Boom. Let's go. There it is. 24.5 popping up. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to sell another 1,000. We stopped at entry.
We can go here.
We're just trying to get y'all a discount. We can just get Bookmap for free and keep it for ourselves if you really want, but we're just trying to get y'all a discount, you know. No, you're good. Somebody was like, you have to disclose you're getting affiliate commissions. I was like, we literally disclose that these are all partners of the show every single time.
Oh, it's just the entropy guy that's just
it's that
miserable,
guy.
just a miserable old bitch that's just worried about life, just living a terrible. Good
Must
Lord.
be hard, man. That must be freaking
Dude, I can't
hard.
imagine waking up, looking myself in the mirror every day and just being miserable.
It's genuinely exhausting.
Let's go, Amazon.
Yes. That's right.
That was funny, Ahmed.
He still
Amazon.
still tunes in every single day.
Come on, baby. 247.50.
Here we going. What I told you around 17 cents on this thing. We're already at what, 24? Let's go. Let's go. I got that news in the ear quick.
Come on, pop up a little bit more for me, baby. Pop it up.
The 2x
Pop it up.
long. What are we doing? Oh my goodness.
Oh, the LCDL? Let's go.
Dude, that is brutal.
Dude, I got in late on that thing too. My average is 18 cents. I just sold some at 24.50. All right, I'm gonna take a trim here on Amazon. You can do whatever you want, Daddy. I can tell you what I'm doing, and that's trimming into resistance. Just up, I mean, fucking send it. Here it is, 247.50. Boo, 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 boo. Amazon, big fat green candle, baby.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Come on, Amazon. It went green on the day too.
Yeah, let's go. All right, first target just
Sorry,
hit.
I've got this lucid thing because I know some of you guys bought this at 17 cents and it's up already.
Let's fucking go. Who wanted
This is
to take
almost
the
a
day trade with
40%
me?
move.
Look, what time did I put it in the chat? Let me see. I typed it in the chat. Zach told me he was balls deep in Amazon right there. Let's see. I said at 217, I want to see Amazon get a big fat green stick. It took 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
That was crazy how fast that just played out.
That's what we love to see.
That's what I like. There you go, Frosty Dog. Says thanks for the Amazon, KC.
Yeah. Dude, if I get 100% on these LCDLs, we got to do a giveaway or something because this is dumb. There's no way I'm going to get 100% on these shares.
You don't think, dude?
Oh, no, I think I can.
It didn't even have to go that far to get there. Well, it's not even like a, and it's not that this is a penny stock. This is a leverage ETF, and you've got them refuting a claim, and it's the scenario here. It went down to pennies. Look at the volume on that thing. That thing is crazy.
Freaking gnarly.
30 minutes until World Cup. Ooh, buddy. We are 4 subscribers away. Somebody pull out a burner and let's get there. I don't even care. I want to see 5,000. I want to give away some accounts.
All right.
Except for Entropy, I don't want you to subscribe. I know you're going to show up and watch every day. Either way, because you can't stay away. I live rent-free in your head. Actually, Entropy, I should give you an account just to pay for the free place in your head that you're letting me just stay and live in. Is there any timeline on the Lucid Unhalt?
It's still halted?
I don't know, but this thing's moving.
Let me know when we get up to 30. If it gets to 30 cents, I'll cover some more. Let's go Tech Wood. Quick $500 on Amazon all out. There you go. Yeah, that was a fun little day trade. I mean, I still want to see if we can get some more, but I'm not going to let it cost me money now. Great work. Nice work.
2 subscribers away. 2 subscribers away. I'm going to go waste some Lucid accounts just for this Lucid trade. Let's see. Oil's going to settle here in a few seconds. By that, I mean like 112 seconds. That was good math. Did we get it? Did we hit it? We hit it. Boom. Let's go. All right, guys. I am about to give away.
Oh, 42%. Amp told me if I bought this, I'd double my money. Let's fucking go. Where's JT? JT! Oh, we're banging. We're banging.
What is it? Amazon?
No, LCDL. I'm up 45% now.
Oh.
We're going for 100. We're halfway there. Like Bon Jovi, baby. Oh, it's popping to 30. Ah, I'm up 52. Amp told me if I spent $1,000 on this, I could just double my money this afternoon. So,
Bro, I'm going to start charging you taxes on these these trades that I'm getting.
all right, let's go ahead and sell some more here. We're about to hit 30. All right, sold some more, 55%. There it is. There's 30. Oh, shit. And the video 215 call is coming in again for 724 expiration. These were getting hit earlier.
All right, hold on. I'm getting logged into the dashboard here. We're about to give away some accounts. Where's LCDL? Oh, it's almost a double.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I just sold some more.
Please don't be dumb, guys. If you're up 80% on something like this, please
Yeah.
take some profit. You hear Casey selling some. Scale and trowel. All right, guys, who's ready for the giveaway? 5,000. Let's go. Wolfpack, 5,000 strong.
Give it like a few minutes. I'm making a post. We're gonna get some more people in here. Hold on.
I'm giving away more than one. First one's going to all the people in here that
Okay.
just subscribed. Go ahead and make the post. I'm going to give away more than one account. All right, guys, for this first account, so I'm giving away 50K on this one for you guys that have been here hanging out with us. We're not going to let people come in from outside and get this first account. Everyone that types in 5,000, 5000, 5,000 into the chat will be entered to win a Lucid. This is a 50K Lucid Flex account, 100% off, 100% free for the Wolfpack. Run it up. Look at those 5,000s. Let's go. Already over 80 of you entered to win this one. Run it up. Run it up. I can't even see my restream anymore. There's over 100 people. Keep those 5,000s going. Get in there. You get about 20 seconds. And if you've already put it in there, just put it in there again. Run up the chat. Run up the chat.
Look at that chat. Yes.
And we gave away just absolute bangers today. Casey came in with that Amazon trade.
Let's go.
I found this little lucid.
We got
loophole
Palantir,
trade.
NVIDIA, Amazon.
I watched your Spaces crew through a beautiful long today as well.
Let's go.
I nailed
You
a
did a great
short
turn.
on NQ. I've been short oil since the open. Just what a day. All right. There's over 100, 121, 122. Okay, I am running it right now. Let's choose a winner. Let's choose a winner. Let's choose a winner. Winner, 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 winner. Lenny's Vids. Lenny's Vids. Let's go, Lenny. Lenny been in the chat a lot lately, too. Lenny. Congratulations. 50K Lucid Flex account is coming your way. Please type in your X username, your @ or whatever on X, so I can DM you a code. Free Lucid Trading 50K Lucid Flex account coming your way in a matter of moments. Drop that username in there, and we'll give it a few minutes. I'm going to give away another account. Oh, don't go anywhere, guys. Big congrats to W's in the chat. Look at that. Wolfpack celebrating each other. That's what we're all about. That's what we're all about, guys. Celebrate each other.
NVIDIA new high update.
Double check this. Notes by Lenny. All right, Lenny, you're going to have to send me a DM. Your DMs are not open. At Wolf Ryan. Wolf Ryan. Pretty simple at. Go send me a DM right now. Because your DMs are closed. I cannot DM you on X. DM Wolf Ryan. Follow me while you're there. I know you're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at your weekly.
Where's he at? Where's he at? Notes by Lenny. Let me know when you've sent that, Lenny. And look at this bounce right off the 21. Right off the 21 on NQ. Right off
alert.
of it.
I just got an alert on the video. If you didn't trim before, this is at Town, Utah. Make sure you lock something in right here. Let me go pull it up. Oh, yeah. I'm trimming. I'm trimming the video here. What do you mean? Yeah.
Are you going to say hi to everyone?
Phil, 288.
Hold on. Where is, it's right here. There.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
He said hello.
Hello.
Hold on. You want to hear? Here, let me take my headphone out so you can hear him.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
He said hello back.
Hello, buddy. Hola, mi amigo.
Is that all you're going to say?
Hello.
Say, how are you?
How are you?
Bien.
Oh, dijo
Dijo qué? Dijo
bien
quién?
en español.
Yeah.
That's all I know, bud. Sorry. Oh, what's up, stud? Can you do the waza?
He's gone. He's gone. Come on, push this thing. Push this thing. Lenny, did you send me that DM me? Okay, hold on. Let me refresh over here.
Oh, they halted LCDL. Oh, they caught on to us, chat. Oh shit. Ooh, volatility. SPY. Qs. Ooh. Volume pouring in.
A headline?
It kind of seems like it. Trying to see if
There we
any
go, I got
Max
money.
7 is getting anything. Not seeing anything on Max 7s.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything. No True Social.
It had a spike in volume.
Oil popping a little bit.
Iran deputy's foreign minister says we currently have no commitments when it comes to Islamabad with U.S. Lucid also just got unhalted. Oh, they're gonna stop out the rest of my fucking Amazons. Come on, we want some more. We want some more. We want some more. Don't take out the rest. Don't you do it. LCDL about to open up at 40 cents. Dude, I fucking hope so. Just give me
There
like
we go.
37. Oh, they're saying Lucid just popped, but LCDL is still halted. Let me see. Let me check. Oh, Lucid! Come on!
Dude, so where does this go when it opens?
I know. Come on. Wait, it's probably at least a 5-minute halt. Lucid
Oh,
just
that is a
gapped up when
huge pop up,
Come
too.
on. Fucking open it. 10 seconds? What? How do you know? I hope you're right. Open up this shit, daddy. Come on.
This does look like it wants to try to roll over here.
Come on. Unhold this thing. 5 minutes is up. Oh. It's going to be a 10-minute halt.
Reminder, if you're behind on the stream, click that live button. I can't wait till this opens back up. We gotta go to the 1 minute chart.
Dude. As long as Lucid's still holding up. Come on. Open this shit. There's no way I'm getting 100% on these. Oh, volume pouring in still downside. SPY, Qs.
Yeah, we just hit orb high opening print high again here.
Come on, open the casino.
Yeah, oil's pumping here too. There's got to be another headline. Gold just dumped hard.
Oh, they took out the rest of my Amazons at entry. And the video's getting a spike on some 230 calls.
Ooh, IWM's trying to roll. They're buying.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
QQQ just held 720 area. All the positioning still above us. That's what's interesting here. Maybe this is the long. I don't really like it though, because it just rolled.
It's because it's halted, Techwood. You can't buy it when it's halted.
I saw that one too, Frosty Dog, but I don't think that was enough.
Tell you what, if LCDL opens up and I'm up 100%, I'm going to kiss Ryan right on his beautiful bald head at the NASDAQ podium, and it's going to go on the Jumbotron.
Yeah. I'm down.
All right, 45 seconds. Let's see if they do it. Uh, 8:14.
All right, all the orders above us are gone now. And it's about even above and below.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! They're still holding it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
How long would it halt? 35.
Oh, it's going to be another 5-minute candle now. Oh.
It halted at 235.
Yep, and it didn't open up at 40 or 45, so now we got to wait till 250.
Dude, what if they halted until the market? Oh, wait, no, we still have an hour. Okay.
Is Lucid still holding up after it popped up? Yeah, it's going even higher. Come on. This is bullshit.
I like NQ long here again. At least back to the EMAs, right? All right, I gotta flip off of it. Keep me posted when that thing reopens. This could be a 15-minute sell signal, though. Yeah, it kind of is on ES, actually. All the orders that were above us got pulled on everything.
Buckets.
I mean, there's still some orders up there, but
is anyone interested in having kids?
you got a couple to give away.
Yeah, like right now, I'm doing a freaking 2 for 3 special. Like
2 for 3?
Dude, just buy 2, get the third one free. Come pick them up. Be out on the curb with a sign. Free pickup.
You say just out at the curb.
A little free sign.
It's like Facebook. Yeah, like on Facebook Marketplace, or like must pick up.
Yeah. No refunds. Hell no. No refunds, no exchanges, no nothing. Michelle, you can take them. You can come pick them up. Better, you know what? I'll ship them.
Bell said, Casey is somewhat serious.
Priority 1, overnight shipping.
Throw in the Corvette. We got a deal. Honestly, that would probably be a break-even trade.
Oh, it probably would
over the long term, it wouldn't. Over the long term, it would be worth a bunch of Corvettes. Kids are expensive, man.
Wait till they're teenagers? I know, Robert. Why do you think I just had that extra driveway poured?
Yeah.
Basketball hoop, and then cars. In like 15 years. Well, Everly's gonna need a car in like 11.
I don't know. This has got more of a rollover look to it. The 15. Look, you see the 15-minute, Casey?
On Spy. Yeah,
it's right on IB high. 30-minute too. Got 10 minutes left on NQ.
10 seconds. See if they open up this thing. Come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, it's still closed.
This late in the day, I'm thinking you almost have to think it's going to roll over back to the middle.
Pieces of shit. Dude.
So I don't even want to think about what my daughter as a teenager is going to be like. Because I already know her mother.
Yeah, Macy's going to be my troublemaker. I think she's going to be the one that will she'll fight boys.
Yeah, fight them.
Everly's going to be a freaking princess. But hopefully she's going to be an athlete because she's probably going to be close to 6 foot. Maybe 5'11". Close to 6.
10 minutes, top of the hour, power hour. I'm giving away that other account. I feel like I don't think this rolls over.
I think you could probably.
It might roll over, but.
Risk reward right here, back testing on Qs. A bad spot to look for a long. I think that's your orb high retest.
IB high too. IB orb high, both.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad spot to long scalp it after that little dip.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is this 15 minutes printing a sell signal.
Nvidia's holding up, Tesla's doing nothing, Google's holding up, Apple's whatever, Amazon hit target, sold back down, Microsoft is selling down, Meta is also selling down a little bit. So you got a mixed bag still with tech. Nothing really standing out too much. Ondas is ripping. Nokia, $12 calls, 8/21, 2026 expiration, multiple orders coming in so far. They're buying them at $1. Lots of 100 over and over again, up to 3 million on the ask.
There we go. Pretty decent little bounce here.
Stock is chilling at low of day. It's 12 for 820.
All the positioning still above us. That makes me still lean long.
Look at this little bouncy bounce.
It's Taco Tuesday.
Oh,
fire breakfast tacos earlier.
it is Taco Tuesday. I'm not having tacos though.
Well, somebody brought up bull earlier. I don't think this thing's ready. I think this is going to get smacked at this 200 day.
I gotta go prep these steaks.
Yeah, I think this could reject right here again. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't, but because this is a recent IPO, I just don't think this is a long enough base. I think it's got to do this like this thing for a while. Maybe next year you get all these EMAs to flatten out and do this, then I'd be interested on bull. Thoughts on T? I don't like T from a charting perspective. I mean, could it get an oversold bounce down here? Back into this area? Yeah, I don't like what this chart looks like right now.
5 seconds. Let's see. Nothing.
Open it up. Do it for the
Fuck.
people.
My goodness, we're gonna go on a half-hour halt.
Sorry, I had the book map still pulled up.
Did NVIDIA just make a new high of day?
I don't like what TE's doing. This doesn't look very good to me. Look on this weekly. This like trend line you had got broken. Now it could back test that and then just be a short.
All right, I gotta go prep these steaks real quick. Holler if LCDL opens up.
I will. I also don't think man, this is tough. I don't think I can be in a trade here either direction because I can make the argument for both ways here. The 15-minute looks like a short. But the positioning and everything,
I'll be back.
they're starting to clear out. Could just like chop here at 720 on Qs. 720 QQQ, sorry. Am I not watching the semifinal? Of course I'm watching the semifinal. What kind of question is that? This kind of looks like the same short I took earlier. Look, SPY and ES now a little bit stronger than NQ. And I'm just letting you guys know I'm not watching all my other screen is fully on World Cup semifinal. 1 minute. I'm gonna give away another round of account or an account. World Cup just kicked off. "15 minutes holding down here. I think NQ's got a chance to roll. You're gonna get 800 and 782, maybe 750. Try the short. Then I'll give away that account. Uncle Alert, what's up? Let's go. Come on, rug it, rug it, rug it. Appreciate that, Alan. Shout out to Alan. We have to get Alan on the stream one of these days. Good futures trader. I've listened to him several times on the spaces in the morning. What happened to Jordan? We lost Jordan. All right. If you want to de-risk a short, right here is a good spot, but I think you're going to get 780s and the 750s. I like the rollover look. They pulled all those orders, all that liquidity overhead. They're starting to toss it below us. Yeah, 780 is where they're sitting next. Come on, rug it, rug it. I'm getting the giveaway set up here at the same time, guys. Get Jordan back just in time for the giveaway.
Yeah, sorry, I had to film this voiceover for.
Oh, you're good. I figured you.
One of the trades.
Jordan, give me a number range here.
How many people we have in it? 337.
Make it 300 wide then.
Let's go 1,200 to 1,500.
1,200 to 1,500.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you heard the
Don't know
man.
why.
1,200 to
Those numbers
1,500,
spoke
random
me.
number. Hope you're live. You better start dropping numbers in the chat right now. 1,200 to 1,500 is the range. A random number in between that range gets a 25K account this time. Oh my God. Turd Butt's already nailed it.
Rugged.
Wait, what? That's it?
Turd Butt's nailed it.
Turd Butts, first guess. Let's go, brother.
It was first guess. 1,300. 1,300.
Wow. There you go.
Good for Turd Butts.
Good.
I already know your ex. I've got you.
Order filled.
I just DM'd you, Turd Butts. Rugged Frankie. Rugged Frankie.
Come on, let's
Guys, I'm feeling generous today. We hit 5,000 subscribers. I'm going to give away one more here in just a little bit.
I'm short a nice amount. Come on, Rugged 40 points.
I've got a trim at 782 and a trim at 755. And if we want to just crush all the way to VWAP, I will let that happen. There's not a whole lot. Looks like there's 20 lots sitting at like 714.
Filled.
See if we can get down here and clear these guys out. Right here at 780. And I'm going to put my stop just above that 817 in profit.
Rugged. Rugged all.
All right.
What the hell was that? Still halted.
Wow, Amazon. Wow. Came back to the same spot on the chart. Oh.
Oof, Apple's pushing too. Google new high. I don't know if I love this short.
Order filled.
I can't take it again. I was going. I missed
Broadcom's
it.
rugging though.
Order filled.
Ugh.
It's in queue this 15-minute breaking down. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Here we go. Look at the selling. Look at the selling. There's the trim. There's the next trim.
Oh my God, Amazon. Piece of shit. I only just sat back down.
I'm trying to stop here. Dude, this book map thing is amazing. Vamos España.
Oh, new high of day. Wow.
Yeah, that's the reason I was like, I need that trim, and then I'm tightening up stop because I was looking at a bunch of names starting to rip.
Mother.
Yep. I'm gonna. Ooh, do I want to stop out here? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I'm flat.
All right, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
It was a winner, but
It may keep going. I'm good. I am going to do another giveaway, guys. IBM pre-released earnings, and they were not good. Shout out to Turd Butts, man. Seen that guy. That guy's been around for a while.
Google new high day as well.
I'm not reversing. I do not. I think it's still a short. I'm just going to play it safe here because I'm up really big on the day. And I'm looking at multiple. Gosh dang it. I mean, Bookmap still tells me we're coming lower. Look at all that. Look at all these liquidity bands that just popped up here below. Yeah. But yeah, this is about to, I think yes better here actually for about a 6-point drop.
You got a sell signal on SPY at 3 o'clock on a 5-minute.
Look at the 30-minute sell signal on NQ. That could play out nicely actually.
Probably gonna move down to 719.2.
I just could see SPX just getting stuck. Yeah, don't short in the hole.
Order filled.
I don't know, as soon as Casey mentioned Amazon, I started looking at those multiple. I mean, Broadcom was coming in, but Nvidia's still way up here. Apple was pushing a little bit. Google's making new highs. Broadcom is getting rugged though. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
This like hits 815 and rejects. Maybe think about it. I don't know. ES looks like it's about to roll though.
MES does look like a short.
That's what I was just looking at. Here, let me pull up that book map. Nothing too crazy here. That was a good out. Frank, what are you up to? But I called out that 780 target.
Check the Discord.
Oh. What'd you put on those? Those are my favorite too. New York Strip?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dude, I don't know why New York Strip's just always been my favorite.
I had a Wagyu New York strip last night. It was
The best.
immaculate.
man.
It was
The
immaculate.
best. It's probably my favorite cut.
It was
of
from Gelson's. If you know Gelson's, oh my gosh, delicious.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite cut of a Wagyu steak is the strip.
Yeah, I don't know why New York Strip is just my favorite cut. That and arrachera, which is like flank steak, I think, in English. Gold getting a bounce. Yeah. Internal's bouncing a bit too there. Right here, if you wanted to push your luck, this is your back test EMAs and IV high. This is what I call demon time. You just caught a nice short. 40 plus points, almost 50 points. Demon time. Put in a pretty decent wick on that 10 minute or that 15 minute. And yes, is still above. Dude, France looks so good when they're flying around. Está por ahí. Jordan.
Yes, sir.
I just tagged you in a Discord channel.
Okay.
All right, I'm all out. I bought the piss out of that. Sold it real quick. I gotta slow down.
Did you find it, Jordan?
BX.
No, it's a little difficult because I have every notification off except for the one room I'm in. So.
Okay, I'll just tell you.
Yeah. Or maybe like text me the link to the room.
Oh, here, I can copy this link to you.
I got it.
All right, read that above.
Oh, come on now. It's been a quiet afternoon. I'm glad I left for an hour.
Oh. This is all I'm
Let's
gonna
just try.
say.
Let's just try something out here. Nice. Let's try something here. First person somebody in the chat, if you've never tried My Funded Futures, if you've never tried it, first person to say something, I'm going to give you an account. First person.
Who can do it? Let's see.
First person that hasn't tried My Funded Futures.
Roman.
Roman's
first chat I saw.
Roman, shoot me a DM. Oh, penalty for Spain. Roman, what's your
Hello. I will say My Funded Futures is great. I've gotten every single payout I've ever requested. It comes very fast. I've used them for a long time. I've also used their live accounts. Their live accounts are solid. All the above. My Funded Futures is great. Highly recommend. They're not like, I don't know. I feel like
hold on.
Not as many.
Roman, what's your
Tradify, but
what's your at?
Yeah, what's your X at?
Tidal
I
wave?
think they're solid though. I prefer end of day drawdown.
Can you send me a DM, Roman?
He said tidal wave.
1 HP, send me a DM.
Oh, there it is. Tidal wave 35, 15, 46.
Option Surfer, send me a DM. I'm giving 3 of these out.
Bang.
We hit 50K today.
School. I mean, like, I don't mind trading with the trailing drawdown. You just have to be a little bit more aware of it. I'd rather trade end of day, of course. Like, if you give me a choice, you know what I mean? Probably gonna go end of day.
Option
Trailing is
Surfer
just, like,
and
more
one
to worry about.
HP. 1 HP, send me a DM. This is gonna be easier.
50K? I think that meant 5K.
No, I didn't. No, I'm giving away 50K rapid eval.
Yeah.
We hit 5,000 subscribers.
5,000 on the YouTube.
Gol. Vamos, España, vamos. Spain and France are playing right now. Spain 1-0, 22nd, 23rd minute now. They just got they had a penalty. Clear penalty too, not even a question. 1 HP, Wolf. Wolf Ryan, shoot me a DM. I've got the third one for you. Is this I think I've got you here. 1 HP, can you confirm like something that lets me know that this is you? There it is. Yep, that'll work perfectly. Perfect. All right, that's 3 people that just got 50K accounts for My Funded.
Let's go, crew.
There we go. That's 5 accounts given away already. Yep, I saw it. Pause dehydrate. Oh, is this a pause dehydration? Hold on. Hydration break. See. I was gonna make a michelada, but that was gonna take too much time. I wanted to get on Spain, but I just didn't. Boy, that was a good out. Good out. LCDL not opening back up today. Damn, shout out My Funded Futures. Code Wolf, of course. Get you the best discount. We'll always keep you updated on whatever the promotions are when we see them. But Code Wolf at any prop firm, including Take Profit Trader.
¿Quieres más? ¿Quieres más de estas? ¿Te traigo más? ¿Sí? A ver, déjame ver por más. Ay, no, ahí espera. ¡Ah, no, me caí! Mira. ¡Órale! Mami, me dice las 7 zapatos. Mami, me dice esta pechita. Está comiendo. Sí. ¿Aceptas monedas de la basura?
Amazon new highs.
Ooh, sellers are coming right back. my headphone died. Dang it. Oh, Tommy with the soccer trophy? That's sick.
Order filled.
Clear penalty.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Oof. Oof. Yes.
Nice, Frankie.
Oh, that was good. I'm actually out on that. Just wanted to get some more. Sox is collapsing. Not collapsing, but it's down 20, 70, 60, down 5 points in a short period of time.
God, they are trying to hold this thing so hard right here.
Yeah.
U.S. military something? Bloomberg just had some kind of headline about the U.S. military. It didn't sound good. The strikes are taking place as American forces prepare to resume the naval blockade. At 3 p.m. Eastern today, U.S. forces began launching additional strikes against Iran to continue degrading Iranian capabilities used to attack commercial shipping. U.S. military launching more strikes against Iran. That's coming from CENTCOM right now.
No, ya súbelos a tu cuarto. No quiero peluches acá abajo.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
En vez de pizza, un pastel. Es que te gusta mucho.
Order filled. Order filled.
Boom, let's go. Made a quick 130 on that new eval and locked the account for the day. I like that.
Order filled. Order filled.
Ay, ay, ay.
You know, in 30 seconds, it's going to be an hour that LCDL's been closed. This is nuts.
It's rough.
Dude, freaking open this shit. EMP said it, but they might halt it until market closes.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I was like, it may not reopen today.
What's that? What stock?
LCDL.
Leveraged Lucid. Ooh, oil's back to 80. MBIS looks like a short. Oh. Yeah, this looks like a short on Nebius. Casey, what do you think?
Yes.
Rejected basically the 50-day, the downsloping 9.
Dude,
the point of control.
someone bought $5 million worth of calls like 2 hours ago. And that dude's probably cooked.
This 220 level, I mean, maybe it holds here, but this 220 rejection, 3 bar down, bearish engulfing. If it loses 192, this thing's going to 160s. Maybe you get saved at 178.
Amazon 15-minute squeeze fired. Upside, obviously new highs. Now you're waiting on a 30-minute. It's been bullish since 1.
SKYH up 25%. Ooh, check out the 2x leverage, SKHX. It's up double-ish. Let me actually see what it's up. Now, SKYH is up 13%. The 2X is up like 25. We love that. Hell yeah.
All right. Yeah, how's our SKHX doing?
They're all ripping. They're all flying.
If you just bought this at the open today, you're up 21%. Shout out to leverage shares on that one.
Le acababa de dar el antibiótico. ¿Te repito? Pero ya no le di más porque pues...
I don't know when options are going to go live. Shout out to leverage shares for getting the leverage side going for people, creating those opportunities for traders. That's what it's all about. Once again, we're just wanting to put stuff on your radar. We're not telling you to go in and buy 2x leverage ETFs. Make sure you do some type of research, know what you're doing, know what you're getting into. Don't just randomly buy stuff. They're not long-term holds. They are trading tools.
I usually just throw it on my watch list and watch it for the next, for the first week, you know?
We got about 6-7 minutes until MOC.
Damn, MOC came fast.
Dude, what a day. What's the code Wolf discount for Bookmap? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's still in the works.
I'm still working on getting set it up. I believe it's like off of your first month or something. Let me double check and see. Oh yeah, we still gotta get the yeah, still waiting. Yeah, I'm still waiting to get the affiliate paperwork done there. SPX, the 75,550, and once again, if you look, this is the constant gamma level that was set here all day and didn't really move. There was positioning above us. We dipped into a couple times. There was nothing ever that really popped up below us on bull flow here. And then 720, as mentioned, on QQQ. It's the main spot right here where we're just kind of gravitating to those levels, those whole numbers. Iran's Garababadi, foreign minister. Iran's return to negotiations and flexibility regarding the Strait of Hormuz are possible. Whatever that means. I think there's an NFP level right here on SPY too that's just been, oh, it's a little below us. Look at this 15-minute chart. Never could get back under IB here. Never even closed the candle down here. Pretty good sign that doesn't really want to roll over. In Q, on the other hand, a little bit. SMH on yesterday's high, double bounce now. Ooh, SpaceX, we're almost to our target. Jorge says, hey Ryan, how are you? I want to, first off, I'm good. Thanks for asking. I want to start trading futures. How did you learn it? Any advertisements? I appreciate your help. So it depends like how much of a trading kind of foundation background that you have so far. If you've traded equities or even options, if you've learned to read charts or price action a little bit, futures isn't going to be, if anything, futures is pretty straightforward. You have to learn, you know, kind of the tick and point values, the sizing a little bit as you figure things out. I definitely recommend a prop firm so you don't risk your own money as you're learning. And honestly, I would study price action first. If it was just me, I would study price action first. Start learning, you know, what the candles are telling you, support and resistance, you know, trends, market structure. I would start, you know, look for resources to learn those things, and then from there start adding in, you know, piece by piece on top of that. So I'm not sure. Once again, I'm not sure what your background is or your baseline is, but price action, market structure. I mean, that stuff's going to apply to anything. Even if you're an investor, that stuff's going to apply. So I would definitely, kind of start there. Yeah, show up here as much as you can. I mean, YouTube, look, guys, YouTube has so much free educational just content all around. We're hoping to build into being able to have a lot more on our channel as well. But, I try to walk through stuff from, it's try to, ooh. Is that MOC right there? That is MOC, sorry.
Yeah.
Snuck up on me.
Let's see the total. We have tomorrow, Fed speaker right at open. Wait, is it at open? No, we have Fed speaker at 8:45 Eastern in the morning. Fed speaker at 10. We're testifying again.
Is Casey wearing khakis?
I'm going to be up early in pre-market looking to see if there's any trades in London since we have a bunch of Fed speakers at open or like in the morning.
Just started day trading equities this year. You have 4 months doing it. Okay, so equities and futures are going to be pretty similar because you're just trading linear moves. The only thing is with futures, just based on like the amount, like futures are just leveraged versions of the indices. So SPX, INDX, or SPY, QQQ. It's just leveraged versions of those. Obviously, there's gold, there's oil, there's so many other things too. But for NQ and ES, which is mostly what we trade around here, when it's probably the most popular ones, it's just you're trading linear. You're not worried about the time value as much, and you're mostly day trading. You can swing trade some. You're not going to be able to do that on prop firms. You're going to have to do that with your own money. There's only one prop firm I know of that offers that. But what I would say is, as you're, just like you're doing with equities, you need to learn support and resistance. You need to learn, market structure, price action, what are the candles telling you? And then, build that baseline, ingest as much content as possible, spend as much time on the screens as you can. If you have a job, other things like, yes, absolutely. But put yourself in front of the charts. Even if you're not trading them, put yourself in front of the charts and start to learn and get a feel for it. And it takes repetition, it takes practice, it takes patience, and you got to learn some of the basics there. And then with futures, you'll start to learn like how to time your entries, and you'll learn some sizing and some stuff like there. I mean, I would start out really small. You get a prop firm, trade like 1 micro at first, just getting the feel for it and seeing, how it moves, how fast it can move, different times of day, how different times of day can be more volatile than others. And then start there and just start building. Keep learning. You'll never stop learning. Frank's been in this game for longer than most of us have probably even been alive. I mean, Frank started as a teenager way back in the day, worked on, on Wall Street. Frank's still learning stuff day after day. He's still refining things. He's still, having to go back and, he'll catch himself on stuff. It's just like an athlete, you have to train basically. You have to always be, staying in shape with what's going on. So yeah, put in the work, be patient, don't oversize, don't get overconfident.
Amazon.
Little by little. Casey, are you wearing khakis?
No, dude, I'm wearing Echo sweatpants.
Oh.
Remember Echo? God.
Dude, whenever I say KC, my phone thinks I'm saying Siri. I don't know why it does that.
Amazon new high update.
De nada, Jorge. Espero que estés bien y que te vayas súper bien. Ten mucha paciencia. Y échale ganas, compa.
See. Bro, LCDL really not gonna open.
Dean of Dividends, thanks for being here every day.
Piece of shit.
I know there are a lot of you that are hanging out, maybe you're not active in the chat. Chat is pretty active, but I know there's a lot of you that maybe you're not active in the chat, or you're working, you've got other stuff going on, but you listen in. We appreciate you being here each and every day. Hopefully we bring value to you, maybe a little bit of entertainment value on top of the market stuff.
Pre-market highs on Amazon.
We got halftime in the World Cup here. There you go. Half Pint says he listens every day while working. Dude, I love the fact that KC just said he had Echo sweatpants on like that. That might be. Bro been shopping at Kohl's.
Burlington.
Oh, there you go, Burlington. That's the other one.
I got a matching hoodie with it too. I got
You
the
have
whole fit.
Get the whole dude. You know what? Now that I'm like at this age, I don't care. I like the like full kit or whatever, you know, like the full outfit.
Yeah.
The sweatpants is the top or whatever, even if it's one of those like short sleeve with the sweat shorts, whatever.
Yeah, dude. I got the sweatpants and the hoodie at Burlington. I think I paid like $30. Fucking steal. Amazon got some volume. Daniel said SpaceX is almost at 135 right now.
The MOC was probably the smallest MOC I've seen. 5 million.
Oh, Emperador! SpaceX SPCQ.
We're $1 away from the target.
I'm up 99%.
Yeah, I'm up over 100. I'm 135. We hit 135. I'm taking my trim.
I know if it gets there, I'll be up. I should be up like right.
Alan Watch said no FUBU. Little South Pole. You got the South Pole. Oh, I'll have to get me a South Pole. I want a short sleeve sweatshirt with the sweatpants matching from South Pole. Rooster, this is not bad news that we still haven't broken out of the wedge. We've literally had zero catalysts to take us out of the wedge.
Bad news.
We've been waiting on earnings.
Bad
season.
news bear.
Earnings season literally started this morning.
Bro, I think Microsoft's gonna rip.
I think so too.
Off them lows, I mean, it just can't go back to that low we just made.
Bro,
Honestly, but like, as long as we're holding that, man, I think cooking.
Casey about to take a new profile pic from MySpace.
Hey, you're gonna go to MySpace. It's gonna be Casey's got his new profile picture, and you know how it plays a song when you like join in. It's gonna be Candy Shop by 50 Cent.
Oh,
dude, mine was Lollipop by Lil Wayne.
You had MySpace way later than I did.
Yeah, I had Cristiano Ronaldo like themed in the background, Manchester United.
Dude, my profile picture was Ronaldinho at one point when he was at
go.
Barcelona.
You guys have a MySpace? Not anymore.
Okay, so I guess I'm swinging LCDL.
I don't know what else you can do.
I don't have a choice. The
Oh, you can't
market's
exit
not-
it.
It's not open.
I have no choice but to swing this position.
Swing that shit, right?
They said, fuck it, I'm up 55%. I'd imagine I'm up over 100 with Lucid. Lucid, nice recovery. I mean,
It's kind of promising that Lucid recovered.
Yeah, it gapped up 50% when LCDL halted. So I don't know. Maybe we'll wake up tomorrow up 200% and I owe EMP a steak.
And if not, you should have trimmed either way. So
I did.
What if they just never open again?
They just delist it
Just delist
overnight.
it.
Yeah.
If they do list it, they have to give you something back.
Yeah.
It's an ETF. They don't just keep
You'll
it.
get something. No, you'll get no matter
How long are they allowed to halt a stock?
I don't know. An ETF volatility halt may be a whole different thing.
I think it also
Yeah.
there's different types of halts, and this is not like your normal intraday halt.
Do you guys have
like
Zynga?
5-minute halt? Zynga.
I remember Zynga. It was like when I first.
I don't think I
it was like
remember Zynga.
I had a
Oh.
friend that had it, but I didn't ever sign up on it because I didn't know anybody that had it.
Yeah, I never used that one.
It says that market-wide circuit breakers on severe moves can do at least 15 minutes to the remainder of the said trading day, and then potential SEC suspension could be up to 10 trading days if they suspect that there's manipulation within the stock.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to take a
there's
guess.
different like level halts.
I'm going to say it's probably the 15 minutes to remainder of the trading day. So maybe between now and later tonight, it might open up, but
Yeah, no, this isn't an SEC investigation, so.
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe tomorrow. Well, Lucid. So Lucid, the fact that Lucid did like deny the news and it pretty much recovered.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, hopefully,
and it was,
I'm on
Webull,
the
reason
so
why I said
I
if
can.
you want to be super degen.
Let me see. I can sell. I don't know about other brokers, but until 8 p.m. Eastern, if it opens up. After 8 p.m., you got to wait till tomorrow. So I'll set an alert at 36 for 100%, and I'll put it back down at 18 and wait for an alert to go off. We'll see. Amp will be the first one to know if I get like a 200% move on this thing.
All right. There was our close. Snuck up on me. I didn't even ring the bell. What a day.
Great day. Great day. The best day. CPI. Tomorrow PPI.
What do we make today?
I'm going to be up at like 2 a.m. Eastern trading London if there's anything spicy. So.
We're up almost 1,100 on the day. Slow day.
Should I just go live on the account at like 2 a.m.? Just trade London real quick. Go to sleep.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
I'm the number one on TikTok. I'm bigger than Taylor Swift.
He died like a dog.
That was a real quote. So was that. Both of those are real quotes.
You won't do it, Jordan? Maybe. Maybe you just see me spark up the live at 2 in the morning.
Whoa.
I might just trade London for a quick minute. If not, I'll record the trade, I think, at least. On OBS. And I'll post it.
All right, guys. Big shout out to title sponsor Leverage Shares. SKHX is at 2x long. SK Hynix daily ETF, and then SKHZ if you want to go to the short side. 1x on the short side there. And boy, these kids are gonna calm down. Don't forget the Wolf Summit. We're just under 3 weeks away. I saw the merch was starting to show up, so that got me excited today as well. We'll see you guys there. Will picked up his plane flight earlier. He's coming in. He's gonna see us, hang out with us there at the event. And I know several of you are signed up, so happy to see you guys there as well. They're playing hide and seek right here. Thank God the stream's over. All right, guys. Let me tell you, the City Rooster, what an asshole. I don't like this guy. He is a complete tool. Horn dog, that we do have in common, but I will say he says a lot of nonsense, a lot of late trade callouts, but he's here every day and we enjoy his company. Thanks for being here. Even the
love
Democrats, the
Rooster.
leftists, they can't stay away. They have to be here.
Yes. Oh, goodness.
Was that close? I didn't read it word for word, Rooster. I knew what you wanted me to say. So shout
good.
out to Rooster. What a good sport. Kind of a dick at times, but good sport. We like it.
Good
All right,
sport.
guys. Shout out KC, Jordan, Frank.
We love you. We'll see you tomorrow.
What an amazing day. We'll do it again tomorrow. That's the best part about this. We have amazing days. We just get to turn around and do it again tomorrow.
And we get to go to work in our sweatpants every day. Like, dude,
I made half of my money last night at the pediatrician and at the grocery store.
Let's go, Jordan. Gray sweatpants, boy. There you go. Look at that. I mean, I've gone to work in my pajamas for
Every
like
day.
2.5 years now. It's fantastic.
Every day.
Wait,
I love when I go out to eat and I'm in sweatpants and t-shirt like this.
You got the
I'm like
sweat
hitting
shorts,
some
though?
quick grub and
You
I'm
got
like
the
on the
sweat-
phone with you guys or I'm like on like Twitter. Someone's like, what
Get
do
the
you
sweat
do?
shorts for summertime?
Oh yeah, I'm about to go
What do you
switch
do?
into those.
I
'cause
lounge
We're about
in
to
my
go on a golf
sweatpants
cart
with
ride.
the boys. That's what
I'm a
we
big
do.
sweat shorts guy.
Yeah.
Sweat shorts?
love
I
them.
could vibe with them if it's
Oh,
too
dude,
hot.
they're great. In the summertime, you throw those on with a pair of flip flops.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait. What do you think?
There you go. There you go.
With the socks, sir.
Yeah.
We do socks and slides around here.
Yeah, dude, so comfortable.
All right, y'all.
So comfortable.
I'm shutting it down.
All right.
Or else we'll never leave. We love y'all.
Later,
See you tomorrow.
guys. See you tomorrow.